Fractured Lies, Daughter of Sea and Sky, Book 3, written by AR Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Part 1, Finding Atlantis. Chapter 1. My cheek was wet and smashed up against the moist fabric of my too-hard pillow. I reached up to wipe the drool from my face, licking my dry lips and choking on my own morning breath. My neck ached, my back was sore, and I gasped as everything from the night before came crashing back into my memory. I didn't want to open my eyes, because it would only confirm what I feared was true. My pillow moved, and Tate's chuckle warmed me as he pushed a strand of hair off of my forehead. I lifted one lid and saw his golden eyes glistening with amusement as he stared back down at me. "It's about time you woke up. It would be a shame to survive the storm only to drown in your drool." I punched him in the wet spot on his arm and sat up to find that everyone was right as I'd left them the night before, huddled together in the stone hallway that adjoined Driscoll's cliffside shelter and the lighthouse at the top of the hill. It had seemed the safest place to hide and try to catch some sleep. Between the fire damage above ground and the towering waves that crashed into the windows of Driscoll's shelter in the side of the cliff. After a quick head count to ensure each of my friends was still with us, I stood and stretched my aching muscles. The hall was still dark, but a faint gray light shone through from the shelter windows overlooking the ocean below. It was morning here in Scotland. How late did that make it back in New York? "Devon," I extended a hand to the boy beside Tate. "How are you feeling?" "Much better this morning." "Strong enough to get us all back home?" He cast a quick glance at Sean, who returned a subtle nod. Yeah, probably. But maybe I should start with just one person to make sure. I'd hate to get us all stranded in New Jersey or something because I can't make it back with the group. You want to go first?" I nodded. "Sure. Do you need to eat or anything before we go?" I fished around for the granola bar buried in the bottom of my bag, and my fingers tingled as they made contact with the piece of stone tablet tucked away inside. "No, I'm good." "All right, see you all in a minute," I said to my weary-looking group of friends. Devon held out a hand, and I grabbed onto it, bracing myself for the cold I would feel as he transported me through reality and back into our apartment in New York. But there was nothing that could prepare me for the intensity of it. It was even colder than I remembered, so chilling I thought my bones might freeze and crack if I were there any longer than the millisecond it took to teleport. My eyes squinted in the darkness of our new location, and still shivering, I turned to Devon. "Thanks." "Yep, you got it. Bye." The words fell quickly out of his mouth. "Wait!" He was gone, already through the fabric of reality. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the lack of light, I realized I was not in my apartment, but in a different familiar room. That scoundrel! "Everly?" My Aunt Millie sat up in her king-sized bed, pushing an eye mask up onto her forehead. I could barely see her over the mountain of pillows surrounding her small frame, but she definitely saw me. "You're glowing! What time is it? Is everything okay?" A couple of pillows tumbled to the plush area rug under her bed as she swung her legs around to get a glimpse at the clock on her nightstand. It was 2 a.m. "What is going on?" I looked around, expecting Devon and some of the others to zap back in here and help me out, but they didn't come. It was just me and my very sleepy, very concerned aunt. Had he teleported here by accident? The thought that he might know my Aunt Millie's bedroom so well made me shudder, soulmates or not. Or had he dropped me off here on purpose? I suspected the latter, seeing as how he bolted the second my feet touched the ground. "Everly!" Millie's voice had turned stern, drawing my attention back to her. How was I going to get out of this? Maybe we should go downstairs and brew some tea, I suggested. This could take a while. She nodded, sliding her feet into some fluffy slippers and pulling on a silky robe. Was that Devon who dropped you off? Yes. She padded toward the stairs behind me. A million thoughts raced through my mind. I hadn't intended to tell Millie about my powers just yet, and I definitely hadn't planned to mention the prophecy until I understood more about it. But now that I was here, I wasn't sure how I would get out without spilling everything. How long have you had your powers? Her eyes brushed over me, examining the white aura that emanated from my skin. A few days. Ugh, Devon could have at least warned me he was throwing me into this. Care to elaborate? I paused on the stairs, turning to face her. I think you should be sitting for this. Let's get that tea going, and I will explain everything. 30 minutes later, Millie looked even more exhausted than before. She rested with her elbows on the countertop, forehead in the palms of her hands. I half wondered if she'd heard a word I'd said, because she hadn't made a sound the entire time I spoke. I'd explained how my powers emerged while Osborne chased me, Tate's suspicions about the prophecy, our trip to Scotland, the storm's reaction to my powers, and Driscoll. She didn't say a word. The only thing I didn't mention was Rasputin. Not that I could have, even if I'd wanted to with that curse he placed on me. Finally, she lifted her weary eyes and sighed. Oh, Tilly. I set my cup down hard on the counter. What does any of this have to do with my mom? Millie just shook her head. I knew her secrets were going to get the best of her, but I never would have guessed about any of this. Do you have any idea where she might be? Millie pursed her lips. No. Well, probably not. Probably? A noise in the kitchen doorway stopped the conversation from moving any further. Devon's nervously grinning face peeked around the corner. Hi. I scowled, but Millie smiled widely. I was hoping you'd be back, she said. Waving him into the kitchen, she chuckled. You may as well bring the others in, too. I know you've got them with you. With a sheepish shrug, Devon entered the room, followed by Sean, Dom, Gayla, and Tate. How long have you guys been here? I demanded. And why didn't you tell me you were abandoning me to explain everything to my aunt alone? I did tell you I would have to inform her about all of this eventually. I just thought it would be better coming from you. Devon looked sincerely apologetic. Besides, this is getting too big for us to handle on our own. I thought we could use her help. He was right, of course, but I didn't want to admit it. Driscoll came around the corner next, eyes wide with astonishment. He probably hadn't been off the island in a century. Part of me was surprised to see that he'd survived the trip with Devon. The curse should have killed him. But then another part of me knew it was all somehow related to my new aura and the tablet. Just because I didn't yet know how to wield the power it provided me didn't negate the fact that it was some seriously strong stuff. Having more power than the Keeper curse that had kept Driscoll imprisoned for so long was both exhilarating and terrifying. I just hoped I'd be able to use it for good. Hallo, Driscoll said in his rough German accent. Millie let out a startled squeak. I'll boil some more tea, she mumbled. We've got some figuring out to do. Chapter 2. Once everyone was fully caffeinated, we headed upstairs into Millie's study. Watching Driscoll take in his surroundings was like watching a child explore a new classroom on their first day of school. This was a foreign and strange world to him, but there was enough familiarity to drum up excitement that radiated from him with every step he took. How long have you been trapped on that island? I asked, as we filed into the study. Since December of 1900. I suppose a lot has changed since then. He walked over to the window and stared out at the quiet Manhattan street below. It was scattered with parked cars and tall, glowing streetlights, but there really wasn't much activity on Millie's Street at 3:30 in the morning.
You could say that.
Millie cleared her desk while Sean and Tate pushed a couple of chairs closer to the small sofa that sat in the room. Dom and Gayla pulled me off to one side while the others worked. "You okay?" Dom asked. "I think so. Millie took the news as well as she could, I think." Dom glanced over to where my aunt was now whispering with Devon, and a frown tugged at her lips. "She's not handling it as well as she's letting on. She's pretty concerned about you and what this might mean." "We all are," Gayla said. "I wish I could jump right into another vision and tell you what to expect next. I'd do it if I could." "I know you would." I surveyed the room, and my gaze snagged on Tate. He watched me with those gorgeous golden eyes, sending a flutter through my chest against my will. Everything had happened so fast, I still didn't have a good grasp of what it all meant. All I knew for certain was that despite everyone telling me to keep my distance, the one thing I wanted was to wrap myself in Tate's arms and have him tell me everything would be okay. I shook the thought from my mind, and we joined everyone else in the center of the room. Driscoll plopped himself down to the couch, and his mouth made a small O shape. He raised up and fell back again, grinning as the plush cushions bounced him back into place once more. Then he pulled a soft gray blanket from the back on the sofa and began to unfold it. "So," Millie said, immediately taking command of the room, "first things first. We need to unravel everything you know about this prophecy." We all turned back to Driscoll, who was still fumbling with the blanket.
"How big is this thing?"
"It's 10 feet by 10 feet, Millie grinned. "It's my giant blanket, special ordered. Isn't it delightful?" Driscoll's bushy brows furrowed.
"Are all blankets this large now?"
"No." I stood and snapped the blanket wide in the air so that it fell over both him and Gayla, who sat beside him on the sofa. He turned and lifted his brows at her playfully, eliciting a loud groan from my friend. "Can we please get back to the prophecy?"
"Yes, sorry."
Driscoll cleared his throat and launched into the same information he'd told us at the lighthouse. Millie nodded along as he spoke, and when he finished she asked, "And what about you?"
"Me?"
Driscoll shook his head.
"What about me? I am not the deliverer. It has nothing to do with me."
"But the curse was for you. It's either been broken or breached. Either way, the royalty will know, and they will come looking for you. You can't stay here. It's too dangerous. You'll have to get out of New York." Driscoll scratched his head, as though the thought hadn't occurred to him.
"Where do you suggest he goes?"
Sean asked. Something had shifted in him since we landed on the island in Scotland. He sat taller, more focused, eyes clear. Sean was in guardian mode, and it was clear that this was what he was made for. "Porta Maris," Millie said.
"That's a terrible idea."
Driscoll stood, and his enormous blanket pooled at his feet.
"You might as well serve me up on a silver platter."
Millie sighed. "Hear me out. Porta Maris is not a part of any sovereign nation, which is good. You can't exactly go seeking asylum in another territory. They all want your head. But I know some guys." I laughed. "You know some guys? That's how every bad crime drama starts." "No, really. They'll keep him safe." She looked at Devon as though she expected him to chime in, but he was silent. Devon looked as clueless as I felt. "Okay, so where is this Porta Maris?" I asked. "It's in the Caribbean," Millie said.
"In the Bermuda Triangle."
Driscoll scoffed and waved a hand in the air before plopping back down on the couch with a bounce. "The gateway to Atlantis," Sean said softly. There was no denying the reverence in his tone. "I'm out." Gayla raised both hands in the air.
That's a little too risky for me. I kind of feel like staying alive for a little while longer. What are you talking about? I turned from Gayla back to Millie. Is it dangerous? The gateways are designed to keep anyone out of the territories who doesn't belong there. So yes, technically for non-Atlanteans it could be dangerous. But Driscoll is Atlantean. That doesn't make it safe. He crossed his arms over his chest. Well, I'm Atlantean. I'll take you, Driscoll. You already know that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. My chest tightened as I recalled the oath I'd made on the island. Right, Millie said. That brings us to the next issue we need to get figured out. Your aura. I'd almost forgotten about that. It was difficult to remember when I couldn't even see it myself. But the looks on all the other faces in the room reminded me that they could definitely see it, and it was not as easy for them to forget. I found a way to hide it, Tate said. It worked when we went to the library. Millie smiled, but I knew her well enough to see that it wasn't sincere. Was she skeptical of Tate's intentions as well? That's great, but Everly needs to do more than hide it. She needs it to be blue. We want to let everyone know she's Atlantean without revealing too much else. Also, she needs to be able to move about freely, without you by her side. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind having Tate by my side 24/7, but I understood her point. I do think I can use your help, though. Meet me down at the apothecary and... A knock sounded at the door. Millie? Jeeves's voice was laced with concern. Are you okay? I thought I heard a man's voice. The color drained from my aunt's face. I'm fine, just getting started with work a little early. Her response was strained, but I wondered if Jeeves would pick up on it. Hopefully he'd take her word and be on his way. There wouldn't be any easy way to explain why she was holed up in her study with a random group of college students and an old, hairy German man in the middle of the night. Make that dawn, I noted, as I took in the gray light shining through the window. Okay, Jeeves hesitated. Then I'll be right up with some coffee. Pierre has breakfast started already, too. He hurried down the hall, and Millie faced us with big, round eyes. You guys have to go. Devon, can you get them back to their apartment? Devon grimaced. Usually, yes, but I used up everything I had teleporting them all here. It'll be a bit before I have my strength back. It's fine, I stood. I'll just let Jeeves know I stayed the night. He'll assume you were talking to me. I cleared my throat and dropped my tone a few octaves. I have a manly voice. Gayla snorted, and I rushed over to the door. I'd meet Jeeves in the hallway and stop him before he entered the room. Hopefully seeing me would ease any of his suspicions. He wasn't exactly a bodyguard, but he was a previous college linebacker, and that was as close to personal security as a butler could be. If he suspected any foul play going on in the study, he wouldn't hesitate before busting in and coming to Millie's rescue. I had to play it cool and make him believe everything was fine. I twisted the knob and found Jeeves already standing in the hallway again, with a tray holding a coffee carafe and a yogurt parfait. Everly! He took a startled step back. I didn't know you were here. Yeah, I coughed and dropped my voice lower again. I had some studying to do, and it got too late for me to go back to my apartment. I'll take that. He glanced at my outstretched hands with a frown and pulled the tray in closer. I've got it. Jeeves looked more concerned than ever as he scanned me in the hall. I followed his eyes down to my clothing and found myself looking like I'd just completed a mud run. Shoot. I'd been struck by lightning, tied up with ropes, laid down on the soggy ground, and then slept in a stone hallway. This was not the effect I was going for. Are you sure everything is okay in there? He pushed past me and froze after stepping through the doorway into the study. I swallowed and peeked round his large frame, already thinking through what kind of story I could tell him to make this seem normal. But all we saw in the room was Millie and Devon cuddled up on the couch with that enormous blanket sprawled out all around them. I stifled a laugh, picturing all of my friends hidden underneath in that cramped space with old man Driscoll.
Sorry,"
Jeeves stammered, and quickly set the tray on Millie's desk, avoiding eye contact with her the best he could.
"I didn't realize you had company."
He turned his back on them and gave me a look that said he clearly did not approve of my aunt's relationship with Devon. Oh, Jeeves, if only you knew the truth. I bit my lip and nodded thanks to him. We won't need any more coffee, Jeeves. Thanks, though. We'll be out of here soon. He just shook his head as he hurried out of the room. I locked the door behind him and turned back toward a very grumpy group of people emerging from under the blanket on the floor. Gayla's hair was alive with static, and Driscoll tried to calm it with his hairy hands. I couldn't keep it in anymore. A laugh bubbled up out of my chest and escaped through the room. I was the deliverer. I was going to save the world. It was the craziest thing I'd ever heard of, but at least I would get to do it with this ragtag crew of mine. Chapter 3. It turned out teleportation could leave me feeling just as jet-lagged as an airplane could. I found myself dragging through Millie's house, ready to let my head hit the pillow by supper time. But Jeeves and Pierre didn't know that I'd traveled halfway across the world. They wouldn't understand that I had somehow stopped a deadly storm with nothing but my bare hands and some kind of savage yell. All they knew was that something strange was going on.
"I don't like it."
Pierre's French accent grew even thicker when he was worked up about something, and judging by the speed of his chopping, he was pretty worked up. He and Jeeves had been giving Millie the side-eye all day, ever since Jeeves caught her snuggling up with Devon on the couch that morning. And to make matters worse, Devon didn't leave with the others. He stayed behind instead to help Millie get Driscoll secretly set up in a spare bedroom. Thankfully, the butler and chef didn't know about Driscoll, thanks to an enchantment Tate had put into place that kept them oblivious to his presence. Devon was bad enough. There was no telling what they'd say if they caught a glimpse of my favorite cursed old man.
"It's weird, right?"
Jeeves grabbed a piece of the green bell pepper on Pierre's cutting board and popped it into his mouth.
"I mean, technically it's legal, but he's like 19. And how old is Millie? 40?
Actually, she was 426 years old. But who was counting? Maybe it's true love, I shrugged. They didn't know the half of it.
"People are going to talk."
Pierre gave one final chop with enough force to rattle the countertop. He met my eyes and lowered his voice.
"And if he thinks he's going to move into our home and order me around, he can walk right back out the door."
His knife waved through the air, enunciating his words with sharp jabs, forcing me to lean out of his way until he was done talking. "I'll give him a chance. He's not moving in." I reached for a veggie. "Maybe he'll grow on you. It's been so long since Millie has fallen for someone." Pierre scoffed and swatted my hand away.
"He is a child, and as for Millie, mieux vaut être qu'elle se m'a accompagnée."
"Do I even want to know what that means?" I whispered to Jeeves. He shrugged.
"All I know is that I saw a movie like this on TV once with Mama."
Jeeves's Alabama twang was almost comical after Pierre's rant. Over his shoulder, through the kitchen window, I saw a quick flash of white.
"There was this rich widow, real pretty lady, who fell for her pool boy and—"
"I'll be right back, guys." I interrupted Jeeves to get a closer look at what I hoped had flown by the window. Pierre shot me a dirty look, but Jeeves kept right on with his story as I casually made my way back out into the foyer. Tiny Tim and Lemon Drop, Millie's giant mastiffs, rose from their beds under the stairs and trotted after me toward the back door. "You two have to stay inside," I whispered. Things didn't go so great the last time they'd seen my owl. Sorry, guys. Their droopy eyes made them look like they were pouting. I'll be quick. I slid through the glass doors into Millie's small courtyard off the back of her house, and sure enough, my feathery friend was perched up on the railing. Al!
It's Alpheus.
He somehow sounded irritated without even making any actual noise. Right, Alpheus. I was just happy to see him. He hadn't been around since the night I met with Rasputin at the cathedral. Then again, maybe I was the one who hadn't been around much. Al probably had no idea what was going on.
I'm glad to see you survived the deadly grip of the Manticorian Lord.
I laughed. Wow, you make that sound intense.
Well, he tried to kill you before.
When? I heard a groan in my head, and Al shifted his little owl feet across the wrought iron. He was so cute, it was difficult to take him seriously.
It always surprises me that you can't remember your previous lives.
Yeah, you've mentioned something like that before, but you're going to have to be a little more direct. I don't know what you're talking about. Does this have anything to do with that oath you mentioned the last time I saw you? Because I do understand keeper oaths a little more now. I've even made one of my own. If owls could shake their heads to make a person feel like an idiot, that is exactly what Al would have been doing in that moment.
Yes, I made an oath to you in your first life, and I've been forced to carry it out in this ridiculous bird body ever since.
You haven't always been an owl?
Of course not.
His head twisted to one side. What happened?
It's not important. Not anymore. The point is, I am sworn to protect you through all of your days, no matter how many times your soul returns to the earth, even when you return looking like that.
I glanced down at my running tights and oversized t-shirt.
What's wrong with...
You know what? Never mind. Back to the topic. You're telling me that you knew me before? Same soul, different body?
Bodies, plural. And yes.
Al, that's great!
Alpheus.
So how do I normally handle this whole white aura situation? Like, what did I do in previous lives?
There's never been a white aura situation to handle before.
You mean this is new? Please, tell me everything you know, anything that could help me.
I'm obviously not going to review the last few millennia with you, but I'll give you the basics. You were Bernice when we first met. You were a stunning woman, but cold-hearted. Not many people cared for you in those days.
But you did.
I never said that. Regardless of your pleasantness or lack thereof, you were powerful. Something happened in those days. You never told me what, but it was serious enough that you believed your life to be in danger. I owed you a favor, so you asked for my oath of protection. I've been by your side ever since, stuck for an eternity in this frail body, destined to serve you despite your natural strength. I never understood why.
Wow, I don't know what to say. Thank you. I shuffled my feet, trying to make sense of it all. So, do you still have powers of your own? His large yellow eyes closed for a long moment.
No. But you don't need me for that anyway. You've always been very powerful. It's how you earned your nickname from the mortals in a later life.
What was my nickname?
They called you the goddess of wisdom and war.
Like Athena? He cocked his fluffy head at a 90-degree angle and blinked.
I swear it's like speaking to a toddler sometimes. Yes, like Athena. He mumbled to himself, the words muffled in my brain. You were Athena.
I was a goddess?
You've got to be kidding me. No, you weren't a goddess. There are no such things as gods and goddesses. There is only one god. But the humans back then were just as stupid as they are today, and they believed you were a goddess.
Hey now, let's knock it off with the name-calling.
Fine. He shifted his taloned toes again. I'll be nice. Yes, you were Athena. You have always had a sharp mind and a fierceness in battle. That has remained true in every incarnation. So what does that mean for me today? Battle skills aren't exactly useful in today's society. You might be surprised. Look, I don't know what you're supposed to do. I've never really known. I just know that you're destined for greatness. You told me as much thousands of years ago, but you always figure it out. Just lean into your natural instincts and find what is right. Fight for it. You've got the strength. You just need to believe it. And you'll help me? However I can. Great. Then I have a favor to ask. I need you to locate someone for me. Someone who may have the answers I need. Who? I chuckled. What's so funny? Al the owl just said who? I can't do this anymore. He lifted his wings. Wait, I'm sorry. I really do need your help, though. You see, there's this prophecy. I'll explain the details later, but it's kind of a big deal, and I'm pretty sure we're not the only ones who know about it. There's a very powerful keeper who may be able to fill in some blanks and possibly even lead me to my mom. If it's true that I have the courage and fight of Athena, then it's time for me to put on my big girl pants and face my fears. I took a deep breath and looked Al in the eyes. I need to find Russell. Chapter 4. Devon left later that evening, and Tate swung by the next morning. It was embarrassing how excited I was to see his face. The only thing that might have made it better would have been another one of those cinnamon lattes he'd gotten into the habit of bringing me from the honey pot. But there was no coffee today. Tate was on a mission, focused on one thing and one thing only, turning my aura blue. Oddly enough, my presence wasn't required for it. He'd barely given me a wave before trotting up the stairs to meet Millie in her study. Abby was at the apothecary today, so they wouldn't be able to speak freely there. They decided to experiment with some different ideas here in Millie's study instead. Maybe you should go be a chaperone, Jeeves whispered as he joined me in the foyer. Millie's first teenage boyfriend might be upset to find out she's spending time with another teenage boyfriend. Tate's 20. I couldn't even make eye contact with Jeeves. My gaze was still glued to the outside of the door to Millie's study. I felt surprisingly lonely, even surrounded by everyone in the house. It was strange to know that everyone was working on this grand plan that centered around me, and yet I felt completely useless. That's hardly any better, Jeeves muttered. After a pause, he elbowed me in the arm. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, of course. Why? I plastered a smile on my face. Judging by Jeeves's reaction, I overdid it. The corners of his mouth dropped, and he rested a heavy hand on my shoulder. Oh no, you like this one, don't you? No, His expression hardened. Look, your aunt is a pretty lady, but this is too far. She should not be going after young men at all, especially not those who have already caught the eyes of another Gordon woman. I'll go have a talk with her. He pushed toward the stairs, and I grabbed his arm, slowing him down. Stopping a former college linebacker should have been difficult, but I brought his 250-pound body to a halt with ease. Even previous Bama players were no match for my new keeper strength. Jeeves quirked a brow at me. It's fine, I sighed. I'll go be a chaperone. I took my time going up the stairs and paused for a long minute outside of the study. A quick glance over my shoulder back to the foyer below revealed a determined Jeeves, nodding his encouragement for me to go in. I rolled my shoulders back and gave a soft knock on the door. Yes? Millie's voice called out. She sounded distracted. Of course, I knew there was nothing going on between her and Tate, but I was still admittedly a little jealous that everyone was getting to hang out without me. It's me. Can I come in? Yes, of course. Tate and Millie were hunched over her desk, a pile of books off to one side,
and a couple of jars of dried herbs stacked beside them. "How's it going so far?" Tate moved to the side, making a spot for me to join them. I felt the tug toward him with every step I took, and he looked up with surprise as my elbow brushed against his. He must have felt the same jolt of electricity that I did when we touched. "It's good, I think," he amended, as he glanced up at the worry lines etching Millie's face. "We're getting close. Maybe." "I just don't think the power amplification drought is exactly what we're looking for. Too much of that will be taxing on her body, and she doesn't need amplification right now." Millie frowned. "We don't know that more Atlantean power will make the aura turn blue anyway," Tate said. "It could make it glow a brighter white." They continued to work as though I wasn't in the room. I nodded along, waiting for my chance to add something of value. "But you can't just follow her around with a curtain of glamour forever. There's got to be a way to keep it intact without your presence. Maybe if you enchanted a charm or some kind of jewelry she could keep on herself." Tate shook his head. "I can't glamour inanimate objects. There has to be some life." He expanded on it, going deep into some kind of Agarthian science I couldn't even begin to understand. I tried to keep up for a while, but there wasn't anything I could add to the conversation without first taking some kind of Keeper Physics 101 class. I was useless, once again. "All right, well, I'm going to go back to something." Millie nodded and waved, never pulling her eyes away from the textbook laid open before her. Tate didn't look up either. They were fully engrossed in their work, which was a good thing, I supposed. I just wished I could do something to help. I left them to their business and slipped out into the hallway in search of Driscoll. There probably wasn't any more information he could provide. We'd gone over all the details 1,000,000 times already, but at least we could keep each other company while we were essentially prisoners in Millie's house. Though if I had to be a prisoner, a multi-million-dollar townhouse in Manhattan, complete with a butler and private chef, was a pretty good place to serve my sentence. Driscoll's room was down the hall. As I neared it, I could just make out the sound of him singing. I knocked on the door, but it wasn't latched all the way. It swung open as my knuckles met the wood, and the room was empty. To the right, I noticed light shining from under his bathroom door. His singing was louder now, some kind of upbeat German folk song layered with the sound of a draining bathtub. I had no idea what his lyrics meant, but it sounded like he was enjoying himself. Feeling mopey and alone once again, I let him be and peeked out the open window at the end of the hall. It was warm for an autumn day, and the breeze blowing in from outside reminded me that I hadn't even seen Al since I'd sent him on to find Russell. Hopefully Russell hadn't hurt him. Then again, Al had been alive for thousands of years. I wasn't so sure anything could hurt him. A pounding came from the front door downstairs. "Millie, your shop girl said you were working from home today. Are you in there?" Claudia's voice rang out through the door, followed by more pounding. I hadn't seen her in ages, not since Sean and I first left to meet Gayla, and I wasn't about to let her see me now with a white glow. "Millie!" she called out again. She sounded flustered. I ran down the hall to tell my aunt, nearly colliding with Tate as he stepped out of the study with a panicked look on his face. "We've got to hide you," he said. I glanced downstairs again to find Jeeves making his way through the foyer to greet our guest. "Hurry!" Millie whisper yelled from over Tate's shoulder. "And hide Driscoll, too. Claudia can't know about any of this." Tate gently took hold of my wrist and guided me back down the hall to Driscoll's room, but the door was now closed, and Driscoll's voice was louder as he hummed on the other side. Tate didn't hesitate to twist the knob, but it was locked. "Driscoll, let us in." "1 minute, please. I have just bathed, and I am moisturizing." Jeeves opened the door and greeted Claudia downstairs. "Is Millie home?" she asked impatiently.
Yeah, she's upstairs in the study. I looked back down the hall to see a wide-eyed Millie shooing me away gently with 2 hands. I shrugged and mouthed, "It's locked." Tate whispered through the door, "All right, Driscoll, just be quiet. We have company." Thank goodness Claudia was complaining loudly as she made her way up the stairs. Otherwise, she would have heard him for sure. But Tate and I were still trapped in plain sight at the end of the hall, and Claudia's footsteps were growing closer. "Millie, darling, I hope you don't mind me barging in, but I have to vent about the council to someone. They are on my last nerve." Claudia's whiny voice carried from halfway up the stairs. I glanced back at the window, wondering if we could survive a jump outside, down into Millie's courtyard. But Tate yanked me across the hall into a linen closet before I could make my move. The door closed silently behind us, right as we overheard Claudia reach the top of the stairs. "There you are!" she exclaimed. "Whatever is the matter, Millie? You look like you've seen a ghost." For a moment, all of my awareness was focused on my breathing, trying to bring it down into a slow and steady rhythm that couldn't be heard out in the hall. But then my body reminded me of how close I was to Tate. We were practically wrapped around each other, a tangle of limbs, as he held himself upright with arms extended over my shoulders against the wall behind me. My nose couldn't have been a full inch away from his Adam's apple, and I became acutely aware of his breathing and racing pulse. The air seemed to sizzle around us, the skin on my left knee prickling where it rested against Tate's leg. I couldn't move it away because of how the shelves pressed hard into the outside of my thigh. "Yeah, of course I'm fine," Millie's voice rang out from the hall, followed by a nervous laugh. "You're having problems with the council again? Come, let's talk about it in the study." I reached for the door handle, anxious to put some space between me and Tate. If I didn't get away from him soon, I might wrap my arms around him and never let go. And that didn't seem like a wise decision. "Wait." Tate's whisper was barely audible. I might have missed it if not for my better keeper hearing and the rustle of his breath in my hair. "I just don't know what to do anymore," Claudia despaired. She strode down the hall, and I watched with dread as her shadow passed under the crack of the door, pausing just outside of where we stood, likely stopping to look out the same window I'd been eyeballing moments earlier. When she spoke again, her voice was louder. "They're asking too much of him. There is just no way." "Claudia," Millie's voice was stern, "I must insist that we take this conversation back into the study." She dropped into a whisper. "The help may overhear you." A Charlie horse was developing in my thigh where it was still shoved against the shelf. I shifted slightly to ease the cramp and inadvertently bumped my toe against a basket of cleaning supplies tucked under the shelves on the floor. The movement was small, but it was just enough to knock one bottle of cleaner over into another, causing a soft tap where the plastic bottles met. Tate's arms instinctively dropped, and he pulled me toward him, pressing our bodies together. My cheek smushed against his chest, where his heart was beating as fast and hard as mine. And in this position, with our bodies placed perfectly together, as though we were formed from the same mold, 2 pieces of the same puzzle, the burning, tingling, prickling sensation stopped. It just felt right. "Did you hear something?" Claudia asked. Tate's hands pulled me against him even tighter to keep me quiet. Or maybe it was because he felt the same undeniable pull towards me that I felt toward him. "It was probably just Jeeves downstairs," Millie said quickly. "I told you, we need to get back into the study so we can speak freely." "Right." Claudia hesitated for just a moment longer before following my aunt down the hall. Neither Tate nor I moved even a millimeter until we heard the click of the study door. Then he couldn't get our door open fast enough. "See ya," he whispered.
I peeked out of the closet just in time to see him slip out of the window. He jumped down to the courtyard with ease and disappeared over the side of the fence. Driscoll's door opened then, and his bushy brows lifted at the sight of me. "Why are you all red?"
"I don't know," I whispered. My heart still pounded in my chest, a mixture of nerves over my close call with Claudia and something else. I peered out the window again, hoping to catch one more glimpse of my Agarthian prince. No, not my Agarthian prince. He was just Tate, just a guy I needed to look out for, a master manipulator and potentially a man who could destroy the prophecy before we even got started.
"Well, come in," Driscoll interrupted my thoughts. "You can wait with me until the woman is gone."
Chapter 5. Tate was back the next morning, but I made no attempt to talk to him this time. I tossed and turned all night, thinking over the effect his nearness had on me. I'd even gathered a few books from Millie's secret stash of keeper text to try to understand my reaction to him a little better. Though it wasn't common, there had been a few reports throughout history of Agarthian sirens whose mere proximity could move their victims to submission. Most of the stories were from back before they developed the technology currently used to extract souls, so they still relied on archaic means of removing life back then. It was where rumors of vampires began. Apparently, these insanely attractive men and women would identify fractured souls and lure them alone, where they would extract the victim's souls through a fatal puncture wound via their teeth in the neck. Typically, they used the same glamour that was still so effective today, but occasionally no glamour was needed at all. The closer the vampires got, the more willing their victims became. I refused to let Tate suck the life out of me like a vampire, even if it was only figuratively. I needed to maintain strict control over my actions and remain clear-headed. It was time to put some distance between us. That was a lot easier said than done when he spent so many hours hanging out at Millie's house. And though I had protested and made what I thought was a really compelling argument to go back to my apartment with Gayla and Dom, the majority ruled against me. They wanted me to stay here with Driscoll, off the streets and away from anyone who might catch a glimpse of my white aura. That meant hours and hours in the same house as Tate. After another pouty lunch with Jeeves and Pierre, I was startled to hear Millie's voice call out from the stairs. "Everly, come here!" Her excitement was palpable. Had they figured something out? I tried to put some energy into my steps, but I wasn't eager to see Tate again. I couldn't be trusted to control myself around him. Millie took my hand as I reached the top of the stairs and anxiously pulled me into her study. "We did it!" She closed the door behind her and clapped her hands together. "You found a way to conceal my aura?" "Not conceal it," Tate's voice called out from the opposite wall. He'd placed himself as far from the doorway as possible. "But change it to blue." "No way!" My shoulders relaxed as the impact of the news overshadowed my earlier concerns about Tate. If they could turn my aura blue, I would be free to leave the house again. I could even use my powers around other keepers, and no one would be any wiser. Millie nodded, her grin stretching from ear to ear. "It's true. We think, anyway. Everything adds up on paper, but obviously we need to test it on you to be sure." A jar sat atop Millie's desk, containing a muddy brown paste-like substance in the bottom. I eyed the goop suspiciously. "Are you sure it's safe?" "Of course." Millie's smile stayed strong, but there was a definitive twitch in her eye. "But even if it's not, you happen to be in the presence of a very skilled healer." She took a bow. "And I promise not to let anything hurt you." Tate moved forward just a few steps, carefully keeping Millie's couch between us. We found a way to infuse one of Millie's concoctions here with some of my glamour.
I thought you couldn't glamour inanimate objects. Tate held up a finger and smirked.
I can't glamour unliving objects, but technically, plants are living.
He enchanted my kava. Millie gestured toward a bowl full of heart-shaped green leaves. It acts as a booster for some of the other herbs I've muddled together here in the jar. We hypothesize that the enchantment will stay with the leaves, even after they are pulled from the plant and dried. It only has to be living when the spell is initially cast. When used with an Atlantean amplifier and a hefty dose of borage for the blue color inducer, we think we should be able to make your aura appear blue. And taking a constant amplifier won't be damaging? I remembered her warning from the day before. Millie shifted on her feet. I've done my best to counteract those effects as well, but I would caution you to only consume this when you absolutely need to go out in public. I frowned, turning the jar around in my hand. I would still be a prisoner most of the time, sentenced to remain locked up in this house as much as possible. But at least it wouldn't be forever.
Go on.
Millie handed me a soup spoon.
If it works, I will put it into capsules to make it easier to transport and consume. But for the test, just take a small amount in the spoon here.
My gaze drifted momentarily to Tate, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. That wasn't reassuring. But my aunt wouldn't do anything to harm me. I believed that with my whole heart. I mentally counted to 3, then shoved half a spoonful of the disgusting brown mash into my mouth and swallowed before my tongue could register just how bitter and nasty the stuff was. Blah! Is there any way to make it taste better?
Once it's in the capsules,
Millie's words cut off, and her hands flew to her mouth with a gasp.
What?
I looked down, but saw nothing. I felt nothing either.
What is it?
It worked, Tate smirked.
I knew it would.
Am I blue? I raised the back of my hand closer to my eyes for better inspection.
A gorgeous cerulean.
Millie clapped her hands together.
Well done, Thaddeus.
It wasn't just me. Tate dropped his chin and ran a hand through his dark, tousled hair. Then he turned those glistening golden eyes on me.
How are you feeling, Ev?
I wiggled my fingers. I feel exactly the same. What does an amplifier do, exactly?
It enhances your natural powers, Millie said, which in your case, well, is still undetermined.
Undetermined. I could stop storms and breathe underwater, but both of those could still be related to standard Atlantean abilities to control and manipulate water. I couldn't heal or teleport or run faster or jump higher like the others. My powers were undetermined.
Well, I obviously didn't inherit my mom's abilities. Perhaps I got my dad's powers.
Millie frowned.
Since our souls are reincarnated, we don't exactly inherit powers from our parents. And even if we did, I've told you, I truly do not know who your father is. Your mother has always been a fierce secret keeper. It's one reason she was so valued as a messenger.
Right. Then I guess I'll just have to add search for long-lost father to my ever-growing to-do list.
Who knows? Maybe he'll stumble across my path when I go to Atlantis to find another part of the prophecy.
Oh! Millie turned back to the desk and shuffled around through some papers.
That reminds me, there was something positive that came out of Claudia's impromptu visit yesterday. I got some good intel on where the royal prisons are located.
What? The secret ones in Atlantis?
Did she know if my mom was there?
Millie grimaced.
I couldn't ask her that, and this is vague at best. But Sean's dad works with the Atlantean Council. He's a guardian, like Sean, but his work is confidential. I know he doesn't work in the common prison, but I definitely heard her mention prisoners in her frustrated rant session yesterday. I also happen to know that he works beneath the palace. There's a real palace? Under the sea? Yes. I sighed and looked up at the ceiling. I wish I could be part of your world. Millie shot me a disapproving look. She obviously didn't appreciate my cartoon mermaid humor. I can only assume it's the royal prison. So how do we get there? Well, I refuse to let you go anywhere until we've had more time to test this aura-changing amplifier. But it certainly won't be easy when you do go. You can't access it from outside of the palace. And if the queen is anything like my father, she won't let you into the palace without a really good reason. I'd almost forgotten Tate was still in the room. If anyone knew about breaking into royal keeper palaces and prisons, it would be him. He was an Agarthian prince, after all. So what do we do then? First, we keep an eye on the effects of this medicine. We'll worry about devising a plan into Atlantis once we know you can safely leave the house. Little did she know, I was already devising my plan. But there were a few things I had to take care of first. My gaze drifted to the window, wondering if Al had made it back yet. Now that my aura was blue, I definitely needed to find Russell. Chapter 6. The medicine, or potion as I like to call it, Millie hated that word, stayed effective for just over 30 hours, which seemed pretty remarkable to me, but Millie thought we could do better. She and Tate continued to experiment over the next week until they reached a product both were satisfied with. I had a potion pill that would keep my aura blue for 2 solid days. It was supposedly an amplifier, but since I had no discernible power to amplify, I didn't see any effects on that front. Maybe I could swim faster, but I hadn't tried. Without the amplification in use, it also meant that the pills didn't seem to have any draining effects on me when they wore off. They did their job. My aura was blue, and that was all that was necessary for me to get out of the house. And get out I did. It felt good to walk back onto campus with Gayla and Dom. "Is it still blue?" I muttered out of the side of my mouth. "Yep," Gayla grinned. "You look just like one of us, just like a keeper." I looked like one of them, but I wasn't really. They still considered me different. The image of my friends all bowing before me on the island where we found Driscoll was a memory I'd tried hard to burn from my brain. I didn't want to be different. The girls did a good job of making me feel normal for the most part, but every once in a while I would see a strange expression dance across Gayla's face, or Dom's eyebrows would turn up in a way that reminded me of how they truly saw me. I wasn't one of them. I would never be one of them. But I certainly didn't feel like anyone special. Thankfully, the other keepers on campus didn't see me as anything special either. I was just an average Atlantean girl in their eyes, and yet it still wasn't enough to ease the glares I got from the group of Agarthian girls we shared our review of the ancient languages class with. Camille, the siren, who'd lured me into a trap after the girls saw me with Clayton, feigned a look of smug indifference as I passed her group on my way to class, but it still sent a chill down my spine. I wouldn't let her know it, though. I smiled sweetly and gave a little wave. She rolled her eyes and turned back to her cat-shifter friend and the wind-wielder to her left. "They're brats," Gayla shrugged. "Don't let them get to you. You look great." She nodded toward the library. "This is where I've got a split. We still meeting for lunch?" "Yep, we'll meet back at the apartment at noon," Dom said. Then, turning to me, she asked, "You ready to go talk to Brossard?" "Let's do it." It was convenient that my first class this morning happened to be with the same professor who had lied to me about the tablet just a few weeks earlier. Since he was Driscoll's former colleague and partner in the archaeological sites, I had some insider tips now for how to handle the man.
According to Driscoll, Brossard was a bit of a coward. Driscoll wasn't surprised at all that he had pretended not to recognize a tablet. Brossard was afraid of the curse. Dom and I took the steps up to our classroom building, and as I reached for the door, the hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention. "What is it?" Dom asked, sensing the tension that had just come over me. "I don't know." I looked over my shoulder, scanning the sidewalks and trees around us. Groups of students, both keepers and mortals alike, moved in pairs and small groups, chattering and laughing as they went about their mornings. Nothing seemed out of place. I just got the sense that somebody might be watching us. "I don't see anyone." Dom surveyed the area as well. "But let them look if they want. I promise nothing seems off at all." "Okay." I cast one more wary glance across the campus, then followed Dom inside and down the hall toward our class. Brossard was late, as usual. He wouldn't make eye contact with me at all through class, though he had to have noticed my new blue aura. He could ignore me during the lecture all he wanted, but I'd missed a week of school, and he had no choice but to talk to me after class. It was his job to help me get caught up with my assignments. "Ready?" I asked Dom as he finished up the day's lecture. She'd agreed to accompany me after class. I wanted to toy with the professor a little bit. There wasn't any new information he could provide that Driscoll hadn't already told us, but I hated to let him get away with a lie. He had no idea that I was the deliverer mentioned in the prophecy, so it didn't seem like it would hurt to let him know I discovered the meaning of the tablet. I didn't appreciate being lied to, and I wanted to let him know it, and maybe watch him squirm just a little. But our path down to the front of the room was blocked as soon as all the students stood to leave. The trio of Agarthian mean girls created a wall in front of me and Dom. "Looks like you had a little fun on your vacation, didn't you, Atlantis?" Camille crossed her arms with a sneer. She thought I'd been on a family trip. That was the rumor Gayla and Dom had spread in my absence. "Went and got yourself some powers, huh? Well, it's about time. Let's see what you can do." I glanced over her shoulder to where Professor Brossard was hurrying to pack his things and get out of the room. I didn't want to let him get away so easily, and I had zero interest in playing the mean girls' head games. "I need to talk to the professor," I said, ignoring her prodding. "Excuse me." The girls crowded in tighter, blocking my passage. "She said move, Camille. We've got stuff to do." Dom tried to push past the girls, but they were being especially obstinate this morning. "I want to see what the water girl can do," Camille said again. "She can certainly drown you if you don't get out of the way." The girls continued to bicker as I watched Professor Brossard pack the last of his things into his computer bag and cast a nervous glance in our direction. "Professor, I need to talk to you about my assignments," I called out over the girls' shoulders, but he acted as if he couldn't hear me. Driscoll was right. He was a coward. "I'm going to tell you one more time," Dom gritted through her teeth. "Get out of the way or—" I spread my arms and the girls went crashing into the tables on either side of our row. I hadn't intended to throw them out of the way so violently, but it was as though the power came from a different part of my brain, some subconscious area that didn't think through consequences, but acted merely out of emotions and a loss of self-control. I didn't even realize what was happening until it was done. Camille's mouth dropped open, and Dom turned to me with wide eyes. But I scurried past them toward Brossard as he reached for the door handle at the front of the classroom. "Professor!" He didn't spare me even the briefest consideration before bolting out of the room. "Gah!" A frustrated yell escaped me, and the Agarthian girls almost seemed to cower at the sound. Camille quickly regained her composure, however, and the other two girls followed suit. She tisked as I made my way up to the back exit, Dom hot on my heels. "You really need to learn to control that better," she teased. "It would be a shame for the administration to find out You've been using your powers on campus, and with all these witnesses around." She gestured to her friends with a wicked grin. I ignored her, tugging hard on the door handle and causing it to swing open with a hard slam into the opposite wall. "What was that?" Dom asked as we scurried out into the hall. Her voice was a whisper. "I don't know." My words were shaky. "I just got so mad." "Well, you better get back to the apartment before you get mad again. They're right. You need to figure out how to control this. I'll help you get to the bottom of this after my next class. I'll call Sean and Devin, too." "Okay," I nodded. "But, Dom, before you go, do you have any idea why Professor Brossard was in such a hurry to get away from me?" She grimaced. "I'm not sure exactly, but there was one person on his mind as he hurried out of there." "Who?" "Rossel." Chapter 7. Dom was probably right. I needed to get home and get a grip on myself. But first I had to calm my nerves enough to walk in public without blowing people over with an indescribable power I couldn't control. A splash of cool water on my face in the bathroom helped only slightly. I studied myself in the mirror, squinting at the girl staring back at me. My eyes were still mostly blue, with the exception of that one slice of brown in my left iris. Other than my missing scar, nothing looked different at all. I didn't feel much different either, and yet I knew everything had changed. "Who are you?" With a deep breath, I studied myself and tossed my bag back over my shoulder. Everything would be fine. I just needed to get home until we could figure out what happened back there. But each step took me further from that sense of calm I tried to maintain. I couldn't quit thinking about what Dom had told me. Why would Professor Brossard be thinking of Rossel? Surely they weren't working together. Rossel wanted me dead, and Brossard had plenty of opportunities to hurt me. But he wasn't trying to get me alone or cause harm. He was avoiding me. Why? An unnaturally high-pitched giggle shook me from my thoughts on the sidewalk outside of the classroom building. I looked up to find the Agarthian girl with the wind power walking with an exaggerated sway of her hips, arms slung through the crook of Tate's elbow. Camille and the cat girl walked behind them. 4 sets of golden eyes glanced up as they approached me on the sidewalk. "Everly!" Tate dropped the girl's arm like a hot potato and stepped toward me. Her smile disappeared, replaced with a glare. But Camille stepped up to her side, her grin growing ever wider. "Ah, it's the water girl with the temper again." Camille placed her hands on her hips. "You better look out for that one, Tate." I ignored them, focusing my attention instead on the tall, handsome prince that stood before me. "You're outside," he said quietly. He stopped just beyond arm's reach. "I needed some sunshine," I shrugged. I was feeling a little blue after being cooped up for a week. The corner of his mouth perked up, and his eyes briefly grazed over me. "You still look a little blue. Need some company?" "Ahem." The wind wielder cleared her throat loudly over Tate's shoulder. His jaw tensed slightly before he turned to look back at the girls. "I thought we were going to grab some coffee at the Honey Pot." She pushed her lower lip out playfully, but Tate wasn't amused. "Sorry, Stella. We'll have to reschedule," he said. Stella. I'd have to remember that was the Wind Girl's name. "The paper is due tomorrow. We can't reschedule." Her glare hardened, but it was definitely focused on me, not Tate. "I'm not—" He stopped himself and took a deep breath. "I'm not going to be able to go right this second. You all go ahead, and I'll meet you there in a bit." Camille narrowed her eyes, and Catgirl literally bared her teeth at me. Their little hissy fits weren't doing much to improve my own bad attitude either. They'd taken the brunt of my power once already today. There was no telling what might happen if I got angry again. It's fine, Tate. We can talk later. I forced a smile and tried to walk away before my emotions got the best of me. But Tate jogged back up to my side. No, that's just it. He paused as the Agarthian girls moved down the sidewalk toward the coffee shop. Stella flicked her wrist as they passed us, and a gust of wind blew my hair into my face. Not cool, Stella, Tate called out. Their snickering carried on as they rounded a curve in the sidewalk. I was definitely frustrated, but I'd somehow managed to keep my reaction under control this time. They didn't get to me quite as much when I had Tate by my side. That was good. I was making progress. Sorry about them, Tate grumbled when we were alone. We walked at a casual pace behind them, allowing the gap between us and the Agarthian girls to widen with every step they took. It's fine. It's not your fault. Besides, Dom says they only act that way because they don't like seeing Agarthian guys talking to girls outside of your race. I'm sure it's 10 times worse when it's their prince who is doing it. I raised my brows at him. That's probably true, though I'm sure you're used to other girls being jealous of you. Me? My cheeks warmed. He'd obviously forgotten who my beautiful roommates were. I wouldn't say that's true. Tate paused and locked his eyes on mine. Well, you should probably get used to it then. He grinned, and it took all my strength not to melt into a puddle on the sidewalk. He was just a guy, but I could not deny my attraction to him, especially when I remembered our bodies pushed close together in that linen closet. He jerked his eyes away and started walking again, breaking the spell he had on me. And maybe it was just a spell. He was a talented siren, after all. But that wouldn't explain why he seemed just as rattled as I did. I'm glad I ran into you. I was planning on swinging by your place later to talk to you anyway. There's been a request for me back home. In Agartha? He nodded. His kingdom of Agartha was a mythical place, somewhere deep under the ground, inside a massive chasm within the Earth's core. It sounded fake, like a story someone had made up long ago. But then again, my entire life seemed pretty unreal these days. Still, it was hard for me to imagine him living there. What for? Will you be gone long? I don't know. They're not very forthcoming with these things. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't want to go, but the drama that'll get stirred up if I disobey the order isn't worth it. They want me there as soon as possible. When are you leaving? First thing in the morning. My stomach sank. He had done his part in turning my aura blue. We had plenty of the pills left, and we really didn't need Tate for the next part of my journey. But that didn't mean I wanted him to go away. I was more disappointed to see him go than I would have expected to be. Oh, it was all I managed to say in response. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't think I disappeared on you. But make sure you stay out of trouble while I'm gone. I never get into trouble. He laughed. Seriously, promise me you'll stay home, either at your place or Millie's until I get back. When will that be? I can't say. Then I can't promise. The truth was that I wasn't planning on staying inside long at all. As soon as Al came back with the location, I had every intention of marching down to talk to Russell, especially now that I knew he was involved with Brossard somehow. This situation with him just kept getting weirder, and enough was enough. You could at least pretend you'll be safe. I'm not big into pretending, I winked and patted him on the back. Now go get to your Agarthian girls before they come and hunt me down to find you. He hesitated, unsatisfied with ending the conversation there. But thankfully he didn't push it any further. I was glad he didn't, because my emotions were all kinds of mixed up, and I couldn't be sure how or if my powers might reveal themselves again. All right, Tate said. Will you tell the others where I'm going? I will. And Tate? Yeah? You be safe too. Chapter 8. I peeled away from Tate, lost in my thoughts as I made the short walk back to our apartment. Rossel was up to no good. Rasputin claimed Rossel wanted me dead, and even Tate had admitted that his orders to extract my soul came from the Olympian seer. But the only reason I could come up with for why Rossel would care so much about me was that he knew something about the prophecy. If Rossel knew about the prophecy and the meaning of the tablet, it made sense for Professor Brossard to think of him. After all, the tablet was originally in Rossel's care. But how did he know I was involved? He knew I was a deliverer before I did. A vision. It must have been a vision. Gala had once mentioned that Rossel's visions came to life on canvas. He painted what he saw. It was why he'd owned the art gallery, and it was why the Olympian king kept him close by. He liked to literally see the future in painting form. And Rossel had seen me as the deliverer. He should have killed me on the spot that day in his gallery, but he didn't. He could have offed me that night on Gala's yacht when he'd warned me to stay away from her. But again, he didn't. He sent Tate after me instead. And though it was probably a false sense of security, I walked a little taller knowing that Rossel couldn't, or maybe just wouldn't, physically kill me himself. I picked up my pace, chin held high, anxious to get home so I could plan out exactly what I would say to him when I got him alone. But as I rounded a corner, I got the same sensation I had before class, that someone was watching me. I slowed to a stop, looking over my shoulder, up and down the street. Nothing seemed unusual. "What are you doing?" Al's voice called out in my mind. I startled and turned my gaze upward. He was perched on a metal flagpole extending outward from a building. "Al, it's just you! Thank goodness!" "Quiet. If people see you talking to an owl on the street, they'll call the authorities." He had a point. Maybe I could talk to him in my mind. I focused my thoughts, trying to direct them at the owl. I asked him if he'd found Rossel. "Why are you making that face? You look like you have gas. Stop it." I rolled my eyes. That didn't work. Obviously, I wasn't telepathic. "I'm going to the park." It wasn't far from campus, and I figured I'd have better luck finding a spot to speak privately with my owl there. Not to mention, he would look a lot less suspicious in a tree than he looked perched on a windowsill in Manhattan. Al flew ahead, and I joined him by the waterfall in Morningside Park just a few minutes later. "All right," I said, parking myself on a large rock. "Tell me everything. Did you find him?" "Not exactly, but I have to believe he's still in town somewhere." "Why's that?" "The place is crawling with Olympians, and they seem angry." "What? Why?" "Oh, wait. Claudia mentioned the annual convention coming up. Are they here for that?" "No, it's still a few weeks out." "What do they need then?" He flapped down to a lower branch a little closer to me. "I think they're looking for Driscoll. I wasn't sure at first, but after you left Millie's place, the activity really picked up in that area. I think it has to do with your aura." "What do you mean?" "I mean, when you were at Millie's house, Driscoll was basically invisible. I think your aura must have shielded him from the effects of the curse somehow. But now that you're gone, the Olympians have discovered him. There have been some bad-looking dudes sitting outside of Millie's place around the clock since you left." "Oh my goodness. You think they're just waiting to catch him?" "Possibly. Either that, or they're waiting to catch you." My heart raced at the thought. "I've got to find Rossel." "I'm sorry. I tried to find him. Really, I did." "I know you did, and I appreciate it. I'll keep looking. Until then, you might want to stay away from your aunt." He bobbed his feathery head and took flight. I stayed on the rock, watching until his white form disappeared behind the trees and back into the city. As my gaze shifted back to the waterfall, I felt a chill across the back of my neck again. But if Al was gone, that meant someone else's eyes were watching me from the shadows. I turned over my shoulder and struggled to keep my expression calm as I saw Osborne approaching. He cracked his knuckles, sneering like a bully from some 80s movie. "I always knew you were crazy, but talking to yourself in a city park takes it to a whole new level." "What do you want, Osborne?" He couldn't legally hurt me anymore. I wasn't fractured, which meant I was no longer a target for the hunters. "I want to help you. You're looking for Russell, huh? Well, wouldn't you know, he's looking for you, too." He'd overheard me talking to Al. Thank goodness he couldn't hear what Al said as well. "I'm sure that he is, but you and he both should know that there's nothing you can do to me now. I've got my full powers, or hadn't you noticed?" I gestured to my sides, showing off what I hoped he could see as a blue aura. I kept my spine straight, shoulders back, and prayed I looked more brave and confident than I felt. "Even full powers won't exonerate you from the law." "And what law have I broken?" Did he know about my meeting with Rasputin? Osborne stopped just a foot in front of me. We were both standing now, the water at my back, and the rest of the park laid out before me. There weren't many people out in the middle of a workday, but there were enough to notice if he tried to harm me here. I hoped they would notice anyway. "I don't know," Osborne shrugged. "And honestly, I don't care. The price on your head is good enough for me. Never seeing your face again is just an added perk." "So you expect me to just turn myself in for some unknown crime I never committed?" "That would be easiest, yeah. But I can use force if necessary." The logical part of my mind knew I should be afraid. My brain was sending out the red alert with lights flashing and sirens blaring. "Osborne bad, Everly run!" But there was a disconnect somewhere. My body didn't get the memo. No, my body was mad. The power that resided somewhere deep in my core wanted to fight back. How dare he follow me to the park? Who did he think he was, trying to take me captive? I was innocent. My fingers felt twitchy as the water at my back called to me, beckoning for me to wield it against anyone who might oppose me. Before I could think or reason with myself, my hands rushed forward, pulling the water from the pond with them. A small tidal wave rushed forward, focused on a single spot, one person. Osborne was knocked off of his feet as the water engulfed him. That's when I should have run, but my inner Athena wasn't done with him yet. The water splashed back into the pond, and Osborne growled from the ground, shaking dirty droplets from his hair. "That was a mistake." "You're right, it was." I placed my foot on his chest, kicking him back onto his rear as he attempted to stand up again. "It was a mistake for you to think you could take me so easily. Tell Russell he can come and talk to me face to face like a man." "Tell him yourself." Osborne thrust his legs forward like a ninja, jumping back to his feet in one graceful move. Then he was on me like a flash of light, snagging my hair into his fist and yanking my head back. "Sleep." The sound of 1,000 harmonies in his single word was the last thing I heard before my body went limp. Chapter 9. It smelled like Mama May's basement. That was the first thing I noticed as my awareness returned. But I wasn't back in Oklahoma, and this wasn't the storage room of my small town's favorite old widow. Keeping my eyes closed so that my captor wouldn't know I was awake, I tried to gather as many additional details about my location as I could. It was chilly, drafty, which meant a window was open, or perhaps we were just in a really old building. Street noise confirmed that we were definitely still in the city, though. My shoulders ached, pulled at an unnatural angle. My wrists were bound together behind my back with what I guessed were zip ties. Another rope stretched across my stomach, tying me to what felt like a metal folding chair. My feet were on hard ground. Little light made it through my closed lids, so I lifted them just enough to sneak a peek of my surroundings through my lashes. I was in some kind of warehouse, dimly lit by dingy windows placed high on the filthy walls. The space was vast and empty. I was all alone.
You can stop pretending to be asleep.
Scratch that. I wasn't alone. Unfortunately, Osborne was still here, too. And you can stop pretending to be righteous, I spat back. We both know how much you enjoy seeing me tied up like this.
I don't have to pretend.
I scoffed, then gave a hard tug on the ties binding my wrists. The plastic cut deeply into my skin, but they didn't break. I tried again, yanking harder, and stifled a little yelp as the skin on my wrist broke open on the sharp edges. It shouldn't have been so difficult with my new powers. The ties back at Driscoll's lighthouse had broken apart like threads. What did you do to me? Osborne finally made his way into my view, sighing as he strolled past like he was enjoying a casual walk through the park.
I made you sleep. I trust you got plenty of rest?
He grinned, taunting me. I lunged forward, but the rope held the chair tightly to my backside.
Sit down,
Osborne said. His voice was laced with glamour, and I had no choice but to obey.
I mean, what did you do to my powers?
My voice was like a growl through clenched teeth. Osborne wasn't playing fairly. If he got to use his powers, I should have access to mine as well. I thought I saw a brief flash of confusion in his features before he squared his jaw again. Perhaps I was imagining it, though, because he quickly shifted back into bully mode.
I didn't do a thing to your powers. You're just weak.
I wanted to lunge again, but his glamour still wormed through my mind, forcing me to remain still. But one thing was clear. When it came to my powers, Osborne had no idea what I could do. And while a part of me wanted to rip off the binding on my hands and bring him down just like I'd done with the thunderstorm and the Agarthian girls, a bigger part of me knew my power would be more useful if it was kept a secret for now. So I would let Osborne think I was weak until it really counted. I didn't think he'd hurt me anyway, or else he would have already done it by now. So what are you going to do with me then? Just leave me tied up here in this warehouse?
Yep.
He pulled a phone out of his back pocket and checked a message on the screen.
That's all I was hired to do. Looks like my work here is done, so I'll just be on my way. Good luck, he snorted. You're gonna need it.
My pulse quickened as he turned toward the rusted metal door to my right. My lips parted, and I stopped myself before calling out for him to wait. It wasn't like Osborne would help me even if I asked him to, and I certainly didn't plan on asking him to. Light from the alleyway beyond flooded in briefly as Osborne stepped out of the warehouse, but it was quickly blotted out by a tall, wiry, shadowed figure who took his place. The door slammed shut again behind the new man, and I instantly recognized the white knot of hair balanced atop his head. Russell glided toward me, his unique gait identifiable anywhere. He wore all black from head to toe, and I wondered briefly if he owned anything in any other color. Probably not. Nothing else would look quite as intimidating as the darkness against his pale skin and the shock of white hair on his head. Plus, it brought out the soul-sucking blackness of his hollow eyes. He was like a phantom, but this ghost couldn't hurt me. His only power was the ability to see the future. My new keeper's strength would certainly give me the upper hand if push came to shove. That's what I told myself anyway. Everyone needed a little internal pep talk now and again.
Miss Gordon.
His thin lips pulled into a pout as he assessed me. He didn't look quite as excited to see me bound to this chair as Osborne had, but I suspected he was simply more skilled at hiding his reactions. I tried once more to break free of the ties around my wrists, but whatever strength my powers had once provided seemed to have disappeared. "Russell, what a pleasant surprise. If I'd known you were coming, I would have fixed the place up." I couldn't hide the sarcasm in my tone. It was a defense mechanism, and I hated it. My snark never packed the punch I hoped it would. It just made me sound immature. Russell wasn't amused either. "I thought we had an agreement. I asked you to stay away from Gala." "And I asked you to tell me where my mother is." He pursed his lips, neither confirming nor denying that he knew where she was. After a beat, he laced his fingers loosely together behind his back and began pacing before me. "Will you tell me where she is?" I prodded again. "No." "Will you at least confirm that she is still alive?" "No." "She's dead?" He paused, turning his hollow black eyes on me. "I will say no more about your mother." "What about my father?" I didn't know where the thought came from, but I had a hunch that if anyone knew about my father, it might be Russell. Russell stiffened, but continued pacing the dirty floor as though he didn't hear me, but I knew he had, and based on his reaction, I suspected my hunch might have been correct. Now I just needed to get the upper hand on him somehow. I gave another feeble tug on the restraints around my wrists, but it was no use. My powers had abandoned me. "I need you to leave," he said finally. His face had twisted into a strange mix of uncertainty and regret. "Gladly," I said. "Just untie me from this chair first, please." "I need you to go far away. You must tell no one, and you must never return." "Oh, like you tried to do with Driscoll?" He turned a hard gaze on me. "I know you cursed him to remain on an island in the middle of the sea. But don't worry, I rescued him. I delivered him to safety. You can't hurt him anymore. You can't hurt me either, can you?" I was going out on a limb, but it was all starting to come together in my mind. The pieces fit, but the puzzle looked a lot different than I would have guessed before. Russell began pacing again, so I continued with my hypothesis, trying to see what kind of reactions I might elicit from the old man. He was reluctant to tell me anything, but maybe if I guessed correctly, I would be able to see the truth in his response. "He knew about the tablet, so you hid him away. But now that I have it, you can't control him anymore. You can't control me either. My power is too strong. Is this why you tried to kill me before my power emerged?" He gave me no response. He didn't so much as glance in my direction. So I kept going. "It's why you wanted me to stay away from Gala, too, isn't it? If she got too close, you knew she could have a vision that would lead me to the truth. Well, you were right, Russell. I know the truth, and you can't stop me from what is going to happen now." "You know nothing," he snapped, and the fierceness in his dark eyes made my heart stop. In 3 long strides, he was standing inches from my face, and I fought to keep my breathing steady. I was terrified, but I wouldn't let him know it. "You are a child and a fool." He spat the words like they were on fire, then turned on his heels and walked away from me again. "You don't understand the finer balance of our world, and you will destroy it." "Maybe it needs to be destroyed." Russell whirled around, and a flash of silver glinted off of a blade in his hand. In the same breath, he flicked his wrist and sent the blade flying end over end, straight for my chest. Chapter 10. A scream built up in my throat. I felt it rise from my chest in slow motion, like a teapot about to boil over. And just before it erupted from my lips, everything stopped. The knife hovered before me in mid-air, an inch away from my chest wall. The hilt was a tarnished gold, ornate in design, with otherworldly creatures breathing swirls of fire from the pommel to the blade. Years of grime, probably centuries, had darkened the crevices between the glittering swirls. It looked ancient, But the blade was no more dull than it had been when it was first forged. And instead of a scream, a laugh bubbled out of me. Why was I focused on the design of the dagger that was about to kill me? My hyper-awareness and observation of detail almost overshadowed the fact that time had stopped once again. "Al?" I scanned all the windows of the warehouse, looking for my feathery friend and protector. I repeated his name, but there was still no answer. He wasn't here, which meant the power to stop time could only have come from me. But how? Was it something I could command at will, or just some built-in safeguard to protect me from certain death? I refocused on Russell, his body frozen mid-throw. His lip was curled in rage, but his eyes told another story. Again, I got the impression that he regretted something. Killing me? Or maybe not doing it before now? It didn't matter. He'd failed, for now, though I wasn't sure how long the time would hold for me. I leaned carefully forward, close enough for the rope around my midsection to meet the blade. If I touched it, would it fall from the air and stab me in the leg? Or would contact simply renew its original momentum, propelling it through my gut? I hoped neither of those options were the case. I really just needed it to stay in the air so I could use it to my advantage. "Please don't move," I whispered. Then I gently brought the rope down along the edge of the blade. Miraculously, the knife remained motionless in the air. I breathed a sigh of relief and did it again, moving my body up and down like some uncoordinated version of the chicken dance as I attempted to fray the rope. My thighs burned, held in a perpetual squat with the chair still stuck to my backside. But after just a couple of minutes, the rope broke. The chair clattered to the hard ground, the rope still attached to it. But my hands were still bound behind my back with the hard plastic zip ties. With a quick glance to ensure Russell was still frozen, I righted the chair with a foot, bumped it closer to the knife with my hip, then stepped onto it and turned around. The knife hadn't moved when I needed it to stay still, but now I needed it to move. "Will you please let me take you?" I felt like a fool speaking to the inanimate blade that was still frozen in time, but it did what I'd asked it to before. Maybe it would fulfill my wish again. I stretched my arms backward until I made contact with the cool metal side of the blade. Taking it between my thumb and fingers, I gave a little tug. Somehow again, the knife submitted to my will. The handle fell, and the edge of the blade cut into me slightly as I gripped harder to keep from dropping it. But a small cut on my hand was worlds better than an open chest wound, so I wouldn't complain. Russell was unmoving, still snarling like a statue across from me. I had to get these ties off as quickly as possible. My clock had to have been running out. This was the longest I'd ever kept time stopped before. I readjusted the knife awkwardly in my hand until I was able to twist the blade against the plastic around my wrists. It took about a minute of pushing and pulling the blade, but finally it cut through the ties. I immediately rolled my shoulders back to stretch my aching muscles, cracked my neck, then inspected the bloody cuts around my wrist from where the ties had dug into my skin. Thankfully, these new keeper powers would help me to heal more quickly. I'd always been kind of a wimp when it came to cuts, and this was like a paper cut on steroids. Knife in hand, free from all the ropes and ties that bound my movements before, I stalked over to Russell's frozen body. This was my chance. I could end him without a fight, without a struggle of any kind, and I probably should, considering he'd just launched a dagger at my heart. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. It felt wrong, cowardly, and I couldn't forget that hint of regret in his eyes. Perhaps there was still some good left in his soul, and if not some good, there was definitely some information I needed to get out of him. Russell knew where my mom was hidden, that much I was certain of, and now I wondered if he might know something about who my father was also. No, I definitely couldn't kill Rossel today, not until I found out exactly what he was hiding from me. A faint pressure was building in my chest, like a string attached to my sternum was being gently tugged away from me. And somehow I knew this was my body losing control of the time-stopping trick. No. My voice was firm, but inside I was pleading. No, please, not yet. I just need a few more minutes. The pressure stopped, and Rossel remained still. I knew I was pushing my luck, so without another moment of delay, I rushed back over to the chair and untied the rope from it. It was now in 2 pieces. I used one to secure Rossel's hands behind his back, the way mine had been tied, and I used the second piece to tie his ankles together. It wasn't a permanent solution, but hopefully it would hold until I could figure out what my next move should be. I sat his lanky body into the chair and whispered to his lifeless face, "I'll be back for you." Osborne was next. Chapter 11. The pressure was already building in my chest again when I slipped out of the warehouse. The sun was bright, even in the shaded alleyway. It called to me, tempting me to seize this moment and just run as far as I could, far away from Rossel and Osborne and some ancient prophecy that I could never escape. But I was in too deep for that, and it wouldn't only affect me. There were other people's lives at stake now, too. Millie and my friends, Tate, and the man in the most imminent danger, Driscoll. I turned the dagger over in my hand, watching the sun play off of its gilded surface. The string tugging my sternum was at full force. I felt as though it would crack at any moment. With a deep breath, I raised the blade toward Osborne, who was standing guard right outside the door. It was imperative that I keep him still once time began moving again. I lifted my hand, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed another person who had frozen in place while casually walking past the alleyway on the street beyond. I couldn't risk him looking our way when the spell broke. I lowered my weapon and sprinted over to the young man. He stared at his phone screen, one foot lifted slightly off the ground. I took his shoulders in my hands and pushed him forward slightly. "Move along," I said. I'd expected him to remain stationary, waiting for me to drag his body forward past the alleyway. But surprisingly, his feet moved with my encouragement. It was like pushing a bicycle and watching the pedals move as the wheels spun. His feet walked, holding him upright, even as the top half of his body remained still. "This is so cool," I whispered to myself. Once he was fully past the alleyway, I ran back to Osborne and grabbed hold of the blade again. Raising it to his throat, I finally relaxed and planned out my words. My chest ached with the pressure of my power, but time was still stuck in place. How could I make it move again? What was I missing? I glanced back at Osborne, whose blank expression was fixed on the wall across the street. I couldn't just leave him here. Rossel would sick him after me just as soon as he came to, but I didn't have anything to tie him up with either. I looked back and forth, up and down the alley. There was nothing but an old dirty sock laying crumpled against the wall across from me. Then again, maybe the sock could be of some use. I risked another 6 seconds to go fetch the dirty thing, and I was shoving it into Osborne's mouth when the string in my chest finally snapped. The breeze blew through my hair, rushing down the alley like a wind tunnel, and the sound of the city filled the air once more. Osborne's eyes grew into full circles, and his hands shot up to grab a hold of my wrists. I pushed the flat side of the blade against his neck and shook my head, a clear warning not to try anything stupid. "Hey, Osborne. Surprised to see me?" I couldn't keep my smile at bay. The look on his face was just too stunned. He must have believed I appeared out of thin air. Good. Maybe he'd think I had the powers of a messenger, teleporting through space the way Devon and my mom could. "Look here, I will take that disgusting used sock out of your mouth on one condition. You will not use your glamour on me. The second I hear the sound of the siren's call out of you, I will flick my wrist and use Rossel's pretty little dagger here to carve that voice box right out of your throat. Am I making myself clear?" A look of pure shock flashed across his face, and he gave a little nod, barely moving against the knife I had on his skin. "Good. Don't make me regret this act of mercy." I gagged a little as the crusty sock crunched under my fingers, but I made good of my word and yanked it from Osborne's mouth. He snarled as a thanks. "Where are your manners?" I pushed the knife a little harder into his skin. "I can get the sock again if you'd like." Osborne didn't say a word, but his eyes could have torched me. "Easy there, killer. You don't want to push me. Now listen up. You are going to stop chasing me. You will not hunt me down anymore, or I can promise you the hunter will become the hunted. I've got Rossel tied up inside. He got testy with me, and I guarantee you he won't do it again either. I will not tolerate you two and whoever you work for inconveniencing me anymore. So run back to whoever is in charge of this mess and let him know I'm done playing his game. Tell Rossel, too. It's over." "You know," Osborne's eye twitched as he spoke, "I didn't actually care about what happened to you before. I was just doing my job. But now I hope they rip you apart. I'd like to see them try." I pulled the knife back from his neck and twirled the blade in my hand. It was showy, not really my style, but something powerful had come over me. I felt invincible, and somehow Osborne felt it too. He knew not to mess with me. My inner Athena was showing. "What happened to you?" he asked. "I learned the truth." "Yeah, and what's that?" he sneered. "Ask Rossel. He can tell you all about what he saw me do in his vision." A muscle ticked in Osborne's jaw. I could tell he wasn't sure whether or not to believe me, but he knew there would be repercussions if what I said was true. Rossel was one of the greatest seers of all time. His visions were highly regarded as the truth in the Keeper world. Whether or not Rossel told him about me being the deliverer, the seed of doubt had been planted in Osborne's mind. He looked to the side, trying to appear unimpressed. "You'll find out soon enough," I shrugged. "And sorry, by the way, if you lose out on your reward for letting me get away." I dropped my voice to a whisper and grinned. "And I will be getting away." I tucked Rossel's blade into my waistband, no longer concerned about Osborne attacking me. I could practically see his fear radiating off of him now. He wouldn't dare make a move on me again until he talked to Rossel. The whole system is changing soon. I'm turning the world on its head. In fact, I highly suggest you work on getting on my good side." Osborne scoffed, and I quirked a brow at him. "Or don't. Makes no difference to me." I took 2 steps away from him before turning back over my shoulder. "Oh, and Osborne, don't let me see your face again unless you're coming to grovel at my feet. I won't be so gracious next time." I didn't look back again. My pace was steady and confident through the alley and back out onto the street. But as soon as I rounded the corner, a sweat broke out across my brow, and my hands shook. That was not Everly Gordon speaking back there. I would never have the guts to talk to Osborne that way. Something had come over me. It was terrifying, and yet I wanted more. I remembered the fierceness of the girl in Rossel's painting, and for the first time since I laid eyes on it, I believed it could actually be me. I ran, fueled by adrenaline, until I found a crowded cafe several blocks away from the warehouse. Only after I was inside, safely hidden by the other bodies in the room, did I pull out my phone. I dialed the first person who came to my mind, the only person I wanted to see. "Tate, it's me. Are you still in town?" Chapter 12. Tate bombarded me with questions the entire drive back to my apartment. His expressions had run the gamut from initial disbelief to rage to respect. And as we pulled up in front of my building, he held a half-smirk that wouldn't fade. "What's so funny?" I asked as we climbed out of his car. "Nothing," he chuckled. "You're just full of surprises." I'd sent messages to Sean and the girls during our drive, asking them to meet us back at the apartment. Devon was there as well, everyone waiting in our small living room when Tate and I walked in. "Everly, are you okay?" Dom scanned me the moment I crossed through the door, searching for any injuries. She frowned when she saw my wrists, but they were already healing. I would be fine. Then her frown morphed into an open-mouthed gape as she met my eyes and saw a flash of what I was thinking. Tate laughed again. "She's fine, but I'm not so sure about the other guys. Buckle up, you guys are in for a crazy story." I told them about how I'd run into Osborne at the park, but I didn't mention Al. For some reason, it still felt as though our relationship needed to remain a secret, which meant I didn't mention my previous life as Athena either. It all sounded a little too grandiose to be entirely believable, and it really didn't matter. What mattered was that Rossel was looking to get rid of me, and he knew about the tablet, though how much he understood of the prophecy itself was still a mystery. I told them about how I'd somehow stopped time, too. I described Rossel's attempt to stab me and then my threat to stab Osborne. It was all too much for Sean, who paced the floor as I spoke, running both hands through his hair. He looked like he might yell, or possibly jump right out of the window and hunt Osborne down himself. But I assured him that Osborne wouldn't be a threat to me anymore. I truly believed that. Rossel, on the other hand, I imagined I would see again soon. In fact, I counted on it. "How much of this did you already know?" Sean rounded suddenly on Tate, the accusation clear in his tone. "None of it. Rossel asked me to hunt Everly. He warned me that she was fractured and she was dangerous. He said he needed a skilled hunter to counter her and to take her soul the moment her powers emerged, before she could do any real damage. The orders came from higher up, and that's all I know." Dom kept a scrupulous eye on Tate as he spoke, and I wondered what else she was gathering from his mind, but she didn't push him any further. "Hang on," Gayla said. "I'm not surprised that Rossel knew about the tablet and the prophecy. After all, he painted a giant portrait of you, Ev. We really should have put that together a long time ago. What I'm more interested in is this time-stopping ability you have. That's not typical." They all turned to face me, as though waiting for me to explain myself. I just shrugged. I don't have much control over it. In fact, I didn't even think I was responsible for it the first couple of times it happened. "It happened before?" Dom leaned forward on her knees. "Yes?" I told them about how everything seemed to slow down before Clayton ran me over in the parking lot, and how I froze mid-air just before my real powers emerged at the loading docks when I was running from Osborne. Tate frowned, disappointed that this was the first he'd heard of it, even though he was there that day. "But I can't make it stop on my own. It only seems to happen when my life is in danger." "Fascinating." Dom leaned back again, nodding slowly. "Do you think I can learn to control it?" I asked. "I mean, surely there are others like me. Could they teach me, maybe when we go to Atlantis?" Sean shook his head. "I've never heard of an Atlantean being able to stop time before." "I've never heard of anyone being able to stop time before," Gayla added. Surely that couldn't be true. I looked at the other faces in the room. Gayla was grinning, and Devon looked a little confused. The rest were all examining me, like I was something from another planet. "There is a folk tale," Dom frowned. "You've heard of the god Kronos? He wasn't real as far as the Keeper history books go, but there are plenty of stories of him that have floated down through the years.
Many refer to him as Father Time.
But he was an Olympian in the stories, Gayla said.
I know, but they're only stories. If it was true, I suppose he could have been Atlantean just as easily. The mortals who passed the stories along wouldn't have known the difference.
Huh. So I might have been both Athena and Father Time in my past lives?
I'd have to ask Al about that the next time I saw him. This was all getting too weird. The others were still staring at me, and I was growing more uncomfortable by the minute, so I stood and changed the subject. Who knows about the time thing? I'm still not entirely convinced it's anything more than a fluke. But what I'm really concerned about is Driscoll. I definitely said too much to Russell. I got caught up in the moment and basically confirmed that we had him. I'm worried that Russell will try to retaliate. I can't let him hurt Driscoll, and I don't want him creeping around Millie's place either. I vowed to keep Driscoll safe, so I think it's time we move him.
You're probably right, Sean said. But where can we take him to keep him safe? Millie suggested Port Damaris. Unless you think of a better idea, I'd say we should go with that. I can take him there.
Devon looked like he'd already made up his mind. I nodded.
I'll go too.
But we can't follow you there, Dom said.
I can. Sean stood. We've got to head into Atlantis anyway, right?
He grinned at me. Indeed, that tablet isn't going to piece itself back together.
Are you sure you're ready for that?
Tate asked. His eyes had darkened slightly into a deep, warm hue of gold.
I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I hate that I can't go with you.
I have Sean, and I think I accidentally moved the game forward, whether I'm ready for it or not. Our jig is up with Russell. He knows that we know about the prophecy. Now it's just a race to who can find the missing pieces first. I'll see if I can slow Russell down here, Gayla said. I'm supposed to meet him for another training session tonight.
I doubt you'll be training with him anymore, Dom said. Not now that he knows you're on Team Everly.
I'm sorry if I messed up your apprenticeship. I put a hand on Gayla's shoulder. She grinned wider. I can only pray that you did. I've never wanted to be a seer for the king, and I'll be happy if I never see Russell again. But first, of course, I'm going to at least try to discover what he's up to, and like I said, I'll do whatever I can to throw a wrench into his plans.
And I'll look for another piece of the tablet while I'm in Agartha, Tate added.
I'd forgotten that he was preparing to leave us. Dom shifted uncomfortably, and I wondered again what she knew that she wasn't telling me. Could Tate be trusted to handle a piece of the prophecy, or would he try to destroy it, the way his ancestors had tried to do for centuries before? I suppose there wasn't anything I could do about it at this point. He knew it existed. He'd either find it or he wouldn't. I just had to believe that he would do the right thing. He stepped toward me, and it was only then that I realized I had been staring at him. It was like he knew just what I was thinking. He reached out and moved a piece of hair from my face, his fingers making my skin come alive where they brushed against my cheek.
You can trust me.
I nodded, unsure of what else to say.
Ahem.
Sean cleared his throat loudly, shaking me from my stupor. Darn Tate and his perfect face.
Right, I said, shoving my hands into my pockets. Gayla and Dom can stop Russell if possible. Tate can look for a missing piece of the tablet in Agartha, and Sean and I can look in Atlantis. But first, we need to get Driscoll to safety.
Everyone nodded, all on the same page. It was go time.
Chapter 13. I said goodbye to Tate and the girls, then headed back to Millie's house with my Atlantean friends. It still sounded strange in my ears to admit that I was a descendant of Atlantis. But seeing as how I could breathe underwater and stop time with my mind, it had to be true. I scanned the streets carefully as we pulled up in front of Millie's place. Al had mentioned bad-looking dudes hanging around, and I wasn't sure how much fight I had left in me after the encounter with Russell and Osborne earlier. but I didn't see anyone. Perhaps my message to Osborne had gotten through to Russell and his crew after all, though I wouldn't hold my breath. "Millie?" No one greeted us at the door. Jeeves and Pierre must have gone to the market or something. It was unusual for both to be gone at the same time. I called my aunt's name one more time. "Something isn't right," Devon whispered. Sean marched past us through the foyer and up the stairs. "Let's go see." Something shifted in him, and he appeared bigger, stronger before my very eyes. This was Guardian Sean, and he wasn't happy. Devon and I followed him up the stairs. My heart raced faster with every step we took, dread pumping through my veins. Devon was correct. Something felt really wrong. The door to Millie's study was closed. I gave a soft knock. "Millie, are you in there?" No response. Sean was at the end of the hall, peering into Driscoll's room. He glanced back to us with a frown and shook his head. Then he held up his hands for us to step back and prowled over to the door. He moved Devon and me to the sides of the doorway, placing us flat against the wall. Then he twisted the knob and immediately dropped to the floor as the door swung open. It was a good thing he did, because Millie's heavy iron bookend came flying straight to where Sean's head should have been. It sank into the drywall across the hall, marring the wall. The color drained from Devon's face, leaving his dark skin an ashy gray as his suspicions were confirmed. Millie was in danger. He disappeared in the next instant, teleporting inside the office to his soulmate's side. I peeked around the corner to find several books hovering in the air off of Millie's bookcase, and one by one they went flying toward Devon. "Telekinetics," Sean said. "Stay out here. I'll take care of them." He ran into the room, a flash of speed before my eyes, and batted down the books in midair. He lifted the sofa in the center of the room and tossed it back into the corner like it was made of styrofoam. It flew through the air toward two Olympians, who I'd just noticed off in the shadows. One was a short man who let out an angry roar at the furniture. The other was a tall, wispy-looking woman with sharp cheekbones and a ferocious glare. She raised a hand, and the couch stopped in the air, then reversed its path back toward Sean. "Look out!" I shouted, and my feet were moving before I could think better of it. I dove to protect Sean, but he swept me behind him with one arm and took the brunt of the impact of the couch for the both of us. It simply bounced off of his hard body, and it struck me how valuable having a guardian like this really was. I'd taken Sean for granted. Trusting that he could handle the Olympians on his own, I turned to examine the others. Devon was working furiously to untie the ropes binding Millie and Driscoll to her heavy oak desk. Millie's eyes were wide, but Driscoll didn't look afraid. He'd been expecting this, I realized. He believed his time was short, but I'd made him a promise, and I wasn't going to back out on it now. I rushed over to help Devon. "We've got to get out of here. Do you think you can take us all at once?" I asked. "Probably." He scowled over his shoulder. "But we need to do something about these guys first." I followed his gaze to where Sean was still putting up a really impressive fight. The Olympians both appeared to be telekinetic. They could lift and throw objects in the room with their minds. But their brain power was no match for Sean's strength. He swatted their efforts down like bugs, stalking closer to them with every attack they sent his way. I thought Sean would take them out for sure until his feet lifted off the ground. The Olympians were working together, their hands lifting in tandem as Sean rose higher and higher from the ground. "Put me down!" he shouted. It wasn't easy. I could tell by the quiver of the woman's hands and the strain in the man's face. They were struggling to keep him in the air, but it was effective. Devon cursed under his breath. "Hang on," he whispered. Then he stepped through the fabric of our reality and re-emerged beside the Olympians. He swung a fist, making contact with the man's nose with a sickening whack. Sean dropped a few feet in the air, his body falling sideways, but he didn't hit the ground. The woman was visibly shaking as she worked to keep him in the air on her own. The The man swung back at Devon, but he'd reappeared by my side before the man could make contact. His fist whiffed through empty air. "Get the window," the woman said through gritted teeth. Her squatty little sidekick did as he was told, slamming the window open with a quick flick of his hand, and so much force I was surprised the glass didn't break. Then his arms were extended back toward Sean, assisting his partner by lifting the other half of my friend's body. They were moving Sean toward the open air outside the window. "I don't think so," I growled, and lunged for the Olympians. As I leapt over the fallen couch, I felt a gathering in my chest. The sound of the city street stopped coming in from outside. Sean's heavy breathing went silent, and best of all, the Olympians were no longer moving my friend toward the window. Time had stopped again. But this time, I could feel the pressure in my chest immediately. I didn't have long before that delicate string of power would snap again. I'd used too much already today. Instead of attacking the Olympians, I decided to use what remaining strength I had to rescue Sean. I wrapped my arms around his calves and pulled him closer to the ground. "Sean, can you hear me? Snap out of it! I need you to move!" Sean didn't respond. It wasn't a surprise, but it was a little disappointing to find the limits of my ability. This sure would have been a lot easier if I got to choose who was affected by time stopping. I pulled him again and again until his feet were on the ground. Then, as I did with the stranger on the street near the warehouse, I attempted to push him forward toward Devon. Thankfully, the foot-pedaling walking trick still worked. The pressure continued to mount in my chest as I truly stretched the limits of my power. A groan escaped me as I fought to keep time stilled, just for a little longer. Rossel's blade was still in my waistband, and I used it to cut through the ropes binding Millie and Driscoll to her desk. Then I gathered us all into a circle, clasping everyone's hands together as I went. I was almost finished when the string snapped and time moved forward again. "What?" Millie started, but I interrupted her. "Get us out of here, now!" It only took Devon half a second to register what was going on, and next thing I knew, I was submerged into the most frigid, stinging cold sensation imaginable. I didn't think I'd ever get used to the feeling of teleporting. It took my breath away, freezing my lungs, and then it was gone. Chapter 14. I surveyed my people first, counting faces to make sure everyone had arrived safely. We were all here. Then I leaned back to examine where exactly here was. We stood on white sand near a rocky outcrop of an island. The water was an impossible turquoise, stretching out to reach the hazy blue sky above. "Porto Maris," Millie whispered. "It's beautiful." I turned to find tropical trees dotting the island at my back. There were no other people around, no roads or buildings, just paradise. "This way!" She marched toward the rocks, which towered about 2 stories overhead. "Are you all right, Sean?" "I'm great." He gave one nod. His shoulders remained tense, his expression flat, but he was in one piece. We all were. The only person who seemed unwilling to follow Millie toward the rocks was Driscoll. In fact, he was downright stubborn about it. When we all started walking, he sat in the sand like a toddler preparing for a tantrum. I turned back for the old man and extended my hand. "Come on." "No." He scrunched his nose, and his white mustache wiggled in the sunlight. "Driscoll, please, I want to keep you safe." His brows furrowed. "Just because the Olympians can't get me here, it doesn't mean I'm safe. There are other dangers out there, more than curses and royalty." "I promise nothing will happen to you here." "You shouldn't make promises you can't keep." Driscoll huffed and rose back to his feet, brushing the sand from his backside. He didn't say another word as he fell into step beside me. A moment later, we were back with the others. "I love you, but there's something you need to know," Millie said, turning to Devon.
I'm going to ignore you when we get inside. I will essentially pretend you don't exist. You can't let them know about our connection here." "Why not?" he asked. The poor guy's feelings were hurt, and it was written all over his face. "There isn't time to explain everything right now. Just trust me on this." My aunt took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, then pushed her hands into a crevice of the rock. The stones moved apart, revealing a narrow stairwell. We followed her down just a little ways before the space opened up again into a seaside tavern built into the cliffs. Atlantean men and women sat at a long bar top overlooking the water. An older man with muddy brown hair looked up as we entered, settling on Millie with a cruel smile. "Mildred, I never would have expected to see you here again." "What exactly is this place?" I whispered to Sean, as others in the room turned to see the exchange taking place between Millie and the Atlantean man. "Port Damaris. The island isn't governed by any organized body, and it offers asylum to all Atlanteans. As long as they remain here on this island, they are safe from the laws of the Keepers." "Right, that's why Driscoll will be safe here." Sean's gaze hardened. "Driscoll will be surrounded by all the other Atlantean criminals and misfits who also seek asylum." Oh, suddenly it seemed a little less appealing. "I'm not here for a fight, Tano. I'm just dropping someone off," Millie said. She stood tall, putting on a brave face. Tano's eyes grazed over our crew, skipping right over Sean, Devon, and me. He squinted at Driscoll. "The old man?" Driscoll made a humph and crossed his arms over his chest. "Yes, see to it that he isn't harmed." "Why would I care what happens to him?" Tano smirked. "Because you owe me one, and you know it." Millie's voice was hard. It didn't sound like the gentleness of the aunt I knew and loved. "Oh, come on, Millie. It's been over 100 years. When are you going to forgive me?" "I don't forgive murderers." She turned her head slightly, but didn't make eye contact with Devon. "Especially not those who kill my soulmate." Devon tensed beside me, but I had to give him credit for remaining calm. He was doing much better than I would have done in his situation. Tano paused for a moment, then let out a loud, barking laugh. "You need to relax, Millie. Let bygones be bygones. Your soulmate will be back one day, and hopefully in a smarter body. And as for the old man," Tano waved Driscoll off, "I don't see why anyone would care a lick about him. Look at him. He's harmless." A pent-up breath escaped my lips. They didn't know who Driscoll was then. I could only hope he would be able to stay anonymous. "Good." Millie remained remarkably in control of herself. "Then there's one more thing. We need a couple of rooms, probably just for one night. They'll be going under to Atlantis tomorrow." She dipped her chin toward us. "And I'll be heading home. But tonight we'll need somewhere to sleep." "That's gonna cost you." Tano licked his chapped lips. Sean had to grab Devon's arm to keep him from hitting the man. Tano looked over to see what the movement was all about, but Millie reached out for his shoulder, drawing his attention back to her. "Just show me to the kitchen," she said. "I'll get right to work." Devon relaxed, and we followed Tano through the crowd to an archway behind the bar. A short hall led us back to the kitchen, where Millie seemed to make herself right at home. She went straight for a pantry and emerged with a couple of aprons. Tano seemed satisfied with that, and after another minute or two of mouthing off to my aunt, he left us alone. After a few more minutes of Millie rummaging through cabinets and drawers, she had a stack of ingredients on the counter. She put her hands on her hips and turned to me. "Driscoll will be safe, and you'll be off to Atlantis by morning. But right now I need your help." I didn't know what lay ahead, but I trusted that Millie had it under control. And finally, after a very long day, I leaned into the hope flickering inside.
With a guardian by my side and a warrior goddess somewhere deep within me, I knew we were going to be successful. We would reach Atlantis, find a missing piece of the tablet, and eventually carry out the prophecy. But first, we had some work to do. Part 2. The Water Princess. Chapter 15. The situation wasn't funny at all, but I couldn't help but laugh. Sean, a broad-shouldered, muscular hulk of a man, hunched over at the counter, whining over a mixing bowl. Giant flower handprints were smeared across his apron, and he pouted at my Aunt Millie. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong. They keep breaking." "They're eggs, Sean. They're supposed to break." I peered into his bowl at the puddle of broken yolks and pulverized shells. "Maybe you should try a more delicate touch." We tried to keep our conversation light and fluffy in the hopes it would make Driscoll and Devon a little less sour. Devon still had his undies in a wad about losing his previous life to these people, and Old Man Driscoll wanted to be anywhere else. But at least we were all alive now. Russell couldn't get us here, and as soon as we helped Millie with her chore, we would have clean beds to sleep in before our trip to Atlantis tomorrow. Done! I stepped back from my own mixing bowl, proudly examining the batter within. "Do you want me to pour it into the baking dish?" "Not yet." Millie's shoulders sagged. "We're missing the final ingredient." She dragged her feet over to a narrow cabinet with steel bars running across the front of it. With the click of the lock, the door swung open to reveal a pharmaceutical smorgasbord. "Oh!" I put the heel of my hand against my forehead. "Of course! This is all making much better sense now. You're making some kind of healing products, aren't you? I was wondering why they would put you in charge of restocking their baked goods." I licked some raw brownie batter off of my thumb and gave an approving nod. "No offense, of course. This is actually really good. You're just not exactly known for your baking skills." "I am around here." Millie sighed and walked over to me with the medicine bottle in her hand. She twisted off the lid, and I sneaked a quick peek inside. A silvery, greenish substance swirled at the bottom like liquid metal. "What is that?" "It's concentrated soma, and it's incredibly illegal." "And you're putting it in the brownies?" Millie frowned. "It takes a special touch to, enhance these baked goods without going overboard. They need a healer to do it. This is how we pay for our accommodations." "They want to feel good without losing their minds." Driscoll waved an angry hand from the corner of the room and began grumbling something about how the whole lot of them were a bunch of druggies. Millie didn't disagree. "So you're making special brownies?" I laughed. My little rule-following aunt had a rebellious streak in her after all. Seems fitting for an island of supernatural misfits. "They are criminals," Driscoll bellowed. "Soma is like 10 times stronger than ambrosia," Sean said. "It was too strong to remain on Earth. It's only grown in Olympus now, which makes me wonder how they have a store of it here." He shot a disapproving look in Millie's direction. "There are always outside groups looking to hire keepers for their less than admirable jobs, but money has little value here, so they find other methods of keeping everyone happy." Millie cut sad eyes over to Devon, who sat stone-faced beside Driscoll. When he didn't respond, she set the bottle of soma on the counter and joined him on the bench. "When you were here before, in your past life, we worked together on some of these missions." Millie took Devon's hand in hers. Though she looked at him while she spoke, I suspected this explanation was just as much for the rest of us as it was for him. "There was an active group of evil, powerful beings whose only goal was to destroy the Keepers and everything we stood for." "The Manticorians," I whispered. "Yes." Millie's expression hardened as her eyes rested on me for a moment. Thankfully, she didn't know how I knew about the Manticorians. It would be difficult to explain that I gathered all of my information from a textbook given to me by the leader of that group, Rasputin himself. We did everything we could to stop them, but some of the jobs we were tasked with required tactics that weren't exactly above board. Millie dropped her chin, lost in a memory. So we took sanctuary here, where we could be safe in between missions. We made friends with like-minded soldiers, others who were dedicated to the cause. Tano was one of our best and brightest men. You two were like brothers, she said to Devon. He visibly stiffened, but still made no response. But someone got to him. Tano turned on us in St. Petersburg. He struck a deal with someone up high in the Atlantean Council, someone within our very own ranks who was working for the Manticorians. He knew we were close to eliminating them, and the councilman offered to exonerate Tano for all of his previous crimes if he killed us. So he agreed? Millie nodded. We trusted Tano. We never saw it coming. I escaped. She touched Devon's cheek. But you weren't so lucky. To Tano's credit, he knew he'd made a mistake. He took out 4 of our own men, which was enough to erase his criminal history per the deal he'd struck with the council. But then he turned on Rasputin as well. Tano became a free agent. So how did he end up back here again? I asked. Tano needs boundaries. Freedom doesn't work out too well for him. When left to his own devices, he makes poor decisions. One list of crimes was replaced by another, and here he is again. What happened to you? Devon asked. His eyes were glossy, focused intently on my aunt. I served my sentence for 100 years, and I've been playing by the law ever since. With one final squeeze of Devon's hand, Millie stood and returned to work. But that's enough talk about the past. We have more important things to focus on, like the future. She measured out the soma, pouring exactly 6 drops into the batter and mixing it in before transferring it to the baking dish. She turned the conversation toward me as she worked. When you go to Atlantis tomorrow, you'll need to act as though you are a guardian. It's the most common power among Atlanteans, and they will not ask you to prove anything. If they do, run as fast as you can, and we'll just say you're not particularly adept. I nodded. Got it. But as for your real powers... She put the brownies in the oven and turned to me. The whole room drew a collective breath, everyone wondering the same thing. Did you really stop time back in my study? I did. I busied myself with cleaning up the mess I'd made on the countertop, trying to avoid making eye contact with anyone. Is it something you can replicate? Nope. Are you sure? Have you tried it again? Maybe under different circumstances? I could help. We could try to... Millie, I can't. I threw a hand towel onto the counter, sending a cloud of cocoa powder into the air. I've tried. It's actually really frustrating, and apparently no one has ever heard of a power like this. I'm tired of being the weird one. I'd rather just drop it altogether. There's nothing you can do. I'm sorry, Everly. I didn't mean to upset you. You didn't. I'm just tired. It's been a long day. Of course, and I'm sure that must have taken a lot out of you. Why don't you go get some rest? We're almost finished here, and I can wrap things up on my own. Let's find you a room and some supper. You've got an even bigger day ahead of you tomorrow. She was right, and that big day ahead of me was exactly what had me so tense. Though I didn't know what scared me more, the thought of going into Atlantis, or the fear of what might happen if we really did find the missing piece of the prophecy. There was no backing out now. Chapter 16. Tano didn't come around again. Some other man showed us to comfortable rooms within the rock of Portomaris. As we ventured through the hallways, I realized the secret hideout was not only hidden within the stony cliffs of the island, but it extended well below the shore, down under the water as well. Small windows punctuating the hull revealed sea life in the clear water outside of the building. We all shared one room. Sean and I split a bunk bed, Driscoll slept on the couch, and Millie and Devon shared the queen-sized bed in the corner. I tried really hard not to let myself think too much about my aunt and Devon. It still weirded me out if I let it. We were all exhausted and slept like the dead right up until the sound of someone knocking at our door brought us back to life the next morning. "Coming!" Millie called out as her feet swung down to the floor. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, only to find Millie gaping at me when I dropped my hands. "What is it?" "Your aura. It's white again," she whispered. The knock sounded once more, louder this time. "1 minute!" Millie's sweet voice was like a song to the stranger on the opposite side of the door, but she practically growled at me as she flew across the room and tossed my covers over my head. "Get under there! Don't move! Don't even breathe! We can't let them see you!" I held my breath as the door eased open and Millie said hello. A man's voice responded. Tano. Shoot. If only it could have been anyone else. Was it even possible to hide an aura through a blanket, or would it radiate out, unconstrained by fabric and pillows?
"Breakfast is ready. Georgette took one look at that tray full of goodies you left in the kitchen and insisted we feed you before we kick you out. There's a stack of pancakes 3 feet tall in there." His laugh was deep and hollow. "Great, thank you. We'll be right down." I heard a hand smack against the door, and Tano's voice grew louder and closer. "Wait, did everyone sleep okay last night?" "Just fine." Millie's voice was higher, on the verge of panic. Tano's wheezy breathing came even closer, audible through the blanket. He had to have been right over me. "Aren't you missing someone?" "She's in the bathroom," Driscoll shouted. "And thee better hurry up or I might wet myself." He banged on the wall as he yelled. Tano grunted a sound of disgust, and I loosed a silent breath as his heavy footfalls left my side. "All right, we'll see you in the dining room." It was a full 30 seconds after the door closed before Sean yanked the blanket off of me. "That was too close. We've got to get you more of your pills." "You didn't happen to bring them with you, did you?" I looked hopefully at Millie. "I didn't, and I don't think I can make any more without Thaddeus, or another Agarthian with strong glamour. Do you think you might be able to take Sean and Everly back to retrieve them real quick?" she asked Devon. "Sounds like we probably better. But can I grab some pancakes first?" "No," Sean and Millie answered in unison. "Fine," Devon grumbled. "Come on." He extended 2 hands to his sides. Sean and I approached, and Devon frowned at our attire. Sean was barefoot in athletic shorts and a wholly stained T-shirt with the sleeves cut off. I was wearing a faded old nightshirt with a cartoon bird on the front that hung down to my knees. It wasn't unusual for guests to arrive at Port Damaris with nothing but the clothes on their backs, but unfortunately, the selection of extra clothing they had to change into was pretty limited. "Don't look at me like that," I muttered. "We'll get some other clothes at Millie's house before we come back." "That's a good idea, for all of our sakes." He wrinkled his nose. I moved to elbow him in the ribs, but we were gone before I could. I was dipped into the frigid sensation of teleporting across a fabric of reality, but only for a moment before I found myself standing on a pile of papers on the floor of Millie's study. The room had been ravaged from our magical flight the day before, but the Olympians were gone. I dropped the boys' hands and spun in a circle, surveying the damage. "This place is a wreck," Sean said. "No kidding. I can't believe Jeeves hasn't... Oh my goodness, I forgot about Jeeves and Pierre." I turned from the room, taking the stairs 2 at a time and calling out to my aunt's butler and private chef. "Everly, wait!"
Sean's voice called out from the study, but he was by my side in a flash, one of the benefits of his powers. "If they're still here, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do." "I don't care. We'll figure that out later. I need to know that the Olympians didn't get to them. We've got to make sure they're okay." I continued calling out their names until we reached the foyer at the bottom of the stairs. The house was silent. Millie's place had never been so quiet. I had to strain my ears to hear the faintest whine and a scratch at the back door. I whipped around to find two enormous drooling faces looking through the glass door from the patio in Millie's courtyard. "Lemon Drop! Tiny Tim!" Sean got to the door before I did, of course, and he let Millie's giant mastiffs inside. They greeted us with slobbery noses mashed into our legs. "Hey, pups, can you help us find Jeeves and Pierre?" They tilted their huge faces to the side, tails wagging, as they looked up at us. "They're not exactly bloodhounds," I said with a shrug to Sean. But we didn't need the dogs to help us find the others. Devon had already stumbled across them in the most obvious of places, their usual hangout, the kitchen. We went running at his call, and I gasped as I took in Jeeves's massive body tied down to a chair with his back facing Pierre. Both men were restrained at the wrists, waists, and ankles, with giant gags in their mouths. They must have been this way overnight. We hurried to pull the gags and remove their bindings as fast as we could. "Everly, what is going on?" Jeeves's voice was hoarse, and it broke my heart to think of them screaming or calling out for help for so many hours. Sean gave me the side eye. He'd warned me about this, and I didn't have an explanation ready. So I would turn the question back around to them instead, at least until I thought up a plan. "You tell me! Who did this to you? And are you hurt?" I turned Jeeves's wrists over in my hands, searching for any injuries before doing the same to Pierre. Pierre wasn't as outwardly appreciative, however. He wrinkled his brow as he examined my bird nightgown. "Yes, we are fine. But the woman and the short man, they were searching for something. She wanted to kill us, but the man said no. I am so thankful for this small little man." Pierre wiped his brow. "I know this is going to sound crazy." Jeeves ran a hand through his hair and took a deep breath. "But these weren't ordinary people. They—" "Zip it," Pierre warned sternly. Sean and I exchanged looks. They saw the Olympians' powers. We were going to have to do something about that, but at least they weren't interested in talking about it for now. Devon backed toward the door. He was never a fan of confrontation. "I'm gonna head back upstairs to get, you know." "Thanks." I nodded to him. "I'll get myself a glass of water ready." I had to hurry and take the pills before we teleported back to Port Amaris. We didn't have much time before they expected us for breakfast there. "Sean, can you run and see if the tablet is still here? It was in Driscoll's room. I think Tate put some kind of glamour on it, so I'm hoping it's still there." "I'm on it." He took off after Devon, leaving me alone with Millie's help. "Should I call the cops?" Jeeves glanced back and forth between Pierre and me. "No, Jeeves, it's fine. We'll get everything taken care of. But I need you to sit down so I can explain." I pulled out my phone to dial Tate. He needed to get over here as fast as possible to remove their memories of the keepers. But after 4 rings, I remembered. Tate was gone. He'd gone back down to Agartha. Shoot. I slammed my phone down on the counter. "Are you sure everything is okay, Everly? I really think I should call the cops." "No!" My voice came out louder than I'd intended. "Do not call the cops. I promise I've got everything under control." Jeeves startled and settled onto a bar stool next to Pierre while I typed out a rapid-fire group text to Gayla and Dom, asking them to get an Agarthian siren over here, stat. Sean popped back through the door. "It's here." He patted his back pocket. "But I don't think it would be safe to take it to our final destination." He lifted his brows, hoping I'd understand. I had to agree with his assessment. Taking the tablet into Atlantis didn't sound like a great plan. But we couldn't leave it here either, not with Olympians searching the city for it. "What about Portamaris?" I asked. Sean shrugged. "I guess that might be the safest option for now. Millie will know what to do with it." "You know where Millie is?" Pierre asked. I shushed him and looked back to the doorway in time to see Devon join us again. He tossed me my small bottle of pills, and I quickly swallowed one down, gulping the glass of water I'd prepared. "Oh no, Ev. Please tell me you're not turning to drugs." Jeeves frowned. "They're not drugs. I rubbed my temples. "I just need to think for a second." My phone rang. "Dom." I tossed it to Sean. "Here, you talk. I'm going to go change clothes. I think we need to head straight for Atlantis. I don't want to waste any more time eating pancakes by the sea or making special brownies. I've got a bad feeling. We need to hurry this along." "Hang on." Jeeves held out a hand. "Did you just say—" "Don't worry, Jeeves. You won't remember any of this." I turned back to Devon. "Keep an eye on them for a sec, please. I'll be right back." Then I turned my back on my friends, leaving them to manage the chaos we'd created. It only took 24 hours for our whole world to get flipped on its head. Dom could get someone to help Jeeves and Pierre forget what they saw, but what about the rest of us? I wouldn't forget the insanity gleaming in that Olympian woman's eyes as she tried to throw Sean from the window, or the red face of the man who threw books and furniture at me and my friends. No, they were after something, and they were willing to go to drastic measures to get it. If it was a tablet, that meant the stakes had been raised. Rosso let me keep it for a while, but he obviously wanted it back. I'd started something back at the warehouse, and I was afraid it might be something bigger than I was prepared to handle. We had to get to Atlantis. We had to figure out what the prophecy said before Rosso and his Olympians got their hands on it again. Chapter 17. We waited at Millie's until Dom arrived with some Agarthian girl she'd gone to high school with. I gave them a quick rundown of what had happened the day before, and the girl promised she'd be able to clear Jeeves's and Pierre's memories without any difficulty. I was more than a little nervous watching her work, but she stayed true to her word. Jeeves and Pierre remembered nothing when she finished. She even added a great little story about how I'd brought a kitten into Millie's house, which sent the dogs into a frenzy in her study, tearing up half of Millie's things in an effort to catch the cuddly little thing. After her work was done, the Agarthian girl left, leaving me alone with Dom, Jeeves, and Pierre. I apologized for the mess, assuring them the kitten was gone, then asked them to go to the store to get Millie more of that fancy cheese she liked so much as my apology gift. I bid them a silent goodbye as they left. You'll see them again, I thought to myself. Just don't die in Atlantis. Be safe. Dom squeezed me tight, picking up on my nerves, no doubt. Devon and Sean reappeared as we were mid-hug, each wearing fresh clothes and carrying a small bag. Sean handed me his, a messenger bag holding my pills, the dagger I'd taken from Russell, and a couple of snacks. Devon's bag was from Millie's closet, and I suspected it was packed especially for her. He was such a thoughtful little soulmate. I will, I promised. Am I all blue? I spun so they could examine my aura from all angles. You're blue, she assured me. Great. And who knows, with any luck, the amplifying action of these pills might just come in handy when we're in Atlantis. Maybe so. Dom smiled and gave my hand a little squeeze before turning to Sean. Don't let anything happen to her down there. I won't. About that, Devon said. How would you feel about going straight to Atlantis from here? Right now? I asked. He nodded. It took a little more out of me than I expected to get us here and then to Sean's apartment for fresh clothes. I'm not sure if we go back to Portamaris that I'll have the strength to get you into Atlantis this morning, too. That's a lot of traveling on low energy. Sean shrugged.
It's up to you, Ev. We can take the long way there down the Bimini Road if you're feeling brave, or we can just go in with Devon later tonight."
"I don't want to wait until later." I turned to Devon. "Would you be able to look after the tablet for us? Just bring it to Millie. She'll know how to keep it safe. And look out for Driscoll, too, please. He doesn't like staying in Port Amaris, but we need to make sure he doesn't leave. I'm worried about him, even though I know it's the safest place for him right now."
"Of course I will," Devon nodded. "Even if Millie and I decide to come back to New York, I'll make it a point to check on Driscoll every day until you're back."
"Thank you."
"Anything else?"
Devon asked. I thought for a minute. There was only one other thing, but I wasn't sure if Devon had enough self-control to handle it on his own. "Yes," I said, turning to Dom. "There's this guy named Tano in Port Amaris." Devon stiffened again beside me. "Make sure Devon doesn't kill him."
"You have my word," she said, pinning Devon with a hard gaze.
"All right then, let's do this." Devon stretched out his hands, and Sean and I took hold of them. I cast one final glance in Dom's direction before I plunged into the frigid split of our world. When I opened my eyes again, I was submerged in what felt like hundreds of miles of water. I hadn't been prepared for this and choked, holding my breath and trying to cough out the water that remained in my throat without actually opening my mouth. Sean grabbed me by the shoulders and smiled.
"Breathe."
His voice was loud and clear, not garbled by the water or strangled by his lack of oxygen. Sean was breathing freely in the water. Devon, too. And something inside of me felt at ease, at peace with the whole situation, even though my mind was shouting at me to seek dry land. "I can't," I said. The water filled my mouth, but the choking sensation abated. My body welcomed the salty water, craved it even. I was one with the sea, and the sea with me.
Sean grinned. "There you go. You don't have to worry about breathing here. Your body handles it for you, just like it allows you to see through the darkness and resist the pressure of the water above you."
"How far down are we?"
"About 7 miles below the ocean's surface. There's no light here, and mortals would be crushed by the pressure. They haven't even gotten subs this deep, though they've gotten close," Devon said.
"Yes, they have," Devon argued.
"They just don't remember it. Our council does a good job of helping the mortals forget anything they shouldn't see."
"Speaking of not seeing things," I interrupted, "where is Atlantis? I thought it was supposed to be the size of a giant city or a small country."
"It's here."
Sean turned and gestured toward a small cave to my right.
"You just can't see it. It's been enchanted to remain hidden forever from all who are not welcome here. But the fact that you're able to talk and breathe and, not be crushed, means you'll be fine. They'll let you right in."
We treaded water above what looked to be random stones on the ocean floor, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was actually a broken path of some sort. "Is this the road you mentioned earlier?" I asked Sean.
"Yep, the Bimini Road. It'll take you right past Port Amaris if you follow it long enough. But don't worry, you won't have to," Devon said. "There are plenty of messengers in there who should be able to get you back home. Just have them send the bill to Millie."
"Is this goodbye, then?"
"For now. But like I promised, I'll check on Driscoll every day and make sure nothing crazy is going on while you're gone." Devon grinned. "Now, do us proud in there. Get that missing piece so we can get ready for our next adventure."
"You make it sound so easy." I gave Devon a quick hug and whispered in his ear, "Take care of Millie, too, okay?"
He nodded. "Will do. Good luck, guys."
And in a flash, he was gone. Sean and I turned toward the cave a few yards away.
"After you."
He gestured for me to go ahead. Though it should have been pitch black, my eyes somehow allowed me to see through the murky waters of the cave. It was empty, save for a small school of fish that dashed away as we approached.
We'd only been swimming for a minute or so when I saw 2 faint blue glows up ahead. "Those are the guards," Sean whispered. "We're almost there." "Name?" a woman's voice called out as we neared. Her aura was a lighter blue than the man's across from her, but the way the light played off the walls of the cave was mesmerizing. "Sean Bratton." "Everly Gordon." "And what's the purpose of your visit?" The woman's eyes scanned us, and I prayed my aura still appeared blue under the water. "Everly has just recently gotten her powers, so I wanted to show her Atlantis for the first time." "I see," said the woman. Her gaze was sharp and lingering, and I struggled to stay calm. I felt like I'd been caught with my hand in the cookie jar when she looked at me like that. "Well, make sure you take her by Café de la Mer in the second ring. Cherise's croissants are to die for." The male guard's voice startled me. I'd almost forgotten he was there. "Are you really going to bring up the croissants again?" The woman finally turned away from me, putting her hands on her hips as she frowned at the other soldier. "It was an accident, okay?" I glanced at Sean, who shrugged with a grin. "So, can we proceed?" he asked the guards. "Go ahead." The woman waved us through and immediately began jesting with the other guard again. We swam past them and around a corner where I stopped dead in my wake. "What is that?" We stared into what looked like a shimmering wall, fully illuminated by something unseen on the other side. "That is Atlantis." And without another word, Sean disappeared through the wall. Chapter 18. It took all of 2 heartbeats for me to panic. No, panic wasn't the right word. I was mad. Sean brought me all the way down here, 7 miles under the sea, and past some goofy guards, just to leave me stranded here in this cave? I don't think so. I took one deep breath and dove toward the wall after him, not giving myself a chance to consider what might be on the other side, and I landed with a hard thud in the open air. "Graceful as always," Sean said with a chuckle. "You could have waited." I stopped mid-tirade as I realized where we were. Sean and I stood at the top of a craggy cliffside overlooking a world like I could have never imagined. Our feet were planted firmly on solid ground. We were somehow completely dry, and we breathed oxygen from the clear air, but I could still see the ripples of the Atlantic Ocean rolling around us. We were in a massive bubble of sorts, so large that I couldn't see the other side. The distant border was trimmed with jagged mountains, higher than the Rockies and more treacherous than the Himalayas. But between here and there sat a modern city designed in concentric rings circling out from a white palace in the very center. The earth was green and lush with plants and flowers, intricately placed throughout well-designed gardens, and though daylight seemed to fill the air, it wasn't quite like the light I knew from the earth above. There was no sun, no discernible source of energy that emitted the light. Instead, it was like the territory had an aura of its own. "Welcome to Atlantis," Sean said. "Come on, I'll show you around, and then we can try to find a way into the palace." He led me over to a steep stone stairwell that took us down the cliffside. "So the palace sits on the central island, as I'm sure you've noticed. It's the home of Maxwell and Gloriana, our leaders, and their daughter, Anastasia." "I thought they had 2 children." I remembered Sean mentioning something about the royal family, who they didn't actually call royal once before. "Their son is the youngest, so he's moved on to stay with cousins somewhere in Europe. Second children of the monarchs don't exactly have a purpose in the territories. They're kind of useless, really. Just supposed to sit tight somewhere safe in case something ever happens to the next in line for the throne." "Tate doesn't sit off to the side playing it safe." "Tate's situation is a little different, but let's focus on Atlantis. The central island houses all of the courtiers and official buildings. That's where we'll find my father, and hopefully our ticket into the palace. He stays in an apartment building for the councilmen and women while he's on business here in the main territory.
Wait, how is Tate's situation different? I paused on the steps, partly to catch my breath because there were like a million stairs, and partly because Sean had piqued my curiosity about Tate's background even more.
Tate's older brother is, well, let's just say that a lot of people don't believe he's fit to lead, so certain members of the Agarthian Council have made it their duty to show Tate's worth to the king, in the hopes that he will be chosen to lead instead. But the king is very stuck in his ways. He's a firm believer in tradition, so there's a rift in their ranks, and Tate is caught in the middle of it.
It still seemed like I was missing a big part of the story, but that was more than anyone had ever told me before. I'd start watching for other clues regarding the Agarthian power structure when we got back home, but for now, I needed to remain focused on the task before me. Okay, so tell me about the rest of Atlantis. What am I looking at with all these circles? A ring of water circled the inner island. Around that was another ring of land, and the pattern repeated twice more. There was the island with the palace, and a total of 4 rings of land circling out from it, all connected by bridges.
Ah, that's just the rest of the city. You'll see a mix of residential areas and businesses. There are different neighborhoods on the various rings. For example, the Finance District is on Ring 1, with some of the fancier restaurants and shopping. And the agricultural areas are primarily on the outer ring, just because it's the largest and least convenient for traveling. But really, it's kind of a mixed bag. See the boats floating through all the canals? That's the main mode of transportation here. Well, that and the messenger service. It would take half a day to walk from the outer ring to the palace on foot, even with the bridge system. That's where the messengers make their money.
That's fascinating. I admired the architecture as we finally reached the bottom of the stone stairwell, sleek and solid, but somehow completely cohesive with the more delicate gardens surrounding the structures. It was truly like nothing I'd ever seen before, and there were people, or Atlanteans, I supposed, everywhere. The stairs took us straight into an open-air marketplace, which made sense with Sean's descriptions of this outer ring being mostly agricultural. The marketplace was bustling, and the stairs we'd come down turned into a sidewalk that led right alongside one of the canals that cut through this ring. A large boat was being loaded with produce down in the water below.
"How far in are you going?" Sean asked one of the men loading up a box of greens. "All the way to the center," the man replied, "but I've only got 1 seat left."
His bushy brows gathered in the middle as he glanced my way. "That's okay," I said, sidling up close to Sean and taking his hand. "I'll just sit in his lap." I nuzzled my nose along his jawline, trying not to pull back at the scratch of his 2-day baby beard. The man sat down his box and grinned at us.
"Newly found soulmates?"
"Are we that obvious?" I asked, pushing out my lips into a little pout. The man laughed.
"Go ahead,"
he said, waving us on. Sean yanked his hand away from mine the second we were out of sight on the stairs taking us below deck.
"Gross,"
he gritted through his teeth.
"Your breath smells awful."
"I didn't have a toothbrush at Millie's place this morning. Be nice. At least I got us on the boat." We entered the passenger area below, and I grabbed his hand again as we searched for the open seat. But unfortunately for us, we never got that far. "Sean! Everly!" This time I was the one who dropped his hand like a hot coal. "Is that—"
"Hi, Mom."
Sean's face reddened.
"What are you doing here?"
"I could ask you the same." Claudia's voice carried like she was speaking into a microphone. She only had 1 volume, and it was loud. The woman next to her looked up from the book she held with a frown. "When did you get your powers?" Claudia's gaze zeroed in on me. Just last week."
"That's why we're here," Sean said. "Everly's having a hard time in her history class at school, so I thought I'd bring her here to give her better context, and show her some of the artifacts and things in person."
"Huh."
Claudia's mouth didn't fully close as her eyes still grazed over me, like she was looking for a chink in my armor. Then, as if shaking herself out of a daze, she turned back to Sean.
"Well, I'm so glad you're here. I have been bustling myself trying to help your father prepare his big report for the convention coming up, and I just don't think there's any way we'll be able to get everything ready in time on our own. Any chance you two might be willing to help while you're here?"
"Actually, we would love to." Sean nudged me in the side as he interrupted my objection. Following his lead, I flashed my prettiest smile to Claudia.
"Just let us know how we can help."
The woman next to Claudia closed her book with a huff.
"Would you like to trade seats?"
"Sure," Sean said.
"We're,
He scanned the small passenger area until he landed on a single seat across the aisle.
"There." "Just one seat?"
Claudia raised a brow.
"It was all they had,"
Sean grumbled as he slid in next to his mother. What was already going to be an uncomfortable ride on Sean's knee just grew 10 times worse. But at least we were on the right track. Sean knew what he was doing. By agreeing to help his dad with the report, we were one step closer to accessing the palace and any hidden artifacts within. That missing piece of the tablet would be mine in no time. Chapter 19. Claudia talked through the entire ride. Everyone within a 10-foot radius knew that her husband was preparing a presentation for the annual Order of the Keepers Conference. She mentioned it to anyone with ears. But just underneath her outward display of hubris, she was actually a bundle of nerves.
"I just don't know how they can expect him to be able to gather all the information he needs with the hours they have him working,"
she explained as we stepped off the boat. I only half heard the rest of her complaints. It was difficult to stay focused with the towering white palace shimmering before me. It was almost iridescent, like the whole palace was inlaid with mother of pearl. From where we stood, we could see people within the building, moving to and fro through the open-air passageways and across some of its numerous balconies.
"This is amazing," I whispered.
"Ah, yes," Claudia said, with a careless wave of her hand.
"Welcome to the Atlantean Palace, home of our dearest leader, Maxwell."
There was more than a hint of sarcasm in her tone.
"Do they just let anyone in?"
I asked, as I followed her up a stone pathway toward the 2-story double doors at the front entrance. The palace was maybe a quarter of a mile back from the canal, but it was so huge that I felt like we were standing on its doorstep. Other Atlanteans scattered as they exited the boat, taking sidewalks around the palace and into the rest of the central island. But I couldn't be concerned with what lay behind it. The structure was too breathtaking for me to pull my eyes away. "The first floor is open to the public," Sean explained. "There are a couple of offices and a small museum inside, and a large garden out back. The leader's residence makes up the top 2 floors, and the second and third floors are reserved for members of the council to do their business."
"But as the family of a councilman, we are granted access to the middle floors as well, which is great because we need to use the library to access the records required for Peter's presentation."
With a haughty toss of her hair over her shoulder, Claudia marched ahead, straight for the palace doors, like she owned the place.
"But I'm not family," I said,
scurrying up the steps after her. Sean offered an apologetic shrug, but Claudia gave no response. "Hey, Mom, Everly's right. I'm not sure it's right to ask her to help out with Dad's presentation. I mean, we weren't really planning on coming all this way to hang out in the library."
"Trust me."
Claudia stopped dead in her tracks and spun around to face us.
"If you help us with this, I will make sure you get to see far more history than any of the museums can offer. Don't forget, Sean, with a good presentation, we can expect a good promotion, which will lead to additional benefits a standard councilman couldn't dream of. Please, you have no idea how important this is to your father and me. We have been waiting a long time for an opportunity like this. This is our chance to get in tight with Maxwell." I sent a pleading look in Sean's direction. If what Claudia said was true, then maybe it would be in our best interest to help them out. We had no idea where the missing piece of the tablet could be right now, but if Sean's family got closer to the leaders, maybe we'd have a better shot at finding it.
"All right, show us what to do."
Sean's shoulders drooped, but he fell quietly into place behind his mother. I worked to keep my jaws shut as we strode through the palace. There was so much to see, and not enough time to take it all in. It was such an interesting mix of natural materials like abalone and coral, combined with all of the conveniences of modern technology. Screens filled one wall, showing a 24-hour news cycle from countries all over the world. The palace was illuminated by the same unseen light source as the rest of the city, and I couldn't tell if it was magic or just some advanced technology that they had yet to share with the mortals. Without warning, Claudia stopped again, maybe 10 yards away from a set of crystal-looking doors and the 2 guards who stood in front of them. She pulled Sean and me close and dropped her voice. "I probably should get this approved before telling you, but the information we need is not actually in the second-floor library. There's another." She glanced quickly over her shoulder at the guards. "In the basement."
"We don't have approval to go down there," Sean said.
"I took a test when your father was last promoted. I'm not sure if the privilege extends to you by default or not, but I know one of these guards personally. I'll see what I can do." I admired a grand staircase along the wall as they spoke. The steps were inlaid with the same mother of pearl as the exterior of the palace, and crystals dotted the banisters, glittering in the mysterious light of the massive space and sending a mosaic of colors across the walls. 2 more guards who stood sentry at the bottom watched our quiet discussion with cautious eyes. "Whatever we do, we should keep things moving. These whispers are drawing unwanted attention." I tilted my head back toward the guards in what I hoped was a totally natural and not at all suspicious-looking move. Claudia frowned. "Follow my lead." With a big fake smile plastered on her pretty face, she approached the first guards by the crystal doors. "Morning, fellas." She pushed her thumb onto a keypad outside the doors. A small light flashed green, and the guards pulled the doors open for her. "Thank you." Claudia gestured for Sean and me to go ahead, but one of the guards held out the staff in his hands, blocking our way.
"Sorry, Mrs. Bratton. We'll have to scan you in one at a time."
Claudia huffed. "We're in a bit of a hurry. They're with me, Marcus." She tried once again to shoo us on through the doors ahead of her, but the guards wouldn't relent. A shuffling of feet drew my attention back toward the stairs while she argued with her guard friend. The 2 of them went back and forth about the rules and Claudia's precious time, but I lost track of what they were saying as I watched a new crowd of guards descend the stairs. They were dressed a bit more formally than those on the first floor, and it only took a moment for me to realize why. In the center of their small circle, wearing a shimmering floor-length gown that I thought only existed in fairy tales, was a young auburn-haired woman.
"They call her the Water Princess," Sean whispered behind me. "But rumor is she hates the nickname."
"So that's Maxwell's daughter, Anastasia?" As though she heard my softly spoken words, her head turned in our direction at the sound of her name. Her eyes were as blue as her gown, and her lips as red as her hair. I guessed she was approximately our age, if not slightly younger. A look of innocent curiosity flitted across her delicate features as she took me in, but then her eyes landed on Sean, and her body language changed completely. She pointed toward us, whispering in the ear of one of her guards, who looked our way as she spoke. Then they were headed this way.
"Hey, Mom."
Sean placed a hand on Claudia's shoulder, but she was too busy arguing with the guards to pay him any mind. "Mom!" The footsteps were nearing us, and Claudia still had no idea. It wasn't until her friend Marcus shifted his gaze over her shoulder and stood at attention that she finally shut up. "What is going on here?" Anastasha's voice was surprisingly deep and raspy for such a delicate-looking thing. "My apologies." Marcus dropped into a deep bow. "We had a small misunderstanding, but there are no issues. Our people here were just leaving. I assure you they will not cause any additional interruptions to your mourning." "On the contrary," Anastasia grinned, pinning her eyes on Sean again. "I haven't been bothered at all. I'm quite intrigued to see some new faces in the palace." Sean's cheeks reddened, and I had to bite the inside of my lip to keep from laughing. But Claudia recognized what was going through the princess's head immediately. She straightened her shoulders, pulling back into the overconfident stance she held so well. "What an honor it is to be graced by your presence," Claudia cooed. Anastasia turned an appraising gaze in her direction. "What is it that you seek in my palace today?" "We simply wanted to access the basement library. My husband needs some records for a presentation your father has asked him to give at the convention." Anastasia turned to the guards. "Well, let them go," she said simply. "Only one of the 3 has clearance." "I see." She drank in the sight of Sean once again before turning back to the guard. "And do you have reason to doubt the integrity of these people?" "We don't. It's just protocol. Your father has systems in place to ensure the—" Anastasia waved him off. "I don't care about the protocol. If this is an issue of a security clearance, then perhaps we should find another way to gain my father's confidence and their loyalty. I'll arrange a meeting with him." Claudia perked up, her lips pulling into a pleased little smirk. "Tonight," Anastasia added. She turned and smiled at Sean. "Would you like to join me for dinner this evening?" I think, Sweat glistened on his forehead as he stammered. "Of course we would." Claudia dipped into an awkward curtsy. "Thank you so much for the generous invitation." "It will be my pleasure. 7 o'clock. Marcus will meet you here at the bottom of the steps and take you up to the dining hall. I am looking forward to it very much." Her gaze lingered on Sean for longer than was comfortable, even for me. But eventually, she and her entourage disappeared through the hall, greeting other Atlanteans who explored the vignettes of the first floor of the palace. "Holy cow, Sean!" I nudged him once I was certain she was out of earshot. "I don't know how you get all these gorgeous ladies fawning all over you, but I'm sure glad that you do." Claudia ruffled his hair. "Bratton men have always had a way with the ladies. Your father is going to be thrilled when he hears about this. I'll go tell him now. You two can go find a museum or whatever it was you were planning to do, but make sure you're back here in time for dinner. And here." She reached into her purse and pulled out a card. "Buy yourselves something decent to wear tonight." She gave a soft squeal. "There's no way they'll overlook our promotion after this." Chapter 20. "Are you sure I'm not underdressed?" I fussed with my hair, ducking so I could see my reflection in the compact mirror I had stacked on a pile of books. "You're fine. Gloriana insists on their family dressing like royalty, but no one else does. I think she's a little bitter that they're the only keeper leaders who don't call themselves kings and queens. You definitely don't have to dress like them. In fact, the wider the gap between our social status and theirs, the better her mood will probably be." "She sounds like a peach." I closed my compact and took a look at Sean, whose nose was buried in a book. He'd rushed me through what I hoped would be a fun-filled day of exploring Atlantean shops and fashions, just to hurry me back into the second-floor library for a quick cram session before dinner. I tucked the compact back into the messenger bag I'd brought with me from Millie's house, right next to my aura-changing pills and the dagger, then hid the entire bag behind some giant reference books in a hidden little nook of the library. I would have to hope it would be safe there until after our meal. We didn't have time to book a hotel room before the dinner. Apparently, hotels for lowly guardians like us were on the second ring of Atlantis, and it would have taken too long to get there and back before we needed to be ready. Which reminded me, it's almost time to go. I know, Sean said, crinkling his brow. I just wanted to make sure I get this right. He'd spent the last half hour studying up on everything that had ever been written about Maxwell and his family. He was treating this dinner like it was the most important test of his life. And I suppose it was, if you stopped to consider that the future of our people hung in the balance of the prophecy. Getting on Maxwell's good side would take us one step closer to finding the missing piece so we could get out of here and move on with saving the world or whatever I was supposed to do as a deliverer. But while we were here, I planned to live it up. So what does Atlantean royalty eat for dinner? Selkie pie? Messy stew? Sean closed his book and shot me a disapproving look. Ooh, maybe some kraken cake for dessert. Please don't embarrass me tonight. He placed the books back on the shelves where he got them and led me out into the hall. Sean put some effort into his appearance for the dinner, with his hair combed to the side in a classic but sophisticated style that suited him. He wore new navy slacks and a crisp white shirt that was buttoned one hole too high. I had to admit, he didn't look half bad for getting himself ready in a public bathroom, which was great news, because our likelihood of getting in good with the royal family was probably more dependent on Anastasia and how much she enjoyed admiring Sean's physique than any real qualifications. With that in mind, I decided to make some adjustments. I stopped him before we reached the door and undid another button at the top of his shirt, exposing a small hint of his chest, then gently tasseled his hair. Whether I say something embarrassing or not, I don't think it's possible to make you look bad in the eyes of the water princess. I thought I might have to wipe her drool away earlier. Sean rolled his eyes and kept walking. I hurried to keep up, my silver heels clicking on the hard floors behind him. My dress was simple, a pale, muted blue sheath with just a hint of shimmer when I moved. It would have been great for a night out at a restaurant back home, but I still wasn't convinced that it would be up to snuff at a royal dinner, or almost royal anyway. Claudia met us downstairs, wearing something between my casual cocktail attire and Anastasia's royal gown from earlier. It was a floor-length emerald green number, with a high collar and a mermaid-style flare at the bottom, fitting for an Atlantean. "You look wonderful," Claudia gushed over Sean as though I wasn't even there. That was just fine with me. I was perfectly content staying under the radar here. "I know how you hate being the center of attention, but I need you to lean into it tonight, okay? Play nice with the princess, and maybe she'll play nice with us." "I wouldn't call her princess." The guard Claudia argued with earlier stood tall at the bottom of the stairs that led up to the leader's private family residence. "Not if you want her to play nice." He cut a harsh look in Claudia's direction. "Oh, you know what I mean, Marcus. We just want everyone to enjoy themselves." He led us up the glossy stairs into a wide hall with polished white stone floors that glittered with sterling silver veins running through them. Another set of double stairs lay ahead, which I assumed led up to the bedrooms and personal suites of the family. From where we stood, the grand hall opened into several other large rooms. The dining room was on the left. It held an expensive bleached wood table adorned with crystal goblets and fine linens. 2 large chandeliers hung overhead, a dazzling combination of shells and crystals, with an occasional piece of blue sea glass for dramatic flair. Marcus gestured for us to go in, and we found seats in the middle of the table, leaving those at the head open for the not royal family. We just pulled out our chairs when the doors at the opposite end of the room opened. In strode 2 guards, followed by a curvy woman in a pewter-colored ball gown with fiery red curls piled high atop her head. Her eyes were a green that rivaled Sean's, but icy as she took us in. Anastasia came in after her mother, with more guards behind her. There was no sign of Maxwell. Marcus fell into a deep bow and made formal introductions. Mrs. Gloriana Ligon, wife of Maxwell Ligon, leader of Atlantis, and their daughter, Anastasia. The latter swept her gaze across the dining room until she landed on Sean, and her pretty rouge lips curled into a feline grin. Poor Sean. I wondered if he knew he was just man candy to her. Claudia Bratton, wife of Councilman and Level 2 security guard Peter Bratton, and her son Sean, and Miss Everly Gordon, niece of healer Mildred Gordon of Manhattan. My chest tightened at my introduction. Marcus hadn't asked for my name or any personal information, so this must have all come straight from Claudia. And of course, she didn't mention my mother. I'd always gotten the sense that Claudia looked down on me and my background. I watched Gloriana's reaction as well, but if the name rang any bells, she gave no indication of it. There was a small chance my mother was concealed in some secret enchanted prison here, but Gloriana didn't have to know about it if she was. "You can sit here, Sean." Anastasia gestured toward the chair beside her, and a guard immediately stepped forward to pull it out for Sean. Gloriana took a seat at the head of the table, with Anastasia and Sean to her right. Claudia immediately moved to the chair to Gloriana's left, which put me across from Sean. Gloriana's lips pursed as we took our seats, and I swore I saw the hint of an eye roll as she noticed her daughter's attention pinned on Sean. "Sit up straight, Anastasia. You look like a commoner all hunched over that way." "Yes, Mother." The girl's jaw hardened as she obeyed. Another young woman appeared from the kitchen, carrying a silver platter full of salad plates. I lifted my brows at Sean, excited to see what kind of strange creatures might adorn my bed of lettuce. But it was a typical dinner salad. Delicious, but not especially unique in any way. Anastasia peppered Sean with questions as we ate. Where did he go to school? What was he studying? What was New York really like? Did he have any siblings? How often does he come to Atlantis? Sean kept his answers short and to the point, but Claudia elaborated on his behalf any chance she got. That woman just loved to hear herself talk. She was trying a little too hard to make their family seem important, and Gloriana noticed. Midway through the main course, Gloriana set down her fork and turned to Claudia, who positively beamed under the direct attention until she realized she was about to be grilled. "Tell me about your family, Claudia." She straightened in her chair. "My husband, Peter, has been a valued member of the council for a little over a century now. He has done so well, in fact, that they've asked him to—" Gloriana shook her head and waved her hand for Claudia to stop talking. "No, I mean your parents, your background. Where did you grow up?" "Oh," Claudia giggled with a quiver in her voice. "There's not much to tell there, really. Just a normal childhood. Everly has a much more exciting history than I do." I could have kicked her under the table had I been better situated in my seat. It seemed Gloriana had touched on a hot topic with Claudia's family history. I'd have to file that away for later. The calculating green eyes of the matriarch of Atlantis focused on me, her thin auburn brows flicking up in feigned interest. "Really? You're so young. Tell me, what makes your history so exciting?" Sean tensed across the table from me. I couldn't tell if it was from Gloriana's questioning or the way her daughter's hand had found its way to the back of his chair, where she now lightly ran her fingers back and forth across the tops of his shoulders. I don't know that I'd call it exciting. I was raised by my mother in a small town in Oklahoma, and I just recently came into my powers when I moved to New York with my aunt for college. Oklahoma? Interesting. Gloriana dabbed at her mouth with a cloth napkin. I can't recall any official business in that part of the country. Tell me what it is your mother does for us. She was a messenger. I debated whether or not to say more, but ultimately decided to see how this played out. If Gloriana knew something about her whereabouts, I should be able to pick up on it from her expressions or tone. Otherwise, I could scratch Atlantis off the list of potential keeper prisons holding my mother captive. I didn't really expect her to be here anyway. Rossel was the last person I saw with my mother. If she was locked away, it was almost certainly in Olympus, which was unfortunate. As an Atlantean, I'd never be able to access the Olympian territory. I'd have to find another way to break her out. Was a messenger? Gloriana sat a little taller in her chair. Has she passed? No, actually, she's traveling. Claudia leaned forward to block my line of sight with Gloriana. She's traveling. Being an empty nester now, she thought it would be good to get out of Oklahoma, and who can blame her, really? She laughed, an insidious sound that instantly left me suspicious. I had no reason to suspect Claudia had anything to do with my mother's disappearance, but her behavior tonight was odd. First, she drew Gloriana's attention to me and my family, then instantly turned her away from the truth. What was Claudia hiding? And more importantly, did my Aunt Millie know? The rest of the dinner was a blur. My mind was too busy working through the many new questions I had to focus on Claudia's obnoxious storytelling or Gloriana's glazed-over eyes. I couldn't even delight in Anastasha's over-the-top flirting with Sean or the way their hands were entwined as we finally stood from the dining table. So you see, Mrs. Ligon, it would be very beneficial for everyone in the council if you would be so kind as to grant my son and our dear family friend access to the basement library. The information we compile will be of great use to everyone in attendance at the annual conference. Claudia mustered up as much poise as she had to win Gloriana's blessing and grant us the security clearance we required. She dropped hints about it all through the supper, but this was the first time she'd asked for Gloriana's blessing outright. It may be, Gloriana pursed her full lips, but it would be especially beneficial to your husband, who you believe to be incapable of doing the work on his own. What did you say his name was again? Peter Bratton? The color blanched from Claudia's face. Yes? Very well. You may all have the clearance you need to access the basement library and prevent your husband from falling behind in his duties. I'll make note of our discussion with Maxwell so that he is aware of where our level 2 guards are lacking. Is there anything else? No, ma'am. Claudia looked like she might cry. Her plan had backfired. Actually, Mother, Anastasia looped her arm through Sean's. Sean mentioned that he and his friend were going to stay in a hotel while they were here. Could we possibly put them up in some guest rooms here in the palace instead? The fire in her eyes fooled no one, and especially not her mother. Anastasia curved her body closer to Sean so that they were touching, and I'd never seen him look so uncomfortable. But Gloriana was so eager to end the evening that she simply waved her hand in the air as she exited the room. Let it be done, she called out over her shoulder. Anastasia squealed with delight, and Sean looked sicker than his mother, who was already sulking back to the stairs. Wait, Mom, didn't you say you needed us to help you with something tonight? We don't have to stay here. Sean's question sounded more like a plea for help. No. She turned around, her expression hard and a new ferocity in her eyes. You will help me more by staying here." Her gaze flicked over to Anastasia and back to her son. "I'll meet you downstairs at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll go to the library then." Sean was frozen to the spot as his mother disappeared. This was a side of her I'd never seen, and I was appalled at the insinuation in her silent command. I wouldn't stand for it. I wouldn't let her walk all over my friend like that. No longer caring how Anastasia felt, I waltzed right up to Sean and took his hand in mine, pulling him away from her and toward the staircase. "We'll only need one room." I smiled sweetly at the girl, ignoring the burning glare I earned in return. But the soft squeeze of Sean's hand in mine was all the thanks I needed. I didn't believe in using other people for personal gain, and I refused to let Claudia hang Sean out like a piece of bait. Who cared if it angered Anastasia? Claudia had ruined her husband's chance at a promotion all on her own, and pleasing Maxwell's daughter wouldn't do anything to erase her mistake. Anastasia stomped up the stairs, and one of the palace maids showed Sean and me to our room. Thankfully, the bed was king-sized, so we never had to touch, and I had a full night to try and come up with a new plan for trying to locate the missing piece of the tablet. Chapter 21. I think we should stick to the original plan, at least until we see how this plays out. Sean pulled on a dirty sock from the day before. All we had were the clothes we came to Atlantis wearing, shoved inside shopping bags from our trip to the boutiques for formal wear the day before. The messenger bag I'd brought from Millie's house was untouched, and I breathed a sigh of relief to find everything still tucked safely inside after retrieving it from the library first thing this morning. My aura would only remain blue for one more day before I'd need another dose of the pills Millie made for me. I certainly didn't want anyone in the palace to see my white aura. "We have access to some high-security areas now," he said. "Even if it's just a room full of boring legal documents, there may be something useful in the basement library. After all, it wouldn't be on the high-security floor if there wasn't something juicy in there, right?" "Right. But I don't know how much exploring we'll get to do while we're pretending to help your dad with his report. And after last night..." What was a nice way to tell Sean I didn't trust his mom? I chewed the inside of my lip, trying to think of something polite before finally just coming out with it. "I don't trust your mom." He laughed. "I'm not sure I do after last night either. She was pushing me at the water princess pretty hard." I didn't find it nearly as funny as Sean did. "But why are you feeling that way?" I pulled my feet up onto the bed, sitting cross-legged atop the duvet while Sean got his shoes on. "I've just been going over some of the things she said last night, and it has me wondering, do you think it's possible she might have something to do with my mother's disappearance?" "No, I really don't. But you obviously have some suspicions. What did she say to you?" "It was the way she butted in so fast to tell Gloriana my mother was traveling. It just seemed weird, especially since she had just directed the conversation to me and my family." Sean joined me on the bed. "She drew attention to you to avoid talking about her past. I love my mom, but she is a ridiculously prideful woman. She spends every minute of every day trying to get ahead in life. Her dad, my grandpa, was pretty shady. He got involved in the wrong crowd and wound up getting himself killed before I was born. My mom will do anything to avoid telling anyone that story. She likes to pretend she's always been from the upper class." "But why would she lie about my mother's disappearance?" "Because if Gloriana knew she was missing, it might have made her wonder if your family was wrapped up in some kind of criminal circle too. You're with me, and I bet my mom just wanted you to look just as rosy as a make-believe world she pretends to come from. She's sensitive to that kind of stuff." "If you say so." I wasn't so sure I believed it, but then I also couldn't see any motive for Claudia to abduct my mom. "All right, back to the plan. Are you thinking we should just search the library for any hint of the prophecy while we're supposed to be helping your dad?" "I guess. I've never been down there before.
I'm not even sure what he does in the basement."
"He's a guard, right? So he must be protecting something important."
I lifted my brows, but Sean shook his head. "There's no way it'll be that easy."
"But what if it is? What if we walk down those stairs and find your dad standing in front of the broken tablet piece up on a pedestal under the lights, just waiting for us to take it?"
Sean snorted. "Keep dreaming." Obviously, I was wrong. There was no pedestal, no tablet, not even any overhead lights, just the same mysterious brightness that filled the rest of Atlantis. I had to bite my tongue as Claudia inquired about Sean's evening with the princess on our walk down the basement stairs. Part of me wanted to kick out a leg and trip her. There was no way my mother would have ever put me in the situation Claudia put Sean in. He was right. She operated purely out of selfish gain. And yet, it was my mom who had been kidnapped and locked away. The world really wasn't fair. Marcus led us down into the basement now that we had Gloriana's blessing, and with all the hoops we had to jump through to get it, I guess I'd expected something more interesting. Instead, what we found at the bottom of the stairs was a small lobby leading into a sterile-looking hall lined with doors. It resembled an old Oklahoma high school, more than a high-security floor of a supernatural palace under the sea. I was a little disappointed. A plain desk was situated off to the side of the lobby, and behind it sat another guard, only this one wasn't Atlantean. "Is that an Olympian?" I asked Sean quietly as his mother approached the blonde-haired man. "Yep, there aren't many other races here, but occasionally someone will formally withdraw from their own territory. The wards on Atlantis keep out anyone with ill intent, so we know they are loyal to us here, or else they'd be killed. We employ them, but once they pledge themselves to Atlantis, they can never leave, not even to visit the mortal lands." "Is it the same in the other territories? You can't enter unless your intentions are good?" Sean nodded. "You've got to be the territory's primary race, or willing to dedicate the rest of your life to serve them. That's why it's so rare."
"But why would anyone choose to leave their own people behind?" I turned my gaze back to the Olympian guard, who was now speaking into an intercom.
Sean shrugged. "People have their reasons."
Dom wasn't kidding when she told me before that it would be very difficult to access other keeper territories, but I didn't realize I'd have to dedicate my life to them just to enter. That would certainly complicate things.
Claudia turned away from the guard with a roll of her eyes.
"They insist that we can't enter the library without your father, even though I told him that Gloriana herself gave us clearance to be here."
"That's all right," Sean said, stepping forward to calm his mother. "I'm sure Dad won't mind letting us in."
Sean was wrong. His dad did mind, very much. We heard his footsteps pounding down the hall before we ever saw him, and when he finally rounded the corner, I realized where Sean had inherited his guardian physique. Peter Bratton was a hulk of a man, and at the moment he looked like he might want to smash something.
"Claudia?" His tone was venomous. "What are you doing down here? I told you I didn't need your help, and yet you came anyway."
His eyes cut over sharply to where Sean and I stood.
"With our son? And who are you?"
"Everly Gordon, sir. Nice to meet you." I extended a hand, which he ignored. "You do need our help," Claudia interjected. "Especially now. We've got to make this the best presentation any guard has ever given. Let us get started so you can get back to work."
From the look on Peter's face, I knew she'd already confessed her blunder from the night before.
He was seething as he cut his eyes over to me again.
"I can understand why they'd want to help, seeing as how my paycheck puts those expensive clothes on their backs. But what's in it for you?"
"Nothing," I shrugged. "I was here with Sean, exploring Atlantis, when your wife asked us to help. We've got the extra time, so I thought I'd contribute however I can." His gaze narrowed, and I tried my best to keep an innocent smile on my face. I wanted to look friendly and helpful and naive, like a normal girl who wasn't secretly going to search for ancient artifacts as soon as he turned his back.
Fine, but only because they've got me scheduled to stand guard for 60 hours over the next week.
What do you guard? I asked, a bit too casually.
That, Peter snapped, is none of your business.
And that's the moment I knew I would have to abandon the research for his report and focus my attention on Peter instead. I trusted Sean with my whole heart, but his family was up to no good. I could feel it.
Chapter 22. Peter's face was etched with a permanent grimace as he showed us to the library. Once again, I was let down by what we found. Library, it turned out, was just a fancy word for filing room. While shelves lined the walls, the center and majority of the room was comprised of rows of gray filing cabinets, standing still like a small army of lifeless robots.
Nothing you see in this room can leave. The information you'll find here is strictly confidential, and the files are cursed to prevent anyone from taking them and living to tell about it. Claudia can explain the details of my presentation, but I need information gathered from the census reports of a certain segment of our population.
Oh, for crying out loud, Peter, just say it. They're going to discover it soon enough anyway. Claudia turned to Sean and me. Peter stands guard for a high-security prison here under the palace. These aren't your average criminals. They're intelligent, and the only reason they're being kept alive is for collateral with the other territories, or because we believe they have information that we need. How did they survive? I asked. How are they living here with the wards? Claudia looked at me like I was an idiot. Maxwell can allow anyone to enter who he wishes. That's one of the perks of being a leader. She shook her head. Anyhow, extra security is needed for these criminals, despite the enchantments on the cells themselves. So Peter has been working long hours lately while they're short-staffed. But if he presents the information required at the annual convention coming up and does a good job, he could very well be in line for the next warden position, which is a fast track to palace guard. She clasped her hands excitedly in front of her chest.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Peter frowned. Just gather all the census reports from the last century for the high security prisoners and create a spreadsheet for me. I'll handle it from there.
And so we did, or two of us did, anyway. While Sean and Claudia worked to gather and input information into Claudia's laptop, I explored the cabinets under the ruse that I was searching for the 1954 files, which I had conveniently hidden from the first drawer I opened. At first I was surprised at how antiquated the filing system was for such a high-tech territory, but then I figured it was actually pretty standard for official government files to be way behind the times, even for supernaturals. And I was grateful for it. The lack of organization gave me plenty of opportunity to snoop around. We worked that way the entire morning, and I was losing hope by the time lunch came around. After quickly scarfing down tuna sandwiches, we were back at it. I avoided Claudia as much as possible because I didn't trust myself not to mouth off to her. What little respect I had for the woman had gone down the drain. It was a wonder Sean turned out as good as he did with parents like that. Near the end of the day, I was prepared to throw in the towel. I'd searched probably 30 different filing cabinets, each one full of more boring documents than the last. There was nothing but papers and court records and more papers. With a frustrated huff, I shoved the bottom drawer of my last cabinet closed and heard a rattle.
"Did you break it?" Sean chuckled from over my shoulder.
"I hope not." I opened the drawer again and pulled all the files forward to see if the tracks were still sturdy. At the very back of the drawer, tucked behind all the folders, lay a single key. It had to have been at least 100 years old. "Hey, check this out." Sean looked over my shoulder at the dusty object.
"What does it go to?" I don't know, I said, blowing off the dust, but I'm going to find out. I tucked the key into my pocket, checking first to make sure Claudia wasn't watching. Maybe it was nothing, but maybe it would grant me access to some of the other secrets hiding here under the palace. We'd have to wait to find out, though. The library hours matched a standard Atlantean workday. It was closing, and Claudia expected us to join her for dinner. Later that night, after we'd eaten an awkward meal with Claudia, Sean and I excused ourselves early to retreat back to our guest room in the palace. Locking the door behind us, I finally pulled the key back out of my pocket and laid it on the bed. I'd been waiting very impatiently for the opportunity to make a plan, since we'd found it earlier that day. "It looks too old to be of any use," Sean said. "All the doors downstairs are too modern for it to work." I wouldn't be so sure about that. I ran my finger across the key's smooth surface. There aren't any serrations on it. It's a skeleton key. Besides, we've only seen a small number of those doors downstairs. Perhaps the older mysteries are hidden behind older doors. "Always the optimist," Sean said. "How do you propose we get back down there?" Well, I've been thinking about that, too, and I have a hypothesis. You know how every once in a while I'm able to stop time? I think it might be connected to the prophecy somehow. It seems like every time I'm getting closer to learning something about it, my powers kick into gear. So maybe, if exploring the rest of the basement gets us closer to the missing piece of the tablet, my powers will activate, and I'll be able to stop time to slip past the guards. "That's a lot of maybes," Sean said with a frown. "That's the best I've got." I reached into my bag and pulled out the bottle of pills. "But I also have some amplifiers here in my little bag of tricks. Maybe an extra dose will help. I'm due for another one in the morning anyway." "Another maybe." Sean shook his head. "All right, but if something happens to you from taking it again too soon, I can't help you. I have 0 healing abilities." "I'll be fine," I said, and I hoped it was true as I dropped the pill on my tongue and swallowed before I could think better of it. When we were testing the pills out, Millie and Tate had me taking them every day at first, and I was perfectly fine. At this point, I'm not even sure if the amplifier works anymore, but I figured it's worth a try. I sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for something to happen. "How do you feel?" Sean asked after a few minutes. "Exactly the same. How do I look? Is my aura any different?" "Just as blue as before. How long should we wait for something to happen?" "It was almost instant back at Millie's house. I'd say we're good to go." "Right now?" Sean's eyes widened. "There's no better time than the present." I pulled Rossel's dagger from my bag and tucked it into my waistband, hoping we wouldn't need it. Then we slipped out of our room and into the hall. The lights were dimmed with the late hour, and no one was around, not even the maids. Even so, I kept my voice at a whisper as I laid out my plan for Sean on our way down. I haven't found a way to keep anyone else awake with me while I stop time, but I can move you like a statue. So once we reach the bottom of the stairs, I'll push pause on reality and just pedal you through the halls with me. The first place I want to check is the prison, just in case. Sean nodded, understanding my motive. Then I figured we could just try out all the other doors, see if any of them will open with the key. "How long are you able to keep time stopped?" Sean asked. "I got probably 10 minutes or so when I was at the warehouse with Rossel. It'll be long enough to get out of sight of any guards on the night shift. But your mom said they were short-staffed right now, so I'm hoping we don't run into too many." A faint whimper from the landing below stopped our conversation short. Sean and I both looked through the darkness of the entry hall to see where the noise was coming from. All I could make out was a pile of lavender silk in the corner of a small sitting area off to the side. "Sean?" Anastasia rose from a heap on the floor, quickly wiping the tears from her eyes. "Is everything okay?"
Sean rushed forward, always a protector. Being a guardian was innate in him. He couldn't help but come to her rescue, no matter how she'd viewed him before. "Yeah, of course," Anastasia lied. "I was just looking for a ring I dropped, but I found it. See you later." She quickly moved away from him, trying to hide her sniffle under a fake cough. Sean held out his hand and placed it gently on Anastasia's forearm to stop her. She halted immediately, lifting her glossy, bloodshot eyes to his. "Are you sure? Because I'll help you if something is wrong." Her floodgates opened then, and she buried her face into his shoulder, letting the tears pour freely. "It's just my parents again. Nothing I do is ever enough, and they act like having me as the heir is a burden for them. They wish I'd been a boy. But I don't even want to be the leader of Atlantis. If they want a boy so bad, they should train up my brother instead of just enabling his bad decisions." She sobbed loudly. "I'm sorry. I don't know why I just told you all of that. Please forget I said anything." She pulled back and wiped the snot from her nose. "I get it," Sean said, gently patting her back. "Believe me, I know what it's like to have parents with impossible standards." "You do?" Anastasia rested her cheek on his shoulder again. Sean glanced at me over the top of her head and silently mouthed for me to go ahead. I hated to leave him behind with the waterworks princess, but she seemed pretty harmless in her current state, and Sean knew how to take care of himself anyway. I needed to get the tablet. That was my priority. After waiting another minute to make sure he was okay, I bid Sean a silent farewell and continued downstairs on my own. The first floor of the palace was empty. The front doors were closed to the public at this hour, and the guards had gone home for the evening, but I knew that wouldn't be the case downstairs in the basement. I slipped through the doors without being seen, and my confidence was rising as I reached the bottom floor unscathed. A quick peek around the corner revealed the Olympian guard's desk to be empty, and I released the breath I'd been holding on my descent. I entered the lobby and paused for a beat, allowing the adrenaline to filter through my system before trying any of the doors. With the key in hand, I made for the hallway a moment later, only to stop dead in my tracks at the sound of a toilet flushing. I squeezed my eyes shut, imagining everything around me coming to a stop. This was it, my chance to put my powers to use and see what those amplifiers could really do. Pressure built in my chest, and I opened my eyes to find the world exactly as I'd left it. It was still and quiet, but had time actually stopped? My question was answered by the sound of someone whistling and pushing open the bathroom door. There wasn't time for another try. I spun on my heels and made a mad dash for the stairs, taking them two at a time until I was safely out of sight. The pressure in my chest was gone, and a new pressure was building behind my eyes. I blinked away the tears of frustration before they could fall. What good were my powers if I couldn't even use them when I needed them? What kind of Atlantean was I? With a deep breath, I headed back for the stairs, trying to convince myself that everything would be okay. I still had the key. I'd just have to find a different way to use it. Chapter 23. Sean got up early the next morning to meet Anastasia for breakfast. "She's really not so bad when you get to know her, and she apologized for how she treated me the other night. Her parents are pushing her to marry early because they don't trust her to lead Atlantis on her own." "Because she's a woman?" Sean grimaced. "Not all Atlanteans are horrible. I know you've seen an ugly side to our people since you've been down here, but I promise, some of us are good." "I know. My mom was good. Is good," I corrected myself as I ran a brush through my hair. Anastasia had sent some new clothes and toiletries to our room as a thank you for Sean cheering her up. I felt like a new woman in some clean underwear and freshly washed hair. "I'm gonna go look for her today." "Your mom? How?
I thought you said your time-stopping didn't work last night.
People have been sneaking around without the ability to stop time for centuries. I'm sure I'll find a way. The truth was, I didn't have a clue what I was going to do. I just knew I had to act soon. Our work in the library for Mr. Bratton was nearly finished, and our excuse to be in the palace would expire once it was complete. I had to do something today. Sliding Rossel's dagger into the back of my waistband and under my shirt, I made my way down to the library with Sean after breakfast and waited for my opportunity to get out. I'd considered my different options all morning, and after about half an hour of pulling files, I finally landed on a classic move from all the old 80s high school movies I'd seen about kids getting out of class. "Hey, Claudia, do you know where the restroom is?" "It's a couple of doors down the hall on your right," she said, never pulling her eyes from her laptop screen. We were in the final push for the report, and she had buried herself in spreadsheets, trying to get everything perfect for her husband. Of course, I already knew where the bathroom was, after my close encounter with the guard the night before, and I knew it was in the direction I wanted to go. Sean and I locked eyes briefly as I made my way to the door, a silent understanding passing through us that this was it. I was making my move. I nodded a greeting to the Olympian guard in the lobby outside of the library and turned deeper into the hallway. Play it cool, Everly. I made a pit stop in the bathroom, confirming my alibi and checking my reflection in the mirror while giving myself a mental pep talk. And I noticed a supply closet against the wall near the mirrors that gave me an idea. I tried the knob and found the closet locked, just as I expected. This was the perfect opportunity to test out my new key. I pulled it from my pocket and pushed it into the lock, but it wouldn't fit. I couldn't even get the stupid key inside. That's okay, I thought to myself, taking a deep breath. I didn't care about bathroom supply closets. I cared about finding the Atlantean piece of the prophecy. I wouldn't give up on the key yet. Poking my head back out into the hall to make sure it was clear, I eased through the door and spun around the corner into a deeper part of the basement. I hadn't been back this far before, and I knew my time was short before Claudia grew suspicious of my absence. I'd have to act quickly. With my key at the ready, I tested a couple of locked doors as I went, none of them working. The problem was that nothing was marked. I had no idea if I was breaking into someone's office or a janitorial closet. The only markings on the walls were small numbers above the rooms: 037, 039, 041. But still I continued ahead toward a set of white double doors at the end of the hall. They were locked as well, and solid metal with no room for a key. Instead, there was a fingerprint scanner on the wall outside, a high-security zone on a high-security floor. I must be getting close. But I didn't dare try my own fingerprints. Perhaps there was another way in. I twisted the knob to my right, fully expecting it to be locked like all the others, so I nearly fell in as the door swung open with ease, and I almost laughed as I stumbled into a broom. At least I got one open. Feeling a little more confident, I tried for the room across the hall as well. Locked. Then I heard a whir and a click from the double doors beside me. I dove back for the janitorial closet, but I wasn't fast enough. The door swung open, and I slid my body behind one, hoping the door itself would shield me from the sight of whoever was coming through. Please don't be Peter. Please don't be Peter. Please don't be Peter. It wasn't. It was a guard I didn't recognize. And by some miracle of the sea, he didn't see me as I swung around to the backside of the door and slipped to the other side. He was too distracted, running in the opposite direction and yelling into some kind of walkie-talkie. "Unmanned. I'm searching now." I didn't stop to consider what he meant as the doors closed behind me, sealing me off in the high-security area. Everything on this side of the doors was different. Gone were the white walls and sterile feel of the basement library. This was more in line with what I would have expected to see in the basement of an ancient palace. Unrenovated, unrestored, buzzing with magic. The light was dimmer, bluer on this part of the floor. Maybe it was just the way it played off of the rough stone floors of a hall that looked like it had been carved through a mountain. There was a chair, empty, to my left, and ahead of me, lining both sides of the hall, were prison cells. I inched forward slowly at first, afraid to let the prisoner see my face. The hilt of Rossel's dagger dug into my back as I walked, reminding me of how dangerous this could be if I wasn't careful. But I had to know if my mom was here. The first cell was empty, but a cough drew my eyes to another one across the hall. Inside sat a small woman with pale skin and golden eyes. Her hair hung in limp strands around her gaunt face. She may have once been beautiful, but now the Agarthian woman looked too sick and frail to even stand. "Please, miss, there's been a mistake. I need to go to the infirmary. Please." She lifted one shaky hand into the air. I stepped closer, eyeing the woman carefully. She didn't look cruel, but I was no fool. Claudia had mentioned the intelligence of these criminals, and I knew I was being manipulated. But still, curiosity tugged me closer to her. She stared back at me, those golden eyes hollow and tired, but also full of cunning and experience. After a long look, I shook my head. I didn't know what the woman had possibly done to end up here, but I didn't have time to ask. I needed to keep searching. "I'm sorry," I said, stepping back. The woman leapt to her feet and jabbed a bony arm through the bars of her cell, reaching out for me with a wicked sneer. But she was just shy of making contact. I'd moved in the nick of time. I made a mental note not to get too close to any of the other prisoners, and ignored her loud and crude insults as I moved on to the other cells. A few other prisoners sat quietly, watching me make my way down the hall. One old Olympian man sang a sad song in a language I'd never heard, and at the very end of the hall sat a young red-haired Atlantean man, not any older than myself. I drew nearer, studying his features as he slept on the hard floor of his cell. Why would an Atlantean be locked up in the palace prison under extra protection, and why did he seem familiar to me? It didn't matter, I supposed, as I reached the end of the row. My mother wasn't here, though I couldn't say whether that was a relief or not. It would have been nice to have her with me again, helping me navigate the strange waters I now found myself in. Did she know? Did she know that I was the deliverer? A clatter from behind whipped my attention back to where I started, as the double doors slammed open with enough force to shake the walls. My feet were frozen to the spot, paralyzed with fear, as Peter Bratton stormed into the prison hall. He was nearly twice the size I'd last seen him, his guardian powers fully activated. Then came Sean, sprinting in behind him, breathless and equal parts angry and afraid. "Everly, run!" Chapter 24. It sounded like a good idea in theory, but I couldn't run. There was only one way out of this hall, and Peter Bratton blocked the exit like a wall, a raging bull of a wall. "You!" He pointed at me with a finger the size of a sausage. "Who are you, really?" The prisoners were all on their feet now, fingers wrapped around the bars of their cells, grinning widely as they anxiously awaited whatever show was about to take place. "I told you, I'm just a friend of the family." I raised both hands in the air, showing Peter I meant no harm, while simultaneously trying to stir up any kind of power that might still be inside me. The well was empty. I still had no power. "Liar!" He threw something. It moved so fast I couldn't make out what it was. It slammed into my gut like a sucker punch, knocking the air out of me and landing on the ground in front of me with a thud. "Dad, stop!" Sean yelled, but Peter just pushed him aside. I looked down to see what hit me, and yelped as I noted all of the pills Millie made me scattered from the bottle lying broken on the floor. He must have gotten them from our room, unless Sean passed them over to him. Did Sean betray me? Glancing up again, I tried to stay brave and stand tall, even as Peter Bratton stalked his way over to me. Sean grabbed at his arms, trying to slow him down, but it was no use. The man was a machine. He stopped about 3 feet in front of me and stomped on what was left of the pills, crushing them into dust. "Try drugging the prince now, you little traitor!" "What?" My confusion was spoken in unison with a voice behind me. Sean and Peter both turned their attention over my shoulder, so I followed their gaze to the red-haired Atlantean boy in the last cell. "What are the drugs?" the boy asked. "I don't have any drugs," I said. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are." "I don't believe you for a second," Peter snapped. "Who are you working for?" "I'm not working for anyone." "Where are the drugs?" the boy repeated, a frantic glaze over his hazel eyes. "I told you, there are no drugs." I was losing patience. Someone had seriously gotten their wires crossed, and I didn't want to be caught in the middle. If Peter wanted to be angry about me sneaking in here without permission, that was one thing, but to accuse me of drugging prisoners? It was absurd. "Are you Baldric?" Sean stepped toward the boy, whose frenzied expression turned to surprise. The boy looked to Peter before answering. "I am." "Not another word," Peter growled. "Why not?" a raspy voice called out from the other end of the hall. "Afraid the truth might get out about my brother being an addict?" All eyes turned toward Anastasia, who stood with 2 of her guards in the doorway. The frail female Agarthian prisoner near the front of the hall loosed a laugh like a hyena. Peter gritted his teeth and dropped into a bow. "Forgive us, Miss Ligon, for disturbing you. I've just caught this girl feeding your brother's habit. I believe she may be working with the enemy." "Nonsense." Anastasia picked up her skirts and marched forward, completely unafraid of the man. "You 2 may go," she said to her other guards. "Wait upstairs until I'm finished here. It looks like we may need to have a personal conversation." She waited to speak again until we were alone. "What evidence do you have?" Peter gestured to the powder on the floor. "She's a stranger, a face I've never seen from parents no one knows. She shows up, weasels her way in with my family, and enters the palace with a bottle full of pills. She doesn't have access to this area, yet here she is. What else would bring her here?" "Perhaps she was trying to locate the man who broke into her private room and rummaged through her personal things. Perhaps she was prepared to confront the thief who stole her medication." Peter's face reddened. "I was gathering evidence." "You were setting a trap and embarrassing a guest of this palace, and you've caused undue stress on Baldric that you know he cannot sustain." Anastasia was fuming. Over her shoulder, I saw a frown tugging at Sean's mouth. "I won't let it happen again." "Charbaran?" she called out. "No, please, don't involve Charbaran. I can make it up to you." Peter dropped to his knees. The Olympian guard entered the prison hall. "Yes, Miss Ligon." "Peter Bratton is no longer a guard of Atlantis. He is to be removed from his position, effective immediately. He shall never step foot inside this palace again, and he shall be struck dead on the spot if he ever speaks of the confidential information he has gleaned in his work here, including personal matters surrounding my family." Her eyes cut briefly to the boy behind bars, who had settled back onto the floor in a daze. "Yes, Miss Ligon. Follow me, sir." There was pity in the Olympian guard's eyes as he gestured for Peter to get on his feet and follow him. We waited in silence as Peter's sobs drifted down the hall and out through the double doors. Anastasia pierced me with a glare the moment they swung shut again. "Now," she said, "you better have a very compelling reason for being here with my brother."
Chapter 25. I do have a good reason, and I promise I did not know your brother was here. I was told that he lived in Europe. I glanced from Anastasia to Sean and back again. I'm here to look for someone else, a missing person who I thought could have been locked away here in the palace prison, but she's not. I'm sorry we caused such a scene. How did you know we were down here? Sean tipped me off this morning at breakfast. He said he was worried his father was up to something, so I sent a guard and some palace staff on a mission to watch for anything suspicious. Peter abandoned his post this morning, leaving the prisoners completely alone, and one of my maids reported him in your room. Knowing how he can get at times. She looked briefly at Sean. I figured it would be best to handle the situation myself, though I'm surprised to find you here. What are the pills? I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. Thankfully, I took an extra dose the night before, otherwise I would have been in serious trouble. We couldn't stay in Atlantis much longer either way, though. Without the pills, I had a hard deadline before my aura returned to white. They're kind of like supplements, specially made for me by my aunt. She's a healer. Anastasia's eyes narrowed. I'll say this only once. I have a knack for feeling out lies. You lie to me, and you're done. But these half-truths you're speaking, they're not going to work either. I suggest you tell me the whole truth. Now. Tate had once said he knew about the Deliverer prophecy because he'd overheard it during some of his brother's lessons. And through my conversations with Driscoll and Rasputin, I had surmised that all royalty, and hopefully non-royal leaders too in this case, learned of it in order to keep rumors and rogue explorers under control in the Keeper territories. Assuming all of that was true, Anastasia would have heard of the prophecy as well. Whether or not she believed it was another story. And then there was the question of whether or not she'd let me live if she discovered who I really was. Sometimes the truth is less believable than a lie, I said. Try me. Okay. I steeled myself, preparing for whatever reaction I might get from her. The pills keep my aura blue. Sean's jaw dropped and Anastasia's hardened. You're not Atlantean? I am, but my aura is different. How is it different? She crossed her arms over her chest, not fully buying what I had to say, but staying remarkably open-minded to my explanation. It's white. The Agarthian prisoner at the front of the hall gasped and covered her mouth with a frail hand. At first I thought she was mocking me, but then she dropped to her knees and bowed her face down low to the ground. Anastasia turned to look at the prisoner, and her expression was completely different when she met my eyes again. What does that mean? She asked. Her demeanor had changed from defensive to inquisitive, curiosity written plainly across her face. Have you heard of the Deliverer? I gave her a condensed version of my story. I told her my mother went missing the same day I found the first piece of the tablet, and that the stone responded to me. Sean confirmed that my aura was white, and that I'd stopped a storm to save his life. We left out anything about Driscoll. There was no need to add any more danger to his life, and I didn't tell her about my ability to stop time. I wasn't even sure if it was an ability anymore, or just a strange coincidence that occurred any time my friends or I were about to die. I know this sounds crazy, I said, and maybe you've even been raised to believe that I am somehow your enemy. But I can assure you, I don't want to hurt anyone.
I just want to find my mom and figure out what this prophecy really means." Anastasha's eyes grew misty as she looked back at her brother, who was now sleeping on the floor of his prison cell.
"Do you really think you can do it?"
"Do what?"
"Change the world?"
She set her tear-filled eyes back on me.
"Remove the keepers from power. Get us out of this eternal loop of tragedy and greed. Deliver us from the shackles of this responsibility that turns man against man."
Sean reached out for her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, but he remained silent. And while Sean worked to calm Anastasia, something awakened in me. Her words reminded me of the magnitude of this prophecy and the task that lay before me. It was about so much more than finding my mom. It was about setting people free and exterminating evil from the face of the earth and the depths of the sea. My inner Athena raised a sword at the thought.
"Yes," I said with confidence. "I know that I can." "Then follow me."
All of the prisoners watched us carefully as we made our way back through the hall. There was a different feeling in the air. Respect, maybe, or fear, or the thrill of knowing something big was about to happen. I felt it too. Sean and I followed Anastasia through the double doors and back into the sterile basement toward the library, but she stopped at another door on her way, 045. There was a fingerprint scanner there on the wall, and it opened at her touch with a whir and a click. She ushered us through, and I was surprised to find that we were in another hallway rather than a room. The halls here more closely resembled the prison than the library, with stone floors and that odd blue-tinted light, and they quickly turned into more of a maze than I could keep up with. "I'm sorry about your dad," I said quietly to Sean after a few minutes of walking.
"He had it coming."
Sean's face remained hard. I'm sure it wasn't easy to see his father fall so egregiously from grace, but I didn't know much about their relationship. Maybe Sean was right, and this wasn't Peter's first infraction against him or the people of Atlantis. Maybe he did have it coming. "Is Charbaron?"
"A curse maker," Sean said flatly. But the conversation stopped there along with Anastasia. She placed a hand on the doorknob before her and turned back to face us. "I haven't been in this room in ages. It contains a collection of artifacts and secrets from our history. Few have access to the room, and it is important that you never speak of it to another living soul. Can I have your word on that?"
"Absolutely," I said. Sean agreed as well.
"Thank you."
Anastasia closed her eyes and inhaled deeply before twisting the knob.
"I think you may find what you're looking for here."
The moment the door swung open, I felt it, beating along with my own heart. Chill bumps dotted my skin as something invisible pulled me into the room. The broken piece of the tablet was waiting for me somewhere here. The interior of the room, once again, was drastically different from the halls outside. This room, though it had the same stone floors and walls of the hallway maze we'd left, also had been updated with 10-foot-tall cases made of wood and reinforced glass. Inside each case lay a wide array of objects from another time and place, similar to the collection I'd seen in the basement of Russell's gallery. There were goblets and books and sculptures and other objects I couldn't identify. But I wasn't interested in any of that. The invisible thread pulled me even deeper into the room, with Sean and Anastasia now trailing behind me. My heart thumped harder and harder as we neared the back, and we all saw it at once. A blue glow emanated from a cabinet on the very farthest wall, brighter and a more alluring color than the rest of the territory's mysterious light. Anastasia gasped. "It's true." I ran forward and placed my hands on the glass, wanting so badly to rip it apart and take hold of what was mine. The prophecy was begging to go with me. We wouldn't be complete until we were together. "How do you get it out?" I asked. "They're permanently sealed. We'll have to take the cabinet apart. There is no door or other way to access it that I'm aware of." I searched the room for something heavy enough to break it open, but there were only more cabinets. Pulling the dagger from my waistband, I turned the hilt toward the glass and prepared to strike. "Wait!" Anastasia grabbed my arm. "The moment you make impact with the cabinet, sirens are going to blare through the basement. We'll have guards on us in 30 seconds or less, and they can't know that I've helped you. It would be best if they didn't know who took the tablet at all." "So you'll let us take it then?" I hadn't even stopped to consider that I was stealing a valuable piece of history right in front of the Water Princess. "If you promise to do what needs to be done, fulfill the prophecy, and it's yours." "Thank you. I promise." I met her eyes and tried to convey that I would do anything within my power to stay true to my word. I think she understood. "There's a hidden passage behind these walls. I just have to remember how to access it. Give me just a minute." Anastasia ran her hand along the walls of the room, feeling along each of the rough edges of the stone. Sean joined her, and I tried to remain patient as they felt their way across the room. "Is this it?" Sean asked, sliding his fingers down a thick line in the rock. Anastasia rushed to his side to take a look. "Yes. Help me pull it." Together, they dug in with their nails. I stepped to help them out, when suddenly a portion of the wall moved forward with a sleepy groan. The hallway behind it was dark and dank. It would be perfect for our escape. "You won't be able to leave Atlantis through the main gate," Anastasia warned. "These tunnels will lead you to a back exit near the end of the Bimini Road. But I have to warn you that it's dangerous and full of monsters trained to keep our territory safe. You'll need to be careful." "We will," Sean said, meeting her eyes. There was some kind of unspoken agreement that passed between them in that moment, and I felt like I should look away. I turned back to the stone tablet, still pulsing with energy, faster now along with my own racing heart. This was it. It almost seemed too easy. "Ready?" I asked. "Whenever you are." I lifted the dagger again and felt the warrior awakening inside me. My muscles ached as though they were stirring after a long nap, stretching and preparing for battle. The dagger felt cool in my palm, its reflection catching my eye in the glass of the case just before I struck. And with all the power of Athena, strike it I did. The glass shattered into a million fragments, almost in slow motion. I became acutely aware of every piece as it fell, and the tablet, taking it into my hands, was like finding a lost path that led me home. "Let's go, Everly." I wrapped the piece under one arm, hugging it tightly to my side, and ran for the passageway. Together, the three of us pulled the door shut again behind us. "You'll need to go left. The hall will take you straight to the exit. I can't go with you, but please let me know if there is anything I can do in the future to help with the prophecy." "We will. Thank you, Anastasia, truly." I dug into my pocket and pulled out the useless skeleton key. "This is yours, by the way. I don't know what it goes to, but you can keep it." The girl smiled. "That's just the key to my diary. Now I'm glad you didn't find it. Now go. Be safe on your travels." She placed a quick kiss on Sean's cheek, and then we parted ways. Though we could barely hear the sirens through the thick stone walls, we knew the guardians were coming for us. Sean and I ran like our lives depended on it. Chapter 26. The hall wound around the palace down to a narrow set of stairs, and we knew the moment we stumbled across the exit. It shimmered before us, a wall of liquid that we couldn't see through. "Hold your breath," Sean called out, and he dove straight into the moving surface of the wall. I didn't hesitate to follow him this time. We were back in the ocean, treading water in unfamiliar territory. Sean whirled around in a circle, searching for something. "There!" He pointed to a pile of rocks on the sea floor not far from where we swam. I followed him over to see what they were. "The Bimini Road. This will lead us past Port Amaris. We'll need to swim fast, though. I can pull you along if you want." Even as he said it, I could feel the power pulsing through my limbs, stronger now than it had ever before been. "I think I'll be able to keep up." I dove forward, leaving Sean in my wake. "Holy cow!" He caught up to my side. "You're almost as fast as me. Is it the tablet?" "I don't know," I confessed. I had a hard time deciphering between the tablet's power and my own. The only thing I could be certain of was that I was a lot stronger when I had warrior mode engaged. That inner Athena could really come in handy. The tablet pulsed warm and steady under my arm, the dagger cold and hard in the waistband of my pants. I wasn't exactly prepared for battle, but I definitely felt strong enough to face the task ahead, whatever it might be. The look on Anastasha's face when she understood that I was a deliverer would be forever etched in my brain. Such hope. She needed me to set her free. I couldn't even begin to guess how quickly we were moving now. We blasted through the water like dual torpedoes, the ocean a blur, except for the broken stone trail on the bottom of the sea that guided us home. "Thank you, by the way, for looking out for me back at the palace. I hate to admit that I actually wondered if you had sold me out to your dad for a second there." "You're welcome." Sean glanced at me with a crooked grin. "I would never." He was gone. Mid-sentence. Just gone. I stopped and spun around just in time to duck under the enormous black tentacle that swung my way. "What in Atlantis is that?" Anastasia said the road was guarded by monsters, but I never guessed she meant it literally. I darted around a large piece of coral searching for Sean. From this angle, I was able to see the entire creature. It was like a shadow under the water, and it was difficult to see exactly how large it was, with its mass of undulating tentacles. But it looked about the size of a full basketball court, and wrapped up in one of those disgusting appendages was Sean, waving through the air, delivering punch after punch to the beast that held him, to no avail. Another of the tentacles came shooting at me, but I was faster. I threw myself down to the floor of the sea, grabbing at the first rock I could get my hands around. It was slightly bigger than a bowling ball, and maybe 4 times as heavy. I chucked it at the tentacle with all my might, causing the squirming appendage to pull back just enough for me to get away. Sean called out for me to go on without him, but there wasn't a chance I was going to leave him for dead with this beast. I blasted through the water, pulling out Rossel's dagger as I swam, and prepared to fight until he was free. But there were so many tentacles, so many writhing, twisting, stretching limbs of solid muscle. I couldn't keep track of them all, and I couldn't outrun them, especially as I got closer to the monster's body. I was only a few yards away from Sean when the life was squeezed out of me. My vision darkened around the edges, and something cracked in my chest. I gasped for one more lungful of oxygen before my ribs were crushed, and then everything stopped. A piece of seaweed was suspended before me, frozen in time within an unmoving ocean. My power had activated again, all on its own. I didn't understand how this kept happening, but I was definitely grateful for it, and there was no time to question it now. Dagger still in hand, I cut through the beast, sawing back and forth through the thick muscles that wrapped around me, and trying not to gag at the black blood that leaked from it. Then it was time to release Sean. I propelled myself through the water, unsure of how long I had before time started moving again. I plunged the dagger down into the tentacle that wrapped around him, cutting through its flesh and severing a small piece at the end of the long appendage, about the length of my hand. Taking a hold of the small piece, I tucked it into my pocket like a trophy and continued sawing until Sean was free. The pressure was already building in my chest again. I had a minute at most to get us as far away from the beast as possible. Tucking the dagger back into my waistband and tightening my grip on the stone tablet in one arm, I wrapped the other around Sean and swam as hard and fast as I could. I didn't know how long I swam or how far we'd gone, or even the exact moment time clicked back into place as it should be. But at some point, Sean broke free from my grasp and stopped me. "Everly." His eyes were wide. "It happened again, didn't it?" I nodded. "You saved my life." I nodded again. "Are you okay?" My heart was racing and my chest ached. But yes, I realized, I was fine. Power of unknown origin pulsed through my veins. I couldn't wield it, but it was there. We'd escaped Atlantis, gotten another piece of the prophecy, and were halfway back to Portamaris by now. "Yeah," I said with a grin. "I'm okay." I pulled the small piece of tentacle from my pocket and held it out to Sean. "I got you a souvenir." He gaped. "You've got a piece of the Kraken." "You bet I do." A laugh bubbled up from my chest, a small giggle at first, and before I knew it, Sean and I were both laughing until tears streamed from our eyes. After the morning we'd had, it was a wonder we were still alive. The laugh did us good. The swim back to Portamaris didn't take long with my newfound speed through the water, and I shouldn't have been as surprised as I was to find Driscoll sitting on a rock on the sand as we emerged above the water's surface near the island. After all, Gayla said in her vision that he watched and waited, and he knew when I was coming. We staggered onto the land, our wet clothes dragging and weighing us down. It was too bad the magical properties of Atlantis didn't extend themselves here. I sure wouldn't have minded being instantly dry again. Driscoll met us at the water's edge, eyes glued to the glowing piece of stone under my arm. "You found it." His hands were shaky as they reached forward, but he thought better of it before trying to take the piece from me. He must have seen the look in my eyes that said I wasn't handing it over to anyone, for any purpose. Because even though I wanted Driscoll to tell me what it said, the tablet made me ache with the need to reconnect it to the other piece. Some part of my brain became innately aware of where the other piece rested, below the sand we stood upon, hidden inside the room the people here had offered for Driscoll. And I was moving before I could give it another thought. "Hide it," Driscoll shouted after me, running to catch up. "Put it under your shirt or something." We entered the hidden compound of Portamaris, moving quickly through the restaurant and down the halls back into the sleeping quarters below. I was a woman on a mission, never stopping to give anyone a chance to ask who I was or where I was going. I vaguely heard Driscoll and Sean giving explanations behind me as I moved toward my destination. And the closer I got to the other piece of the tablet, the stronger my need was to reconnect them. I didn't have to ask where it was when we entered Driscoll's room at last. It called to me, and with a deep breath, I took the other piece into my hands and pushed the broken edges of the two together. A blinding light filled the room as a jolt of energy knocked me to the floor. Driscoll and Sean were still shielding their eyes as I got back to my feet and inspected the prophecy. The two pieces had fused themselves seamlessly together to create one perfect half of the full prophecy. Driscoll released a breath of wonder as he approached. "May I?" he asked. "Of course." Now that the pieces had been restored, the tension that had propelled me earlier finally eased. The tablet no longer glowed blue, but I could still feel its heartbeat in tandem with my own. I passed it to Driscoll, confident that it would be safe for him to hold. His bushy brows furrowed together as he took it in. "Well?" Sean stepped closer. "What does it say?" "The daughter of sea and sky, together with the one who ignites her heart, in her centennial incarnation, shall form a white braid of the powers that bind. The deliverer alone can wield—" "Can wield what?" I asked, desperate for more. "That," Driscoll said, "is yet to be determined. You must find the other two pieces of the prophecy." "I will," I said, a new ferocity sparking inside me. I knew it to be true, whether it was what I wanted or not, and no one would stop me, not Russell or Osborne or Peter Bratton. I couldn't even be stopped by the Kraken. This was bigger than them. It was bigger than me. It was everything. I would find the prophecy, and I would unite our people. It was my destiny. Part 3. Ignited. Chapter 27. Gilgamesh! Dom came barreling out of her room and hurtled over the back of the couch like a track star, landing with a neat little bounce on the cushion beside me. "Huh?" Gayla wrinkled her nose from across the room, looking just as confused as I felt. "The Epic of Gilgamesh. It's an ancient poem, and I think it might have a clue for us." Dom had gone full-blown Velma ever since I got back with the second piece of the tablet. I half expected her to pick me up from class in a modern-day mystery machine any day now. Between the two of us, we probably had someone poring over various ancient texts 26 hours a day, desperately searching for anything that could relate to the prophecy somehow, and so far, we'd come up short. "I'll bite," I said. "What's your clue?" "Okay, so Gilgamesh was on this journey to find immortality, but he didn't, or at least not in the physical sense. Of course, his story lives on." "Get to it, Dom," Gayla called out. "Right, so as he's dying and sad and stuff, the narrator says something about how eternal life wasn't his destiny. His destiny involved the power to bind." She lifted her brows pointedly in my direction before continuing. "And something about darkness and light for all mankind. Sounds serious, right? But there's more. There's also mention of a 3-stranded rope that cannot be broken, like a braid." "This is good," I nodded thoughtfully. "I can see a connection, I think." "The prophecy mentioned a white braid of the powers that bind, and we know this is your destiny." Dom pulled a folded-up piece of paper from her back pocket and spread it out on the coffee table. She pointed at the words she'd scrawled out as she read the prophecy aloud, even though we all had it memorized at this point. "The daughter of sea and sky, together with the one who ignites her heart, in her centennial incarnation shall form a white braid of the powers that bind. The deliverer alone can wield—" "But how does the rest of Gilgamesh come into play?" I asked. "Was he real? Maybe an old Atlantean?" Dom furrowed her brows. "Well, I haven't gotten that far yet." My phone chirped with a new message, and I took a peek while Dom folded her paper up again. "Hey guys, I've got to run. Sean says Millie is freaking out at the apothecary, and he needs some help." "Can we come?" Gayla stood and straightened her shirt. "I've been stuck in this apartment for weeks." "It's been 2 days," Dom corrected. "But I wouldn't mind getting out either. That cold front is supposed to roll in this weekend, so we should enjoy the sunshine while we still have it." The girls accompanied me down to Millie's shop. It was a beautiful fall day, but I couldn't relax as we walked the city streets. I'd managed to keep my aura covered in blue for a couple of weeks now, thanks to Tate and Millie's magic pills, but it still felt like I was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. There were always plenty of keepers near the Columbia campus, and I found myself eyeing every one of them as we passed, preparing to bolt if they somehow discovered I wasn't a normal Atlantean. None of them paid me any attention, though, which was a good thing. I wasn't very fast on my feet. Meanwhile, Gayla and Dom chatted about the upcoming convention and all the big names who would be attending, including Gayla's dad. She wasn't exactly thrilled about seeing him again. Rossel had disappeared after my little run-in with him at his warehouse, and Gayla's dad was furious about it. As horrible as Rossel was, he was known as the greatest seer in the modern-day world, and Gayla's dad paid good money to have Gayla apprentice under him. "I'm sure he's up in Olympus with King Barius," Gayla said, twisting a lock of platinum blonde hair around her finger. "He'll be back when it's convenient for him. But I guarantee he's not going to be giving me any more lessons, not after what Everly did to him." "I think he got off pretty easy, all things considered," I said, as we walked up to the front door of the apothecary. "He did throw a dagger at my face, after all." Some smug little part of me smiled inside, knowing that I was still in possession of his weapon. It had served me well so far, and I had no plans to give it back any time soon. A faint hint of lavender and tea tree oil hung in the air outside the entrance of Millie's shop. Abby was probably making bath bombs again. The bells on the door chimed when we walked through, and at first I wasn't sure if anyone was around. "Hello?" "Oh, goodness, I love lavender, but that's so strong it's making my eyes water." Gayla gently rubbed moisture from her lower lids, careful not to smudge her eyeliner. "Hey!" Sean popped up from behind the counter, followed by a red-faced Abby. I grinned. "What were you guys—" Millie cut me off, bursting through the curtain from the back room with an armful of towels. "Here, let me help." "No." Sean held out his arms to take the towels and stop my aunt from stepping behind the counter. "You've done enough." He shot a glare in my direction before dropping back behind the counter. Millie let out an exasperated sigh as she noted me and my roommates at the front of her shop. "Hi, girls. Sorry about the smell. I just knocked over an entire shelf full of essential oils. The big jars." She grimaced. "We hardly noticed," I lied with a smile. "But you look pretty frazzled. Do you need some help here today?" "Help?" Millie giggled, a slight craze gleaming from her blue eyes. "Yes," Sean said, shooing my aunt toward the door. "She could definitely use your help. Millie's been put in charge of the welcome dinner for Maximus and Gloriana this year. They'll be coming up for the convention next week, and normally my mother would host a fancy dinner for them the night they arrive. But this year—" He trailed off. Claudia had basically been ousted from Keeper Society after what happened to her husband in Atlantis. She'd been curled up in her bed, lights off, barely even eating unless Sean was there bringing her food. And his dad, Peter, had disappeared entirely. Not a soul knew where he was, except maybe Claudia, but she wasn't speaking. Not coherently, anyway. "Gotcha. Well, put me to work. What can I do?" "Abby and I can manage the shop," Sean said, dropping his chin, "since I'm not taking part in the convention this year. But I'm sure Millie could use your help with planning the dinner." "Oh, that happens to be my specialty." Gayla stepped forward and looped my aunt's arm through her own. "Let's get you home and see what you've got figured out so far. We'll make this dinner so good they'll want to stay on dry land forever." She gently guided my aunt back to the door as she spoke. Dom scowled in Gayla's direction for speaking so carelessly in front of a human, but Abby didn't seem bothered or confused by her words at all. She must have been too distracted with cleaning up the oily mess on the floor to notice. "Okay," Millie nodded. "Thank you. But are you sure you guys can handle things on your own here?" "We've got it under control,"
Sean said. "Between me and Abby and the rest of the staff, I don't think you'll need to come in all week. Take your time, try to relax, and come back after the convention. I'll call you if anything comes up." Millie hesitated by the front door before finally nodding again. "All right. I appreciate you girls offering to help. There is a lot to get done in a very short amount of time. Let's go." Chapter 28. Dom and Gayla took turns helping me at Millie's house over the next week. She was uncharacteristically frazzled. My normally calm, cool, and collected aunt had turned into a tornado, bouncing from one idea to the next and leaving a trail of destruction in her path. But my roommates handled it with grace. And Gayla wasn't joking when she'd said party planning was her forte. She knew all the best caterers, florists, decorators, and event planners in New York City. But in the end, Pierre won out. He was one stubborn Frenchman, and he refused to allow some unknown catering crew into his kitchen. So on the big night, it was me who wound up in the kitchen with him instead. Dom and Gayla each had other plans that night, so I found myself stuffing goat cheese into green olives by myself, while Jeeves organized a bar cart and Pierre sautéed something that smelled delicious on the stove. "This has got to be the weirdest thing I've ever done," I said, to no one in particular. So maybe it wasn't the weirdest thing. I mean, I'd sliced off a part of the kraken. But it definitely ranked up there as one of the weirdest human things I'd ever done. I shoved the last bit of cheese into a greasy olive and licked the remainder off my fingers. "Ew," I shuddered. I will never understand people who eat goat cheese. Goats are like the total opposite of fancy. My friend Hattie used to have goats. Her favorite was named Jack Sparrow. He used to jump on the trampoline with us and eat Fruit Loops right out of our hands. "Stories like this are exactly why you are not invited to the dinner." Pierre swiped his hand through the air at me. He was only halfway right about that. I wasn't invited to the dinner, but it wasn't my stories that would embarrass my aunt. It was more about my association with Sean and his family. Being involved with that lot down in Atlantis had marked me as a pariah just as much as them, at least in Gloriana's eyes. It left me wondering how Millie got tapped to host a dinner, being my aunt and all. Sean explained that she was one of the most well-respected Atlanteans in New York. Her wealth and newfound propensity to do the right thing were enough to outshine my youthful indiscretions. But the pressure of getting everything perfect enough to erase my connections to the Bratton family was almost too much for my poor aunt to bear. I peeked out of the kitchen when Jeeves greeted the non-royal family a short while later. The glamour placed on Jeeves and Pierre after the Olympian attack still held strong, and they were under the impression that Millie was hosting the family of some bigwig from the Pharmaceutical Association, the same Pharmaceutical Association that she'd told Abby and the rest of her staff was hosting the upcoming convention. Gloriana stepped through the door first, overdressed as usual. Jeeves, always a gentleman, said nothing about the woman's strange attire. Anastasia was next, wearing a similar full-length gown as her mother, but in a pretty pale mauve, as opposed to her mother's deep navy blue. I held my breath as Jeeves greeted the patriarch of the family next. Maxwell's voice was deep and silky, like a late-night radio DJ. Jeeves stepped to the side, welcoming the man into Millie's home, and as he entered, I was shocked to see that his head barely reached the butler's outstretched arm. Now, Jeeves was a big guy, literally college linebacker huge, but Maxwell was not. I couldn't explain why, but I'd expected the leader of Atlantis to have a bit more of a commanding presence, especially with that voice. "Maxwell, Gloriana, how wonderful to see you!" Millie strutted down from the top of the stairs, looking elegant as always. "And Anastasia, you've grown into such a beautiful young woman." "Thank you." Anastasia dipped her chin in thanks, and when she looked up, her gaze snagged on my doorway.
I tensed, ready to pull back into the kitchen, but there was a kind curiosity in her eyes. I smiled at the girl instead. Jeeves turned back in my direction after showing them into the dining room, so I quickly jumped out of the way. "Welp, looks like you guys have it all under control here," I said, snatching a lobster crostini off the hors d'oeuvres plate before Jeeves picked it up. "I'll be outside if you need me." I dashed off toward the back courtyard before they could object. The prep work was all done, and I knew they would be fine without me. Besides, I needed to get a better view of the dinner. I settled onto the cold cement of the patio and wrapped a blanket over my shoulders to keep out the evening's chill. Lemon Drop and Tiny Tim, Millie's mastiffs, quickly found their way to my sides. "You guys weren't invited either, huh?" I held the blanket out for Lemon Drop. She looked like she needed a cuddle buddy, but Tiny Tim was too distraught over being locked outside to care about the blanket. He let out a whimper and pawed at the back door. "Shh, you're gonna get me caught, Tiny." "Are we really resorting to lying with the dogs now?" A flutter of wings announced Al's arrival behind me. "They're better company than birds." He scoffed, a sound I could only hear in my mind. "How's the dinner going so far?" "They're just sitting down, but Millie did a fabulous job preparing everything. I'm sure it'll be great." "Then why do you feel the need to sit out here in the shadows and watch them?" "I just want to." Al had been particularly thorny since I returned from Atlantis. He did not approve of my tactics for acquiring the tablet, and I did not approve of his lecture about Kraken safety. I also found it hard to believe that this feathery friend of mine had no further information about the prophecy. He'd supposedly been my sidekick in every incarnation over the last 12,000 years, yet he couldn't so much as take a guess at what the prophecy meant. According to him, there were long spans of time when we were apart. He was only able to find me in each life after my powers began to manifest. "You're still mad at me, aren't you?" I shrugged. "So be it. But you sitting out here in the cold watching them eat dinner is absurd. Either march inside, tell them you're the deliverer, and get this show on the road, or leave them be. You've got better things to do than watch through a window like a sad little puppy." Tiny Tim whimpered again as if that was his cue. His giant paw hit the door a little louder this time, and everyone inside looked up at the noise. I pressed myself up against the courtyard wall, trying to stay out of sight as Millie stood, apologizing profusely. Then Anastasia stood as well, with one hand raised. There was some brief discourse between her and Millie, but I couldn't see their lips well enough from where I sat to know what was said. Then Anastasia walked this way. "Be careful," Al's voice called out in my mind, followed by the sound of him flying up to a higher perch. Anastasia paused on the other side of the door, her eyes quietly scanning the darkened courtyard until they landed on me. Her mouth twitched into a smile, and she grabbed 2 leashes from their hooks on the wall inside. "Hey, pups." Her raspy voice was light and carefree as she stepped onto the patio and greeted Millie's dogs. "Need to go for a walk?" She cast a quick wink in my direction before attaching the leashes and tugging the dogs toward the gate. I followed, keeping the blanket held over my body in a dramatic sweep low across a courtyard until we stepped out onto the chilled Manhattan street that led us to Central Park. We must have been a sight to behold. One girl, who smelled like goat cheese and olives, wearing a fuzzy blanket around her shoulders like a cape, and the other dressed like a princess, armed with 2 massive beasts on leashes. People in Oklahoma would have gawked at us, but in New York, no one batted an eye. "Hey," I said, once I was sure we were out of earshot. "Did you know I was outside?" "I suspected," Anastasia grinned. "It's what I would have done in your shoes. But I was glad to see you. I haven't heard any big news since you left. How are things?" She wanted to know why we hadn't taken action with the tablet yet. I did make her a promise after all, and it had been a few weeks with no major strides. Slow going, I admitted. We only have half of the story right now. I'm not sure what steps to take next.
Anastasia nodded. Well, all of the keeper leaders will be here for the convention. Perhaps you will find a way to get the rest of the story soon. How's Sean?
He's good. He was better than good. Almost running into a death trap in Atlantis had given Sean a new lease on life, and he was living it to its fullest. For the first time ever, he allowed himself to flirt with Abby, relaxing his guard and finally enjoying her company. He didn't even care about his dad missing. In fact, I suspect his father's absence actually removed some of the weight from Sean's shoulders. But obviously I wasn't going to tell Anastasia all of that. Were you okay after we left? It was kind of chaotic.
Oh, sure, I was fine. The guards suspected it was Peter who set off the alarm, and they never even noticed I was missing. There's been a search for him since the day you left. They think he stole the tablet.
What will they do to him if they find him?
Kill him, Anastasia shrugged. But don't worry, there's no reason for them to suspect you and Sean. I made sure to clear our tracks thoroughly.
Peter was a jerk, but he didn't deserve to die. I made a mental note to try and locate him before the Atlantean guards did. Maybe I could get him to Portomeris with Driscoll. Thank you, I said after a beat, for helping us out of there.
You're the one who deserves the thanks. Just don't let me down.
We crossed over into the park and waited as a small group of teenagers passed on the sidewalk, giving us a wide berth to avoid the enormous dogs we had with us. I waited until I was sure we were alone again before dropping my voice to a near whisper and continuing the conversation. So you said all the royal families would be in attendance at the convention, right? Including the Agarthian family? My heart picked up at the thought of Tate. I hadn't seen him since before we left for Portomeris. He'd been tied up in some family affairs in Agartha.
Yeah, everyone got into town yesterday.
Yesterday? Why hadn't he called me yet? Rasputin's warning about Tate working against me flashed through my mind, but I shoved the thought away. If Tate was working against me, he never would have helped Millie turn my aura blue. But why hadn't he reached out?
Is something wrong? Anastasia lifted her delicate brows.
No, I just think I realized what my next step should be, but I need to get into the convention. Is there any way you can get me on the list?
I don't think so. My mother would definitely not approve of me adding you to our group. No offense. But maybe Millie can find a way to get you in.
It was last minute, but it was worth a try. Tate had promised before he left to keep an eye out for the missing piece of the tablet in Agartha. I had to see him.
Chapter 29. My hands are tied, Everly. I'm sorry. Millie frowned and squeezed my shoulder. But I will be sure to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I'll try to find out where Rossel ran off to, and I will definitely let you know if I hear anything about your mother. I miss her too.
I understand.
I picked out a necklace from Millie's jewelry box and passed it to her as a finishing touch for her outfit. She was sitting on some kind of panel at the convention today, so I wanted her to look her best, even if they wouldn't allow me in. She'd explained that due to high security concerns, they limited the attendees to those who were absolutely required to attend. Though I didn't see how Gala and Dom would have made the list if it weren't for Gala's father. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything for me as an Atlantean. A soft knock sounded at Millie's bedroom door. You ready? Devon called out through the crack. Millie rubbed a fresh coat of bright pink lipstick onto her mouth and smiled. Now I am. He cracked open the door and entered with a wide grin as he took in his much older soulmate. Are you sure I can't just get Devon to teleport me in there? I asked. They cast wards over the entire convention center, Devon said. I can't even teleport us in there. All powers are rendered useless inside those walls. Millie rolled her eyes. "It's Barrios's favorite trick. That man loves to make others powerless at any chance he gets." "Barrios as in King Barrios of Olympus? Rossel's boss?" Millie nodded. "Yes, and like I told you, I'll find out where Rossel is if I can. But there's no way he will show up at the convention after that report we filed on his cronies who ransacked my study." "Right. Well, be careful just in case. Oh, and Millie, will you please ask Tate to call me if you see him there?" I added, as an afterthought. "I will. We'll see you tonight at supper, okay? I'll bring you all my notes." She crossed a finger over her heart. "Thanks, Millie. I'll see you then." I waited a full 5 minutes before pulling out the bag I'd stashed under my aunt's guest room bed, and I changed into black pants and a long-sleeved white button-up shirt. I didn't actually know who would be catering the event, but I'd watched enough TV shows in my life to guess that this was probably the caterer's uniform. Now, I just had to get over to the convention center before the rest of the crew started without me. I was going to be the newest addition to their staff. They just didn't know it yet. I was about 2 blocks away when a familiar voice called out in my mind. "You're a little overdressed for a casual morning stroll, don't you think?" Without slowing, I turned my gaze upward to scan the windowsills and balconies of the buildings that surrounded me. I wasn't sure how much distance could be between us for Al's mind-to-mind communication to work, and I really wished I could communicate back without speaking out loud. "I'm on the street light up ahead, just waiting for you to turn around and go back home." I found him, perched casually on the light, as if owls commonly hung out in Manhattan. Meeting his yellow eyes, I shook my head softly. "You're not seriously going to try to break into the convention, are you? That's a horrible idea. They will know immediately that you're not on the list, and if you're not careful, you'll get yourself put on a different list instead." I ignored him, picking up my pace as I passed his little perch. He fluttered up ahead, talking silently into my mind again. "By different, I mean bad. Like hit list kind of bad." I shrugged and picked up into a jog. "Everly, seriously, stop. You're obviously not a human, and no one is going to let you in when they see your aura, even if it is blue. How do you expect this to go down?" I didn't care how it went down. I just had to get closer to the action. If I couldn't actually get into the building without getting caught, then I'd hang out outside until they all left. They couldn't arrest me for hanging out on the street. Of course, I still wasn't sure what exactly I was looking for. All I knew was that every keeper leader was going to be in attendance, and they held any chance at getting the rest of the missing pieces of the tablet. And if I happened to run into Tate while I was there, well, that would be okay too. "Are you really just going to ignore me?" "Yep," I said aloud, not caring who might overhear. I just spotted the catering van pull down the alley behind the convention center, and I wasn't interested in listening to the dire warnings of an owl anymore. It was showtime. I jogged across the street and waited for people to begin unloading from the vehicle before trotting around the corner. Phew! I wiped fake sweat from my forehead. Looks like I made it just in time. I would hate to be late for my first day of work. 2 guys and a girl stood outside the van wearing similar clothes to my own, though theirs had a company logo embroidered on the shirts. One of the guys frowned his brow. "Who are you?" I stepped up and extended my hand. "I'm Everly. The boss thought you might need some backup with the big event today, so I was asked to start right away. I hope you guys don't mind showing me the ropes." "Where's your apron?" the girl asked, noting my empty hands. "Shoot, I knew I forgot something. Is there an extra I can borrow just for today?" "I'll look," the first guy said. "Follow me." I turned briefly to flash a smug smile at Al, but he was gone. The others got back to work, while the boy walked around to the back of a second van already parked in the alley. He opened the doors and made no effort at small talk as he rummaged through a couple of boxes sitting in the back. The rest of the staff was already carrying chafing dishes into a back door of the building,
and I was itching to catch up to them. The door was wide open. It would be so easy for me to just slip inside. Unless, of course, some of the wards Devon mentioned were designed to stop those of us who weren't on the list. Maybe Al was right. I shifted on my feet at the realization. What would I do if some kind of magical alarm was set off by my mere entrance into the building? Some shuffling near the door drew my attention away from the van. "Sorry," a familiar voice said. "Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh, hello." The catering girl gawked at the tall, handsome man who had just clumsily bumped into her. Tate winked and then slinked out of the door, trotting a little deeper into the alley away from where everyone was working. "I'll be right back," I said to the boy, who still hadn't found me an apron. "Tate!" I whisper-yelled his name as I neared the spot where he'd stopped, sleepily resting his head back against the wall. He opened one eye. "Hey, why haven't you returned my calls?" Never changing his casual stance, he grinned. "Sorry, babe. I've been busy with work." "Babe?" I took a step back. "Are you okay?" "I am now that you're here." He winked at me. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see Gayla with a camera, ready to laugh at another successful prank. But we were all alone, other than the catering crew who seemed to have forgotten about me. "What happened down there?" "In Agartha?" He lifted his brows, seemingly a lot more interested in the conversation now. "Yeah." He thought for a minute before the corner of his mouth pulled up into a half grin. "I'll tell you, but it's going to cost you." I had no idea what had gotten into him. A million thoughts rushed through my brain. Had they drugged him? Was he under someone's glamour? Did Agartha simply bring out a different side of him? "What's it going to cost?" His smile widened. "A kiss." I knew he wasn't acting like himself, and yet the word still made my heart leap in my chest. "You're joking, right?" A nervous giggle escaped me. "Nope, not joking." He stepped forward and reached for my hand, rubbing his thumb gently across the back of it before pulling me a little closer. We were nearly touching when he looked down at me with half-lidded eyes. "What do you say? A kiss for my secrets?" He dropped his chin toward me, and common sense said to push him away, but common sense couldn't put up much of a fight with a face that pretty. It was only then that I began to feel that familiar faint buzz that simmered between us. It was different somehow, though. Tate slid one hand behind my head, his fingers gently weaving into my hair as he lifted my face to his. My heart raced as he closed the gap. Something wasn't right. "Titus!" Tate dropped his hands, and we both spun toward the voice. The electricity dancing across my skin intensified, and I realized the figure sprinting across the alley toward us was Tate. I looked back and forth between the two Tates. "What in the world is going on?" "That's what I was about to ask," the new Tate said. The tingly buzz was out of control as he approached, pulling me into him. This Tate, the new one, was the real Tate, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" I turned back to the man I almost kissed. "That's Titus, my brother." Chapter 30. Titus put two hands in the air with a laugh. "Sorry, man. I haven't gotten to play Thaddeus in years. I couldn't resist, especially with such a willing member of your fan club." My cheeks heated. I couldn't believe I actually almost kissed this guy. What a jerk. Tate frowned, avoiding eye contact with me. "You need to get back inside before they lose their minds." "You always ruin my fun," Titus pouted. "Go. I'll meet you in there in a second." He hesitated with a look that told me he wanted to challenge his brother's command, but eventually Titus turned back toward the building. I waited until he was all the way back through the doors before spinning toward Tate. "How have you never mentioned you have a twin?" "Nice to see you, too." Amusement flashed across Tate's eyes, and even that had my heart swooning in a way his imposter brother never came close to triggering. Maybe Titus was right. I'd forgotten how big of a fan I was of the real Tate. I punched him playfully on the arm, causing a pleasant zing where my skin contacted his. He looked down as though he felt it too, but neither of us mentioned it. "I'm serious," I said, suddenly feeling more emotional than the situation called for. "I'm sorry. I can see why that might have been a shock to you. I never thought to mention it because I never expected the two of you to meet. You knew I had a brother, and I guess his appearance wouldn't have made any difference to you before now." "I thought you had an older brother." "He is older, by 8 minutes, and since I was born after midnight, technically we have 2 different birthdays, too." I shook my head. "That's wild." "I know. Who would have thought that a mere 8 minutes would change the future of Agartha?" Tate grew serious again as he focused on me. "What are you doing here with the caterers?" Definitely not trying to sneak into the convention." "Right." Laughter shone in his eyes again. "And definitely not against the advice of all your friends." "Not all my friends have been answering their phones to give me advice." Tate ran a hand through his hair. "I feel like that was a jab against me." "You're very perceptive." "I didn't know you'd called. They took my phone." "What? Why?" He looked over his shoulder. "Things are a little shaky in Agartha right now. There's a certain part of our population who isn't very happy with some of the decisions my father is making in regard to his heir." "Titus?" Tate nodded. "He doesn't always make the best, life decisions. In fact, he's high as a kite right now on Soma. So understandably, many Agarthans don't think he's fit for the job of king. And I guess my father's personal counsel has advised him to keep me close and cut off from anyone who may try to convince me to stake my claim on the throne. So they took my phone." "Do you even want the throne?" Tate shrugged. "I don't want to be king, but I don't want to watch Agartha implode because my brother is too busy looking for his next hit to lead the territory either." "That's rough. I'm sorry." Tate forced a smile. "I didn't mean to unload all that on you. It's nothing you should have to worry about." "Actually, I do. I'm the deliverer, remember?" I took a showy bow. "At your service." Tate touched his fingertip to my lips, and I thought I might melt into a puddle on the concrete. "Shh. You never know who's listening around here." He dropped his finger again, and my lips were cold without it. I wanted to touch him again, but I couldn't find any reasonable excuse for it, so I resorted to awkward humor instead. "You're right. That catering crew might be staging a coup as we speak." He laughed, glancing down at my attire. "You know the Olympian guards inside would have had you pinned against the wall the moment you stepped foot into that building." "Not once they tasted my goat cheese stuffed olives." "I'm not sure how to respond to that." "Maybe it's best if you don't." I wrinkled my nose, clamping my mouth shut before I started rambling about Jack Sparrow and trampolines again. "You know there's nothing interesting that ever happens at these events, right? It's just the 3 races pretending we're all friends by sharing surface-level data about what's going on in our territories. There's nothing useful. They keep their real secrets to themselves." "I know," I admitted. "I'm just tired of sitting around and waiting on the sidelines. I'm ready to take action, and if I can get any kind of clue in here about where to go next, it'll be worth it." "Are you sure?" I nodded. "All right, Everly Gordon of Atlantis. I'm officially requesting your assistance as a member of the Royal Agarthian staff. Will you accompany me to the annual convention of the Keepers?" "Agarthian staff?" "We're not permitted to bring guests, but being royal has its perks. I can assign you a role on my staff." "Is it permanent?" I remembered the Olympian guard I'd seen down in the prison of Atlantis. He could never leave. "No.
Not unless you request asylum in Agartha. This is just a one-time thing.
If you're sure, then yes, it's gotta be better than this alley. Besides, there's a lot that has happened since the last time I saw you. Is there a safe place we can talk inside?
I'll see what I can find. But first, I have to attend a couple of meetings. You're welcome to join me if you want. You'll need to look a little less like a caterer, though.
He pulled my hair from my ponytail and ruffled his fingers through it, shaking out the waves as it fell to my shoulders. His fingertips on my scalp gave me 10 times the goosebumps I got from a shampoo at my hairdresser. The touch was somehow both warm and tingly cool, and I never wanted it to stop. I was a bit breathless when he pulled his hands away. We locked eyes, the gold flaring slightly in his amber-colored irises, and I could feel that invisible thread pulling me ever nearer. Tate was going to be trouble for me if I wasn't careful. I looked away, snapping the connection. Let's get inside. We walked slowly back toward the convention center, and I was acutely aware of how closely our hands swung with each step. It was like a magnetic pendulum, and I had to stay focused to prevent my fingers from reaching out to his as we moved together. This isn't the first time I've heard of soma. With that and ambrosia and the other myriad of substances I've heard mentioned on campus, I've got to ask, do keepers have a problem with addiction?
We're just like humans in many ways, only our substances are stronger. So, yeah, a lot of keepers do get addicted, unfortunately, but it's especially common in royal families. The pressure of leading a territory gets to be too much. There's a whole world to explore, but royal children are generally confined to a palace in a hidden territory, away from it all. It's hard.
I remembered Anastasha's brother tucked away in the prison in Atlantis, detoxing from some addiction of his own, and a chill ran down my spine. How did you get out? Tate frowned.
I proved I could be useful in other ways.
Like hunting souls. It was all coming together now, and he must have been particularly skilled if Rossel sought him out specifically for me. Tate paused outside the door.
I don't know if the agreement we had in the alley is enough for you to get past the wards. Is it all right if I take your hand until we can make sure you're safely added to the list? I'll try to shield you just in case.
Yeah, that's fine. I tried not to smile as his hand slid into mine. Every muscle in my body relaxed a little at the contact. It was like every cell had been yearning for his touch, and now that Tate and I were hand in hand, some of the tension could finally be relieved. I couldn't even care about the confused faces of the catering staff as we hurried through the kitchen, right past the boy who had finally found me an apron. It wasn't until we were out in the main hall of the enormous building that the foolishness of my plan finally hit me. There were thousands of keepers around us. Auras of blue, green, and purple and gold filled the space like a glowing Mardi Gras party, only much stiffer, with attendees wearing business attire instead of plastic beads. There were no white auras, not one. I squeezed Tate's hand and whispered softly, "Am I still blue?"
"The bluest,"
he said with a grin. He led me to a large concierge desk near the front entrance, where a stunningly beautiful Olympian woman sat before a stack of glowing parchment.
"Excuse me," Tate said to her. "I need to verify that Everly Gordon of Atlantis has been added to the list."
The woman placed her hand atop the stack and closed her eyes. "Everly Gordon, personal attendant for Thaddeus Castellanos of the Royal Agarthian family. She's here." The 10-year-old version of myself immediately thought, Everly Castellanos. It was a bit long, but not too bad. But I shook myself back to the present when Tate dropped my hand. Once again, I felt cold and alone. I wasn't ready to let go of him yet.
"You're official,"
he said with a nod. We turned back to the main hall, and I spotted Anastasia surrounded by a wall of guards just up ahead. She saw me as well, and a knowing smile spread across her pretty face. She looked from Tate to me and gave a not-so-subtle wink
before getting moved along by her entourage. "Was Anastasia winking at you?"
"Oh, that! I don't know." I tried to play it off.
"How do you know her?"
I glanced around, unwilling to share too much where all these super-sensitive keeper ears could hear me. "She was at Millie's house last night for a welcome dinner."
"Ah."
Tate stepped over to the wall outside of some double doors leading into a large room set up for one of the morning sessions.
"One more question before we go in here."
"Sure." I leaned against the wall, happy to catch my breath before entering the room full of Agarthians. I had no idea what to say if any of them challenged me on my new role or tried to ask any questions. Tate stepped in front of me, mischief gleaming in his eyes. He leaned in close enough that I felt his breath as he whispered the question in my ear.
"Were you really about to kiss my brother outside when you thought he was me?"
He pulled back enough to make eye contact again, a soft grin pulling at one side of his perfect lips. I pulled my gaze away from his mouth, desperately trying to calm my racing heart as I pretended to be stronger than I was. My whole body felt like it was on fire, in the best of ways. He said he could tell me his secrets in exchange for a kiss. It sounded like a winning business transaction for me. I smirked and pushed Tate back away from me, knowing I didn't have the strength to stay there under his gorgeous gaze any longer. And as we entered the room, I spotted Titus at a front table, surrounded by a small group of guards, but I only recognized one, Osborne. Chapter 31.
"What is she doing here?"
Osborne rose from his feet, shouting across the room and drawing the attention of every golden-eyed Agarthian in the place. Tate stepped closer to me, angling his body like a shield between me and Osborne.
"She's my attendant for the day." "Don't be a fool, Thaddeus. You're flirting with the enemy here. I refuse to stand by while she gathers intel on our private matters just to spoon-feed the information back to Rasputin."
A collective gasp from the other Agarthians filled the air.
"You really think I wouldn't know if a member of my own staff was working with the enemy? You forget how powerful I am."
Even with the wards cast over the building, Tate's power was evident. It radiated from him in a way that left the other Agarthians silent. He normally kept that card tucked away, but I was glad to see him playing it now with Osborne, because secretly, it was taking a lot of self-control not to play my own power card.
"You better watch how you speak to a member of the royal family, Ozzy."
Titus grinned. It was obvious now how glazed over his eyes were, half-lidded and slow-moving. I didn't know how I'd missed it before.
"Besides, I kinda like this girl."
He gave me an exaggerated wink.
"I respect your opinion, Your Highness,"
Osborne lied with a dip of his chin.
"But I really have to insist that she leaves this room. It's a matter of security. Despite your blatant disrespect for the future leader of our territory, I would have to agree that my attendant should go. Not because she is a security threat."
Tate chuckled, making eye contact with several of the other Agarthians around the room to ensure they recognized his condescension toward Osborne.
"But rather because I would hate to subject her to such foolishness. Of course, I'll have to accompany her. As my attendant, she is not permitted to roam the convention without me. Come on, Everly, let's get out of here." "Bring her back for lunch,"
Titus called out as we made our way back out to the main hall. The building suddenly seemed much more crowded than before. Seeing Osborne had stirred something within me, something sinister that I didn't want to acknowledge right now. I needed to get somewhere quiet where I could calm myself. We hadn't made it more than 10 steps away from the room before Osborne said my name again behind us. I paused, and Tate put his hand lightly on the small of my back, somehow filling me with strength and confidence as I spun around to face the angry hunter on my heels.
"I know what you are," he said, and every muscle in my body tensed. "I know you're with the Manticorians, and if you're here, it means Rasputin isn't far behind. But you can tell him that I'm ready for him, and I'm ready to finally take you down once and for all. I'm waiting for any reason at all. So go ahead, do what you came to do. Just know that I'm watching." Osborne sneered and then turned his glare on Tate. "And as for you, we're all just waiting for Titus to screw up so we can lock him away. Once I prove your association with this trash," he jerked his chin in my direction, "we'll lock you up alongside him. I'll finish the job you couldn't, and I will gladly take your place on the throne. It deserves someone who wants it. You were never cut out to be king anyway." I lunged, but Tate's arm stopped me before I could get to Osborne. I wanted so badly to hurt him, to bash in that crooked nose of his, but of course that wouldn't do us any good. "Nice monologue, Osborne. Very dramatic. But you can save it for the meeting you're about to be late for." Tate gestured back toward the room. "Now leave me. That's an order." Osborne's jaw tightened so hard I expected it to crack, but he managed to hold in whatever insult was on the tip of his tongue. Eventually, he turned back toward the meeting room. But even with Osborne gone, we were surrounded by hundreds or maybe thousands of other keepers bustling around the convention center, and seeing Osborne reminded me of my original task. I had to find the other pieces of the tablet. Now that I had Tate, and maybe even Titus on my side, I wondered if it would be possible for me to search Agartha for the next piece. "I need to talk to you." I looked at Tate and dropped my voice to a whisper. "Privately." He nodded. "There's only one place I trust in this building, but we'll have to get around my father first." Chapter 32. Tate led me over to a glass elevator at the center of the main hall and hit a button on the wall beside it. A glass cage in the middle of all the most powerful keepers in the world? Obviously the top choice for privacy. Good idea. He tried to hide his amusement. "Just get on." I followed him into the small space, actually grateful that we were on full display in the middle of the convention hall. Last time we'd been in an elevator together, it took everything I had to keep myself away from him. Knowing there were thousands of powerful eyes watching now seemed to help numb that sensation. Just a little, though. The doors closed silently behind me, and I noted that Tate had put as much distance between us as he could. That was a good thing. I could ignore the invisible electric thread tugging me toward him if he stayed far enough away. "Each of the royal families gets a designated conference suite here at the hall. There are extra protections over the rooms, so sensitive information can be freely discussed. When we were kids, Titus and I used to play around with the wards, looking for any way to tear them down and spy on the other families. But it was impossible. So anything you have to say will be safe within the suite." "I think I'm less afraid of being overheard than I am of meeting your dad. If he's been trying to keep you cut off from everyone, he probably won't be too thrilled to see that you've picked up a new attendant." "You don't need to worry about him." It looked like there was more Tate wanted to say, but he bit down on the words. It was probably wise, as we had just reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal a sky bridge leading over the road outside and into an attached hotel next to the convention center. Neither of us spoke as we meandered down a hall over plush, colorful carpet. We passed a couple of other small groups of keepers, none of the races mixing together much, and I only got a couple of raised brows from the Atlanteans when they saw me trailing Tate. We'd been walking maybe 5 minutes and gone up another elevator when a door slammed open at the end of the hotel hallway. "Shoot," Tate said under his breath. "I think that's our suite." Sure enough, 3 tall Agarthians marched out into the hallway, looking like they didn't have time for anyone or anything that may cross their path. They were on a mission. Next came a silver fox of a man, strikingly handsome. His salt and pepper hair was the only thing that aged him at all, and I noted the similarities between him and his sons immediately. "Well, we found your dad," I whispered. 3 more Agarthian guards followed in back, effectively surrounding the king. 2 of them landed their scrutinizing eyes on me, but the king seemed indifferent. He hardly even greeted his own son. "Everything all right?" Tate asked as his father rushed by us. "Fine," the king replied gruffly. He definitely didn't look fine, though. A couple more of the guards were eyeing me now as well. "Keep it moving," he barked at his people. Tate didn't press any further. He scooted me back toward the wall, keeping one arm spread before me like a bodyguard, even though I was supposed to be the one attending to him. I didn't mind it, though. The warmth radiating off his skin brought me a sense of comfort. The crowd rushed by us and turned a corner at the end of the hall without once looking back. "What was that all about?" I asked, once they were gone. "I have no idea, but judging by the look on his face, it was much more urgent than he wanted me to believe it was." Tate stared after them down the empty hall for just another moment, before shaking his head and gesturing toward the suite they'd exited. "At least we have the room to ourselves now." My stomach flipped a little bit at the thought. It was fine. Everything would be fine. There was no good reason for me to freak out at the thought of being alone with him. It's not like I would lose all self-control without a chaperone. I took a deep breath as he scanned a card and unlocked the door. No one was inside, but it looked like the king and his guards had been engaged in a meeting before hurrying out into the hall. Several half-finished glasses of a golden beverage sat throughout the room, condensation leaving glistening trails down the sides of the glasses and pooling onto the coffee table in the center of the room. The suite was huge, more like an apartment than a hotel room. There was the living area that we'd entered into, a small kitchenette, and 2 separate wings of what I assumed were individual bedrooms. "This place is fancy," I said, taking it all in. "Are you sure there's no one else here? Where are your guards?" "I don't get any guards." Tate plopped down onto the middle cushion of the couch. "Those are reserved for the king and the heir. I forfeited my right to royal coddling when I joined the hunters." I sat next to him and immediately felt that invisible thread tighten. It was a jolt, warm and electric in my chest, pulling me hard toward Tate. I refused it, leaning back into the arm of the couch instead, and Tate scooted down to the other arm, leaving a full cushion open between us. "You feel it too, don't you?" His golden gaze jerked up to mine, and his hand moved toward his chest. "Huh?" "That tingly buzz, Never mind." One look at his blank expression stopped me in my tracks. I felt like a fool. There was no way I was about to explain how I felt some invisible connection pulling me toward him. That was a one-way ticket to crazy ex-girlfriend territory. Not that I was his girlfriend, just a friend, and a girl, who was mildly attracted to him. It could never work between us, even if I was attracted to him. He was Agarthian, I was Atlantean. It was forbidden. I didn't want him bad enough to be cursed and die for it. "Okay, so you're sure we're alone?" I asked, getting back to what really mattered. "Positive. What did you want to tell me?" "I went to Atlantis." "How was it?" He turned his body toward me, folding one leg under as he pulled it up onto the couch. "It was nothing like I imagined." I explained our heated run-in with Peter and Anastasha's crush on Sean. He stared wide-eyed as I told him about the tablet and our speedy escape through the ocean. Then I mentioned the Kraken. "You did not cut off a piece of the Kraken," he said with a laugh. "Oh, I totally did. You can ask Sean.
I think he's still got the slimy little tentacle, I shuddered. Nasty monster.
You're amazing, he said, shaking his head with a smile.
I dipped my chin, trying to hide the blush I felt creeping into my cheeks. I'm just doing my job, fulfilling my destiny and all that. When I looked up again, I realized we'd both somehow drifted closer to the center during my tale, but I didn't want to scoot back again. Anyway, we got the tablet back to Driscoll.
Was he able to interpret it?
I nodded and recited it to him from memory.
The daughter of sea and sky?
Tate rubbed his forehead.
And you don't know who your dad is, right?
Nope. That might make this whole thing a lot easier. He repeated the words again under his breath.
Sea makes sense, being from Atlantis and all. But sky? I can't think of any Atlantean powers that involve the sky.
My mom was a messenger.
Yeah, but that's more about bending reality than flying through the air. Olympus is known as a city in the sky, and there are Agarthians who can control the wind and move clouds and stuff. But for Atlanteans?
He shook his head again.
I've got nothing.
What about talking to owls? Tate's brows pulled together.
That seems like a very specific question.
Athena could talk to owls, and she was Atlantean, right?
Oh, he nodded. Yeah, that seems like a stretch, though.
I'd have to ask Al about it the next time I saw him. I hadn't even really considered it from that angle before. Tate leaned toward me with that crooked grin that only meant mischief again.
Maybe we should focus on the next line of the prophecy instead, the part about the one who ignites your heart.
Dom thinks it's referring to my soulmate.
That makes sense.
Tate's grin widened.
Although you looked pretty ignited by my brother earlier.
I punched him again, intensifying the electric tug between us. I told you, it was just a business transaction. He looked down at his arm, his grin fading slightly.
I do feel it.
Feel what? My heart jumped in my chest.
The tingly buzz, I think you called it.
He reached for my hand, igniting the skin where he touched. His thumb rubbed gently over my knuckles, creating a fizzy sensation. It almost tickled, but in a much more serious, personal way. "Oh," was all I could say.
It's strange, isn't it? At first I thought it had to do with black magic. You know, Russell told me you were deep in the stuff. I thought it was some ancient hunter instinct coming through, warning me that you were bad news. But now I know I'm the only one who feels it, other than you. Do you feel it around anyone else?
I shook my head, unable to speak. My heart was pounding so loud, I thought the neighbors in the suite next door might complain.
It keeps drawing me back to you. I can't seem to get enough. I thought about you the whole time I was in Agartha. I searched the entire palace for that tablet, just so I could see you smile when I brought it back.
My smiles aren't cheap, but I bet you could have found an easier way to get one. I grinned, just to prove my point. I wasn't sure how else to respond. I'd never seen Tate behave so sincerely.
I wonder,
he said, meeting my eyes. The gold flared, creating a subtle glow that I couldn't look away from. Wonder what? My voice was barely a whisper.
What would happen if I kissed you?
I didn't even realize how much closer we'd gotten until he rested his hand on my cheek. Every cell in my body was alive, dancing and whirling in the electric sensation humming between us. There's only one way to find out. It was more than a dare. It was a request. I needed to know, needed to feel his lips on mine. And Tate did not disappoint. Chapter 33. Tate Castellanos was not my first kiss.
I got a swollen lip from Chad Rankin's braces one year at church camp. Owen Griggs smooched me on the hay in his daddy's barn, and Zach Bajek made me feel like the prettiest girl in Oklahoma when he kissed me under the stars at homecoming. But every one of those moments was laughable compared to what I felt when Tate's lips found mine. I'm not even exaggerating when I say it felt like the world shifted. Everything changed in an instant. The thread that seemed to tie us together was now an unbreakable rope holding us close, never letting us go. It was stronger than the grip of the Kraken. It was stronger than I cared to admit, honestly. It was something ancient, something bigger than life itself. We leaned into the kiss more, neither of us able to contain ourselves, nor willing to try. And the sound of blood rushing through my ears from my pounding heart was almost enough to drop out the incessant tapping noise at the window. Almost. Tate pulled away an inch or so, smiling down at me, but his smile quickly faded. "Everly!" His hand slid from my shoulders down to my wrists, extending my arms. "You're glowing." I looked down, but saw only skin. Tap, 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 tap. A quick glance over to the window confirmed what I somehow knew I'd see. A little white owl sat perched on the windowsill, yellow eyes wide, as his little feet moved nervously from side to side. Al tapped again. Tate followed my gaze. "It's an owl." Then back to me. "Daughter of sea and sky, do you have the soul of Athena?" "Apparently," I shrugged. "Do you mind if I let him in?" "Go ahead." Tate ran a hand through his hair, looking as confused as I felt. The connection between us was still palpable, but it seemed less urgent and more confident somehow as I strolled away from Tate and toward the window. It was like the buzzing had been satisfied, and it was replaced with a bond of some kind. I lifted the window, and Al hopped inside. "The Manticorians are here," he said, silently in my mind. "Here? At the convention? That's not good." "Did the owl tell you something?" Tate stood and met us by the window. "Is everything okay? Your glow is bright." Al blinked and tilted his head at a strange angle. "It's more than an aura, Everly. You're actually glowing white." I looked down again as Tate gently ran his hand back and forth over my skin. I saw nothing but chill bumps in response to Tate's touch. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "But we can't let anyone see you like this. When's the last time you took your aura pills?" "This morning. I didn't want to risk it fading while I was here." "I wonder if it's a reaction to that kiss." Tate's eyes were round, the gold a deeper, richer hue than normal. A butterfly flipped over in my belly, and despite Al's bad news, I wanted to kiss Tate again and see just how bright my glow could get. I glanced nervously at Al. "Oh, don't worry. I already saw everything." There was judgment in those sentient eyes. "But I don't care right now. Like I said, Manticorians, here, now. You've got to get out before they destroy the place." "We've got to go, Tate. Al said the Manticorians are here." "Al?" He looked at the creature. "Al the owl?" "Alpheus," he called out in my mind, but of course Tate couldn't hear him. "Yeah." "Okay, but I don't know how we're going to get you out of here with you glowing like that." I walked over to the window and quickly marked it off our list of options. We were at least 10 stories in the air. Even with my new keeper's strength and power, I didn't think I'd survive a fall like that. "I'll go check the hull," Tate said, pacing nervously. "Stay here. You'll be safe as long as you're in my suite, I promise." He ducked out into the hall a moment later, leaving me alone with Al. "Are the Manticorians here for me?" "I don't know for sure, but it's likely."
I rubbed my hands over my face. They wouldn't kill me. Rasputin had made it clear that he wanted me on their side. But based on the stories I'd heard from Millie, they wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone else who got in their way. That meant Tate was in danger. "Hey, Al, what do you know about my soulmate?"
"What soulmate?"
"Like from past lives. Who was he?" Al flew over to the back of the couch.
"You've never found your soulmate."
"Never?" He blinked.
"You've taken lovers over the centuries, but it's never been anything more than casual. You've never had children, never bonded with another soul."
"What would it feel like if I had?" Al turned toward the door.
"They say it's different for everyone, and you just know. But Everly, it's impossible for you to have a non-Atlantean soulmate. The races can't mix. You'd be cursed and killed."
"I know." I ran a hand across my arm where Tate had touched me moments earlier, my skin still singing from his contact. "But what if I'm not Atlantean? What if I'm something different altogether?" Uttering the words aloud felt good. I was emboldened by the thought. My inner Athena rose up and cheered, and I began to see the situation at hand in a whole new light.
"I'm starting to wonder if that might just be true,"
Al said. "In that case, bring on the Manticorians." Chapter 34. Al explained some of my favorite fighting moves from previous lives, which would have been great had I been armed with a spear or a longbow. Unfortunately, I had nothing but my fists. I'd even left Rossel's dagger at home, not thinking I'd be going into battle today. Obviously, Al's wings weren't teaching me much in the way of hand-to-hand combat, but still I wasn't afraid. I was more eager than anything. Deep down, I was confident that my inner Athena would pull through for me somehow. The sound of a key card in the door sent Al into the air. He flew to the windowsill and turned back to me.
"Stay close to Tate. I'll wait for you downstairs."
Then he was off. I turned back just in time to watch Tate stumble through the front door, gag in his mouth, and arms held tightly behind his back. My blood turned to lava, and I immediately stepped forward, ready to destroy whoever had him bound. But the look in Tate's eyes cautioned me to stay back. The next person through the door was the last man I expected to see. Peter Bratton entered, shoving Tate further into the room and sneering in my direction.
"We meet again," he said with an evil grin.
"Let go of him." I wasn't afraid of Peter. I'd already won one fight against him. There was no way I'd let him walk away again, not after seeing what he'd done to Tate. I moved forward once more, only to see another slow-moving body enter the room. She was ancient, older than old. Her hair was so white it looked translucent, and she probably had cobwebs in her ears. Her eyes were blacker than a starless sky, her skin pale and wrinkled like a raisin. She was Olympian, but not like any other I'd ever seen, and she wasn't the last. Standing a full 2 feet taller than the hunched old woman was Rasputin, looking absolutely delighted to see me.
"Don't be rude,"
he said to Peter in his thick Russian accent.
"We are the guests here. We do not want to wear out our welcome."
"No one said you were welcome here, especially not when you've got a royal son of Agartha bound up like a criminal."
"He tried to hit me,"
Peter said. "You probably deserved it," I spat back.
Now.
Rasputin raised his arms like he was calming a pair of fighting siblings. Meanwhile, the old woman glided deeper into the suite, almost floating across the ground the way Rossel did, then plopped down on the couch. Peter grabbed Tate's arms and shoved him forward as well. "That's not necessary. Untie him."
"Not until we know he won't strike against us,"
Rasputin said, before turning to me with a pout.
"You never came back to see me, and there is much left for us to discuss. Have you given any more thought to my offer?" "What offer? Going to work with you?" I scoffed. "Never. I've heard about the things you've done. No one can help you like I can. Do you see anyone else able to blow down these simple wards? Anyone else with enough power and resources to know where you are at all times? Your prince here could not have saved you if we'd meant harm. What would you have done?" "I would have fought, and if I died, then so be it. It would be more honorable than joining you." "You say that now, but you know so little." Rasputin stepped toward me, and I felt Tate tense from across the room. He was seated on the couch beside the old Olympian woman, who downed one of the half-finished Agarthian beverages left over from before we arrived. "Take Peter here." Rasputin stopped a foot before me and gestured toward the sitting area. "He was so underappreciated by his people that they chased him out, even when he put his career on the line to warn them of you. But don't worry, my darling. He knows you are what we need now. He has joined the right side now, and look how much good it has done him. He is more powerful than ever." Peter lifted the entire couch with Tate and the old woman still on it. He didn't even break a sweat. He set them back on the ground and grinned at me, cracking his knuckles. I maintained an even expression, or tried to, anyway. "I see you got rid of the wards to block your powers. Have they been destroyed across the entire convention?" "Only for those with the right connections." He winked and stepped uncomfortably close to me. "I am more powerful than they are. Join me, and I can help you maximize your power as well. It is the only way you will be able to accomplish what the prophecy asks of you." He paused, reaching an old hand out to my face. "The glow is quite lovely. It is different from the powers of the other keepers. Lucky for you, I know about the lost arts. I know the magic that the rest of the world has forgotten. The time is growing near for you to put your powers to use. You can feel it too, can't you, darling?" His wrinkled fingers grazed my cheek, and Tate leaped up from his spot on the couch, only to be quickly brought to his knees by Peter. "Get your hands off of him!" My voice was like a growl, something foreign I'd never heard before. My heart beat in my chest like a war song, building me up. I could feel the power flooding my veins, ready to break free at a moment's notice. It was stronger now than I'd ever felt it before, like a tidal wave sweeping me off my feet. I wasn't fully in control of it. Peter must have heard the power in my voice. He raised his hands in the air, but remained close enough to knock Tate back down if he had to. I was seconds away from putting Peter in his place when I saw a flash of white near the window. Rasputin glanced that way as well. "There are more," Al said in my mind. "They're everywhere out here. We're going to have to fight back." I nodded to show that I understood. Rasputin looked from the window to me and back again, a small smile curling at the corner of his mouth, pulling up his long mustache. It faltered when the door slammed open into the wall at the front of the suite. I whipped around to see who had joined us, only to be more disheartened than ever. "I knew it," Osborne shouted. "As soon as I saw you here, I knew Rasputin would be close behind. Your game is up." He raised his arm, and I braced myself for impact, but it wasn't me he aimed for. A strong fist struck Rasputin squarely in the jaw. It should have knocked the old man down, but he somehow vanished and reappeared on the opposite side of the room. Osborne let out a roar and lunged for him. With the flicker of a smile, Rasputin played his trick again. "Now is our chance," Al's voice said in my mind. I'd forgotten he was there. "We'll attack while they're distracted. We need to get Tate free so he can help us. Aim for Peter on the count of 3. Ready?" I nodded. 1, 2. On 3 we converged.
I went for Peter's legs while Al dive-bombed his face. Secretly, I hoped he pecked the man's eyes out. I had a surprising amount of momentum, definitely more than Peter was expecting. Not only did I knock him off his feet, but I sent him flying over the coffee table and into the opposite wall. A yell came from somewhere out in the hall, and I wondered how many other Manticorians we would soon be facing. At least I wouldn't have to do it alone. I dropped to Tate's side, yanking the gag from his mouth and ripping the restraints from his wrists. "That was amazing," he said breathlessly. "Less complimenting and more action." I pulled him up to his feet. "Also, thanks," I added with a grin. "Are your powers working at all?" His face tightened into a look of concentration, but nothing happened. "Stay down, Peter." His voice contained the many layers I'd heard before when he went into siren mode, but it felt weak, and it was completely ineffective. Peter stood, lip curled as he turned back to face me. More yelling poured in from the hall, and Al's voice rang out in my mind again. "They're coming!" I turned back to the door, ready to take on whoever Rasputin had behind him, but all I saw was a crowd of other keepers, pale-faced and slack-jawed, as they took in the fight in our room. "Not there," Al said. "At the window." Peter barked out a laugh as I discovered the real threat rising up outside the building. Through the window, levitating in the air 10 stories off the ground, was a small army of strange-looking humans. They had no auras as far as I could tell, but there was something off about them. "Witches," Tate whispered. Rasputin appeared from thin air just feet away from me with a wide grin. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider my offer, darling?" Chapter 35. This time it was Tate's fist that swung for Rasputin's face, but the man was quick. He didn't fight fairly, but he could certainly get out of the way in a jiffy when he needed to. Rasputin appeared near the window, mouth moving silently, as the army of floating witches shifted to an almost single-file line coming toward the building. Al flew across the room like a bolt of lightning, headed straight for the Manticorians before they could reach us. Tate was already moving back toward Rasputin. I ran over and grabbed his arm. "You go help Al. I'll handle him." "Are you sure?" I nodded. I was positive that I wanted to be the one to put a stop to Rasputin and his army of evil. But more than that, I didn't want Tate to get hurt. I knew Rasputin wouldn't hurt me because I had what he wanted, power. "Just keep the witches out of here if you can." Tate listened without putting up a fight, and his confidence in me boosted my own. I marched over to Rasputin without any real clue as to what I was going to do. I just knew I wanted to stop him. From my periphery, I saw Osborne run out into the hall. I heard him yelling, but I couldn't quite make out his words. My only focus was on the evil old bearded man before me. "Don't you touch him!" Peter's voice boomed behind me. Some sense I didn't know I possessed felt him coming, and without even pausing to look over my shoulder, I instinctively thrust my hands out to the sides and heard Peter's body hit the floor. Power surged white-hot through my limbs. Wards or no wards, nothing was holding me back. But Rasputin didn't look afraid. If anything, he looked almost proud. "Well done, darling." I flicked my wrist at him next, feeling the heat of power gather into my hands and fly out toward the man. Rasputin met the surge with a hand in the air, calmly lifting his palm toward me and effectively halting the magic I'd thrown his way. "I don't want to hurt you. I wish you would not try to hurt me either. Come, let me show you how to use that power you harbor. I have much to teach you." I tried again to throw something his way, and again it was blocked. Tate stood by the window, knocking out any witches who Al hadn't already thrown off course. There was some scuffling out in the hall, and the sound of Peter groaning on the floor behind me. I was aware of every movement, every action taking place around me. And as I continued to move toward Rasputin, the warrior part of my brain kicked into high gear, evaluating every object in the room along with its ease of use and potential for massive damage if used as a weapon. I'd become a machine, and I loved it. The noise from the hall grew louder, and I heard gasps along with the shout of a man in power. "Move over!" Tate turned from the window, an unreadable expression on his handsome face. I couldn't even fathom what he might have been thinking as his father entered the room, along with Osborne and the small group of guards who'd accompanied him out earlier. "There," Osborne pointed to me. "That's the girl I warned you about. She led Rasputin right to us. If there's anyone to blame for Titus's disappearance, it's her." We were standing in a room with the leader of the Manticorians and a gang of witches flying outside the window, and all Osborne could think about was throwing me under the bus. "What a vengeful idiot!" I snorted. Al took the words right out of my mouth. But no one else found the situation funny at all. Tate's father looked at me for a moment, but he was much more interested in Rasputin. "Hello again, Your Majesty." Rasputin's voice dripped with condescension. "Where's my heir?" Rasputin grinned. "How should I know? I'll ask you one more time. Where is my heir?" The king's voice boomed, shaking my bones. Even the witches took pause at the authority he commanded. "Titus is missing?" Tate stepped forward, but his father held out a hand to silence him. The gesture made me angrier than it probably should have. "Listen to me, you crazy old man. I am backed by some of the greatest guardians of Agartha. Hand me my son, and I will let you leave, never to return. Don't, and I will allow my team of fire-wielders, shapeshifters, and sirens to do with you as they please." "We both know that cannot happen," Rasputin replied calmly. "They have no power here, and I do." "So do I." I sent a blast of magic toward the old man, finally catching the king's attention. Rasputin stumbled, losing his balance, but he didn't fall like Peter. I wasn't sure if my powers had already been somewhat used up, or if Rasputin was simply powerful enough to withstand them. It didn't matter, though. He was off balance enough to provide an opening for attack. "Go!" the king shouted, and his guards seized the opportunity to lunge for Rasputin. Some tried their powers and confirmed that they did not work under the wards. Others went straight for the man with fists and knives. Rasputin played the same party trick he'd done with Osborne earlier, disappearing and reappearing at random across the room. It was infuriating, and the Agarthians grew angrier with every dodge. I joined Tate and Al near the window, helping to fight off any other witches that tried to join in on the fun, while Osborne grappled with Peter in the living room. All the while, the old Olympian woman stared blankly into dead space, her eyes black and unmoving, completely indifferent to the chaos taking place around her. One large swipe of my power through the air took out an entire wave of the witches, buying us a moment of time to survey the damage in the room. Tate's father paced, barking out orders as the guards tried again and again to take Rasputin down. I expected the Manticorian to destroy them all within minutes, but he surprisingly made no moves to injure anyone. He simply dodged their attacks, grinning with every move. Peter was a different story, however. With his powers strengthened and Osborne's powers dead, he easily overcame the younger man and made straight for the king at his first opportunity. "Don't even think about it," Osborne said, running to save his leader from harm. Peter swatted him away easily. The king tried to fight back as well, but it was no use. Peter wrapped the king in a stranglehold, red-faced and gasping for air. No one stood a chance next to Peter's strength and finesse under these circumstances. No one, except me. "Let him go, Peter. He's just looking for his son.
You know what it's like to care about your son." Peter sneered. "My son turned on me." "That's not true," I said, stepping closer. I saw the crazed look in his eyes and knew we were treading on delicate ground here. "It's not too late for you to come back to us, Peter. Come back to Atlantis. Come back to our people. Show them you can do the right thing. Just let the king go, and you'll be recognized as a hero, the man who saved the annual convention." He yanked harder on the king's neck. Tate's muscles were coiled, and he was ready to pounce on the man at any moment. But he saw the look in Peter's eyes just as well as I did. One wrong move could mean disaster. "Atlantis doesn't care about me. They won't care about you either. Rasputin was right. Your only option now is to join us. They'll slaughter you for that aura. Once they know who you really are, you're dead." "That's enough." Rasputin appeared inches away from Peter and placed a hand on the man's arm. "Not another word. Let me speak with the king." He'd no more than finished his sentence when Osborne came sprinting at him out of nowhere. He'd intended to strike Rasputin, but his target vanished, as he'd done so many times before, and Peter, misinterpreting Osborne's move as an attack against him, struck as well. The crack of Tate's father's neck under Peter's massive arm was sickening. His body went limp instantly, and Peter dropped him to the floor. "No!" Tate yelled. Something clicked within me. Time stopped. The room went silent, motionless. I walked slowly over to where the king lay dead on the floor and shook my head. Surely there was something I could do. If I could stop time, perhaps I could reverse it too. I tried. I tried again and again and again to find a rewind button until the tears streamed down my face. Nothing worked. I looked up to where Tate still stood with his face twisted into shock and grief, and I felt broken, useless. What good were my powers if I couldn't use them when it mattered? I looked back at Rasputin then. He was still like the others, but there was something about the expression on his face that left me feeling uncomfortable. I got the sense that I was being watched, that he knew exactly what was happening. The feeling threw me off, and I willed time to kick back into gear again. Rasputin fixed his gaze on me and winked. Then, in a flash, he was gone. He'd left the premises entirely this time, along with Peter and every one of his witches. They were all just gone. All that remained was the damage they'd done. Broken glass lay on the floor beside a dead king of Agartha. The guards nursed light wounds, and Osborne dropped in despair down to the king's side. My heart ached for Tate and his loss. But more than that, it ached for the loss of this world as we knew it. Rasputin was on the loose, the king was dead, and strange power pulsed through my veins. I was pretty sure I'd created an impossible bond with Tate that would one day kill me, and despite myself, I stood in that messy suite, silently wondering just what exactly my connection to Rasputin really was. What if he wasn't lying? What if he really could help me? Chapter 36. "What have you done?" Osborne stood and wiped his forearm across his wet nose. "All of this for her? Your father is dead, Thaddeus. Dead. Your brother is missing. And it's all because you were too weak to carry out a simple task. You should have killed her the first time." Tate was still too shocked to respond, staring down at his father's lifeless body. A couple of the guards gathered around to console him, while the rest went to do crowd control on the keepers that curiously gathered around the entrance to the suite. "You've got it all wrong, Osborne," I said, trying to calm the warrior soul rising up again in my chest. You got the king killed. You frightened the man who had the king's life in his hands. You attacked when you should have paused. War is about more than taking every life in sight. It's about knowing when to strike and when to hold back. It's also about having the spine to do what needs to be done. Tate is too weak." I was on him like a flash of light, my arm pressed against his throat, holding him to the wall. "Do not disrespect him. He is stronger than you know, and from where I stand, it looks like he may be your new leader." Tate glanced in my direction. "What?" Osborne cursed loudly. I released him from my hold and turned to Tate. "If it's true that your brother is missing, I assume that leaves you in line as the next heir to the throne, right?" "We'll bring it to the council," one of the guards said, resting a hand on Tate's back. "They'll tell us how to proceed." "What happened in here?" Gayla's voice exclaimed from the door. A moment later, she pushed through the crowd of nosy onlookers, followed by Dom. "Oh, Everly!" She rushed forward and threw her arms around my neck. "You're glowing!" "We heard Rasputin was here," Dom added. Then, noticing the king, she gasped and threw a hand up over her mouth. "You need to get out of here," Tate said softly. "Osborne will try to blame this on you, and you'll be locked up without a trial. Let me explain what happened and maybe get a telepath to confirm it. The guards will have my back. Find Sean to protect you until I finish up here. Not that you need any protection." He tried to smile, but the pain of losing his father was still fresh. "Was there a seer here?" Gayla stood stone still in front of the couch. Her eyes had gone dark, and her expression was unclear. "I can smell the magic in the air." She spun slowly, as though searching for something, then knelt before the coffee table. "Look." We gathered around to see what she'd found. Drawn out by an ancient finger dipped in the water of the condensation on the table were 3 words: "The Fire Lake Blade." "What does it mean?" I whispered. I couldn't smell the magic as Gayla could, but I felt it. Something old and powerful hung heavily in the air. It called to me in the way the tablet's pieces did. "I'll explain later. Get to Sean. I'll meet you at the apothecary as soon as I can." Tate ushered me to the door, but I made sure to give Osborne one last steely look before leaving. It was a warning. Chase me out and you're done. Judging by the clenching of his jaw, I think my message was received. "Move, people!" Dom led the way, pushing a clear path through the crowd full of gaping keepers. Whispers filled the hall as we made our way through. Word about the fight had spread fast, and it seemed like everyone from the convention had made their way over into the hotel. So much for keeping my glowing white aura a secret. Millie and Devon spilled out of an elevator down the hall just before we disappeared into the stairwell. "There you are!" She rushed forward with tears in her eyes. "Hurry, let's get out of the building so Devon can get you back to safety." We hurried down the stairs, and Devon wasted no time teleporting Millie and I into the back room of her shop the moment we stepped foot on the sidewalk. He left again, and a moment later returned with Gayla and Dom. "Millie, is that you?" Abby peeked through the curtains, startled to see such a large group of us suddenly sitting around the table in the back of the apothecary. Millie did a poor job of playing it cool. She tried to smile, but her hands were still visibly shaking. "We had a break between sessions and decided to come back here for a pit stop. We came through the back door. Sorry I didn't say anything when we arrived." Abby looked skeptical, but didn't have time to respond before Sean popped his head through the curtain as well. "Do you mind taking over up front, Abby? There's a woman looking for natural arthritis relief, and I'm not sure what to suggest." She frowned. "All right."
The second she was gone, Sean fixed his gaze on me. "Holy cow, Everly! You're glowing like a light bulb. What on earth happened?" Millie fixed us all some kind of calming herbal tea while I explained everything that took place with Rasputin and his Manticorians. I told them how the Agarthian king died and Titus apparently went missing, but I left out the part about Tate and I and our possible new bond. I wasn't even sure what to say about it. I just knew that something was different. "How many people saw you?" Sean asked, waving his finger up and down. "Looking like that." "A lot," I admitted. "They're already talking. Osborne will probably tell them I'm working with Rasputin, but Tate thinks the other guards will defend me. I just don't know." I watched Millie's expression as we discussed Rasputin. There was still a nagging suspicion in the back of my mind that he may be more connected to me than I'd ever guessed, but I was afraid to voice my question aloud. Millie gave no indication that she knew anything more than I did. "Everly," Abby called out from the front of the apothecary. "You have a visitor." I ran through the front door, feeling the warmth in my chest before I ever saw him there. Tate stood just inside the door, looking only slightly disheveled despite all the action that had taken place earlier. Through the window I spotted Al as well, watching through the glass with those sharp yellow eyes. "Hey." My feet moved of their own accord. Tate walked forward as well, that invisible rope yanking us together. The only difference was that neither of us fought against it now. We met in the middle of the shop, and Tate slid his fingers into my hair, pulling my face up to his. He kissed me, and again I felt like the world shifted around us. His touch fed the power within me, physically strengthening me as our mouths moved together as one. "Ahem!" Millie cleared her throat. We pulled away to find our friends all gawking along the side of the wall. I didn't care. I stared into his golden eyes, which reflected the same relief I felt. I needed that, needed him on some deeper level I didn't yet understand. "You're safe," he whispered. "I am, but it's time to figure out where we go from here." Chapter 37. "I always knew you two were gonna get together eventually," Gayla grinned, then clarified. "Not like through a vision or anything. You've just got chemistry." She did a little shimmy. Dom was less enthused. She stood off to the side with a frown, slightly shaking her head. She knew I thought there was something more to my connection with Tate, but she didn't believe it. It was understandable, considering everyone else in the history of the world who tried to bond with a member of a different keeper race met certain death. But this was different. "What happened after we left?" I asked. Dom cleared her throat and gestured toward Abby, the human who was supposed to be oblivious to all things keeper. "It's fine," Tate said with a shrug. "My powers are working fine again. I'll erase all of this from her mind when we're done." Abby furrowed her brows, but made no comment. Sean looked wistfully in her direction, stepping a little closer in case she became afraid by what was about to be revealed. "We went straight to the council. They'd already heard about what happened, of course. I think all of New York knows by now. And it's true. Titus is gone. Apparently, Osborne made some calls after we ran into him earlier. He raised the alarm about you being in the building. He was still convinced that you were connected to Rasputin, so he had my father send out all the available guards to search the perimeter for him, or any of the other Manticorians. They wanted to stop him before he tried to enter the convention." "So that's where they were going when we went up to your room?" Tate nodded. "But Titus went missing somewhere between the time we spoke with Osborne and when my father arrived. They suspected he'd gone out in search of another hit, but all of his usual spots were empty. He's a master of sneaking away, so it's not terribly unusual. There's a chance he'll still turn up." He frowned. "But you don't think so?"
Tate shook his head. No. I saw the way Rasputin grinned when my father accused him of taking Titus. I think it's all connected somehow. Why? Maybe Rasputin knows about this. Dom stepped forward, motioning toward Tate and me with her hand. If he really does want you on his side, and he knows that you've got some kind of bond with Tate, maybe he was deliberately trying to put Tate into power. It makes sense if he thinks it will get him closer to his goals. And I'm sorry about your dad, she added to Tate. Well, it worked. The council moved to make me the interim ruler until Titus can be located. How do you feel about that? I asked quietly. He shrugged. It doesn't matter how I feel, it's done. But there is some good news to come of it. That message on the table back in the suite about the Fire Lake blade, I can get you there now. What do you mean? The Fire Lake is in Agartha. No, Millie stood. There is no way you're getting her involved with that. Why, what is it? There's said to be a blade at the very center of the lake, but the entire thing is engulfed in blue flames. Thousands of lives have been lost in an attempt to retrieve the blade. I won't allow you to be next. Why would so many risk their lives for a blade? I didn't understand the appeal. Because whoever wields the blade is invincible, or so the legend says. But we don't even know if it's real. Millie threw her hands into the air. No one has ever seen it. It's real, I said, and I'll get it. Whew! Abby clapped from the corner. If anyone can do it, it's you. We all turned to stare at the mortal girl. What? You really think I haven't picked up on things in my time here? I don't understand all of it, but I can tell by the way people look at Everly that she's special. I might not be some powerful being like you all are, but even I can sense that something big is going on. We exchanged looks, none of us knowing how to respond to that. Dom rested her gaze on the girl for a long while, presumably reading her mind. She knows a lot, like a lot. Why haven't you ever said anything? Sean asked her. Abby shrugged. It seemed like the kind of thing I shouldn't speak of. Sean released a breath and pulled Abby in for a hug. It feels good in a way. I like that, you know. But I'm sorry we're going to have to erase your knowledge again. I don't know, Dom said, tilting her head slightly in Abby's direction. I really think our secret might be safe with her. I grinned. Welcome to the club, Abby. You reacted a lot better to it than I did. But my answer is still no to the blade, Millie said firmly. Devon tried to take her hand to calm her down, but she shrugged him off. With all due respect, Millie, I love you, but you're not in charge of me. I'm an adult. You can't even get into Agartha. She can. Tate took my hand. As the interim ruler, I can allow anyone in who I deem acceptable. You think I'm acceptable? I asked, grinning up at him. He smirked. Most of the time. A small squeeze of his hand sent another wave of power coursing through my veins. But Osborne is livid. He'll do whatever he can to get the decision reversed. He doesn't think I've had enough training to rule, so we'll need to move quickly, just in case they remove me from power. None of that explains how you expect to keep her alive in a lake of literal flames, Millie said. Water. I looked at my aunt. I'm Atlantean. I'll just make water. You can't just make water, Sean said. Keepers may not be able to do it, but I bet the Deliverer can. Besides, I think we're one step closer to figuring out this whole prophecy now that I've found the one who ignites my heart. My cheeks warmed as I spoke the words aloud, but another squeeze from Tate's hand left me feeling a little more sure of it. Everly. Dom stepped forward, her brows pulled together with concern.
It doesn't work like that. The prophecy is referring to your soulmate, and it's not possible for Tate to fill that role, no matter how much chemistry you think you have. Soulmate or not, he ignited something, and I don't mean that in the way you think, I added, noting Gayla's smirk. Nothing about me is normal. My aura is white, my powers are unheard of. I can talk to owls, for crying out loud. I threw my hands back toward the window where Al blinked from his perch on Millie's shop sign. Is it so hard to think that maybe my soulmate breaks conventions too? And on that note, is it possible that I come from a lineage of rule breakers? What do you mean by that? Millie put her hands on her hips. The prophecy refers to me as the daughter of sea and sky. My mother is of the sea, but my father? What if he's not what we thought? Tate mentioned that some Agarthians can manipulate the wind and clouds in the sky, and Rasputin was Agarthian, right? Rasputin? Yes. I put up my hands to calm my aunt. He has done nothing to hurt me, nothing at all. He kept calling me darling, and he legitimately looked proud when he saw my powers back at the hotel. Is there any chance my mother may have run into him at some point and, bonded? The question sent a chill down my spine. I hated to even ask, but I had to know. No, she said, vehemently shaking her head. Tilly wouldn't dream of getting close to that disgusting man. Besides, Dom added, Rasputin already had a soulmate. He can't sire any more offspring. I hoped she was right. I would never want to call Rasputin my father, but I wasn't fully convinced. Anyway, I think we need to open our minds to the fact that the impossible is actually quite possible when it comes to me and this prophecy. So I'd like to go with Tate. I'd like to at least take a look at this flaming lake and see what I can do, and maybe we'll be able to find another piece of the tablet while we're in Agartha as well. Devon stepped forward and put his hand on Millie's back. Look at them, Mills. It's real as you and me. You know he won't let anything happen to her. Tears filled her eyes as she finally relented, giving us the smallest of nods. Okay, but please, Everly, please be safe. I will. I leaned into her embrace, staying still for as long as she needed. This wasn't goodbye. It was just the next step in our journey. I bid adieu to Gayla and Dom next, telling them to behave while I was away. Then came Sean. Look out for your dad, I whispered as I hugged his neck. Give him some grace. He's done bad things, and he's definitely in with the wrong crowd right now. But I think he's broken. Let's try to piece him back together before we write him off entirely. Sean pulled back, looking a little glassy-eyed himself. Thanks, Ev. Be careful. Finally, I came to Abby. I grinned at the girl. I can't believe you knew something was up this entire time. She smiled back at me. I can be surprisingly crafty when necessary. Now, go get that blade, girl. Show him what you've got. All right, I said, joining Tate's side again. I guess we're doing this. I'm glad. He pulled me in close before turning to Devon. Can you get us to Kentucky by any chance? Kentucky? I whirled around to face him. Agartha is in Kentucky? Tate grinned. Only the entrance. Let's go. I can't wait to show you my world. I didn't know what we would find, but I knew I would be safe with Tate. I had never been more sure of anything in my life. I took his hand and a deep breath. Devon stepped up beside us, and in a wink, we were gone. This has been Fractured Lies, Daughter of Sea and Sky, Book 3, written by AR Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Copyright 2023 by AR Colbert. Production copyright by by A.R. Colbert.